Hello, everyone, and welcome to episode number 116 of the Avocado GamesCast. This is our year end extravaganza for the year 2025. We do this every year, and each year it's a blast. We run down our favorite, least favorite, and most surprising games of the year. But it's not just us who get to join in on the fun. We also get community members to send us recordings of their top three lists. And I'm sure we have some fun ones. We are already getting submissions in my inbox, so we'll be going through them later and then splice them into the episode. But before we get to the festivities, let's introduce ourselves. I am Merve, and joining me, she was responsible for the writing campaign that got Lydia Sobieska elected. It's Quinley Thorne.
And she's the best president that Poland has ever had.
Yeah, absolutely. Eat your heart out, Donald Tusk. And he's been channeling the warp from the comfort of his gaming chair. Watch out, he's a psyker. It's the Kappa.
Oh, I don't know. If I was a psyker, oh boy, I'd be going to chaos. I feel like they have some good pull over there. I think.
Yeah. So you can definitely tell that I just was like reading the Wikipedia articles on Tekken and Warhammer.
And
Yeah.
that you forgot that you forgot my request, which was the Atami joke.
Oh my god. Okay.
I cannot believe
rewind.
you. Oh my god.
Rewinding.
Atami was beautiful.
She's heading to Atami for the weekend, and she might run into our favorite pervert. It's Quinley Thorne.
Thank you. I'm so excited for my trip to this definitely real place in Japan that they keep going to for some reason.
Atami is a real place in Japan.
No, I know it's a real place. That's where the National Museum of Sex in Japan is, and I know that because of Inuyashiki, which is a bad anime, and you should watch it.
Speaking of bad anime, I watched Wake Up Dead Man last night.
Oh, you watched what?
Wake Up Dead Man, a Knives Out mystery. So that was like a terrible segue. I was trying to make the worst possible segue I could think.
Did I miss an anime release of that? They have like a tie-in.
Could you imagine an anime Benoit Blanc? That would be incredible.
God. Don't put that evil out there. Don't put that out there, because if somebody hears you, if some venture capitalist investment firm hears you, they'll be making calls.
Here's the thing is, 5 years ago, this would have been harmless. In the age we live in, with generative AI, some dipshit is going to make anime Benoit Blanc, and it's going to be awful.
Especially because I could go to Tumblr right now and type in Benoit Blanc, and I will just find an image that somebody's already drawn of it. I guarantee you it's there.
Yeah, and he will be shirtless.
Probably.
Yeah, that was a fun movie. I don't know if I liked it as much as the first Knives Out, but I had a good time.
Yeah, I didn't like the second one as much as the first, so maybe kind of diminishing returns.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I liked the second one. It's just the first one was so like special and had the exact right balance of mystery and comedy. The third one isn't as funny. It's a lot more serious, for better and for worse. But good movie overall. So, speaking of things that, for some weird reason, honor movies and film in one category, the Game Awards 2025.
Yay.
Yeah.
Yay.
Yay.
Yeah. These are great segues.
We're doing great.
We're recording this on December 14th, so 3 days ago, on December 11th, Thursday, December 11th, the Game Awards aired. And before we get into the actual awards, there was, I think, probably more discourse this year leading up to the awards than in previous years. 2023 kind of opened the floodgates where they had that. I think the consensus was that year when we recorded the podcast, that was not a great show.
No.
And they kind of made up for it the following year. But in the background, there's been controversy over the Future Class, which was a program associated with the Game Awards where young people in the industry, both in media and in game dev, were honored by the Game Awards and also given access to mentorship and networking opportunities. Um, Now, whether this thing was actually fruitful and generated genuine networking or mentorship opportunities is, I think, beyond the scope of something that I'm qualified to talk about. But in advance of the 2023 Game Awards, in light of uh, the Israeli retaliation in Gaza, um, some of the future class wanted to make a statement about genocide, uh, about the genocide that was happening. And they weren't really permitted to do that. And then no future class was nominated in 2024. Once again, they were silenced. The entire program was unceremoniously shut down this year, and now references to the future class have been scrubbed from the Game Awards website. Um, Not a great look for the Game Awards,
Mhm.
I would say. And I think that has colored a lot of the conversation surrounding the Game Awards going into it. And you could see none of that really in the actual ceremony. Like
Mm.
there's no hint of any controversy. And to some extent it's a little bit telling that the Game Awards is so easily able to separate that controversy from the awards themselves and still have this kind of patina of caring about the industry and people working in it more broadly, like with that Game Changers Award they gave to that program that helps young girls get into game dev. Um, so I don't know how to feel about this. I mean, I feel very negatively about the future class thing. How Jeff Keighley has treated them is despicable. Um, but I don't know how that should color how we view the actual ceremony more broadly.
I mean, it's just another disappointing thing that it's doing. Like I was reading about that Guardian article about it, and oh my god, like the thing that stuck out to me was like how there was effectively 1 year where they actually tried, like where they actually did the mentorship program and actually did the things that mentees in the program were asking for. And as a result, I think that might have been in like 23 or 24 that, or no, it was probably 24. I think that they did that after the kerfuffle of the previous year. And as a result, mentees from that year have really warm things to say about the program. But the ones from before, like there was one comment I read where they said they like got tickets to the show, but they were seated like behind cameramen and stuff, so they couldn't see anything. And like there was a party that Jeff Keighley had with all of like the big industry bigwigs and stuff, and the mentees were not invited to that. They all had to meet at like a Starbucks. They weren't getting like they had to pay for their own travel and
Yeah.
hotel and all of this stuff. And it's just like those are like just simple things. And then like the thing to me about it that was the most telling was I think it was a community manager who was a part of who was pushing for the changes to the program. They had like a presentation that they gave to like Jeff in the Discord, and the comments from how he reacted were that he was either, quote, visibly frustrated or, quote, genuinely incensed throughout the call. Like, how dare they even ask for anything? Which is insane
Yeah.
to me.
It's it kind of reveals an attitude that I think is coloring how a lot of people are talking about Jeff Keighley right now, and
Mhm.
is fueling a little bit of frankly frustrating childish discourse where like eh, you know what he's like the kinds of things he's said and done are damning enough, and we don't need
Mhm.
like discourse about whether Jeff Keighley actually appreciates art.
Yeah.
But like yeah, it is frustrating to see that maybe this thing was done with the best of intentions, but you actually do have to put in the work. And if you
Yeah.
don't put in the work, then these people effectively become props. By the way, it
Yeah.
was a 2023 class that got the
Okay.
mentorship opportunities because there wasn't a
Okay.
2024 classical.
Okay. Okay, that's what it
Um,
was.
yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Um,
I don't I
so
don't know.
yeah,
It's just kind of a, like, the thing I can think of is, like, I have to imagine I've never seen the DICE Awards. I don't know if they have, like, an award stream in the sense, like, I know the
they do.
Game Award very okay,
They
they do.
they
They very
stream
much
them
Super
every
stuffy
year.
though. It's like yeah, it's like a very staid
uh
show.
Yeah, it's
I feel like if I were the head of the DICE Awards and I saw all this discourse and saw all these problems, like, I would actively try to make a push, like, we're actually the gaming Oscars, like,
They
because
kind
they
of
seem
are,
to
but they're so fucking boring. I've seen it, it's so boring to watch. I think I've watched
I
all of
watch
them.
them every year for the podcast, and then I
Yeah.
report back on them every year. Like I've committed to that because, um,
Can they get some performances? Just get some performances.
I mean,
Or
like,
do they
where's
not
the
have
money, right?
do they not have Amy Lee money?
Because they have the Academy of Interactive Arts and Sciences money, which is just not that much compared
Well,
to
yeah,
Game
it's a
Awards
grant.
ad fund money. Um, and like every year they pay. I was gonna say not Jeff Keighley. God, who's the kind of funny guy? Greg Miller. They pay Greg Miller and Stella Chung
The
to.
the kind of funny guy,
He, he's the guy. He's the head of kind of funny.
but only
Yeah,
kinda.
that's a really unfortunate name for like a gaming media group. Um,
Mm,
yeah, they get Greg Miller and Stella Chung to host, and they're not bad hosts. It's just not much you can do with the awards when you don't have that glitz and glamour.
mm,
Um, and they're like an okay award show. They tend to honor. I think people exaggerate the differences in the games that Dice and Game Awards honor. They tend to honor more or less the same games,
mm,
but I do think they're a little bit more, let's say, respectable.
mm,
It's just they're never going to have the money to put on the same kind of show because yeah, they're not running ads. It's whatever funding is coming from the AIAS. So yeah, unfortunate,
eh,
but that is the situation.
mm.
Um, so as for the actual like awards show, Claire Obscure just basically swept everything. I think they won all but one of the awards they were nominated for. Uh, I'm not mad. It's a good
No,
game.
me neither. Yeah. I mean, I saw that coming up from 10 million miles away. But
Yeah.
I do feel like this year at least there was a lot of good like well there's legit contenders this year where I felt like last year was kind of just I don't know, like I guess Astrobot but this year it felt like maybe one of the strongest years I could think for if you really wanted to make arguments for other games besides Claire Obscure Expedition 33.
Yeah, I was like I liked Expedition 33 more than I liked Bonanza. I mean, I love
Mm,
Bonanza. It's a fantastic game.
mm.
But part of you thought it would be really funny for Bonanza to win just because it
Just
has
to
a
make
lot of
people mad.
it would have made so many people so mad and it would have been so funny.
Oh,
Um,
man.
but uh yeah, Clarkster won. It made fewer people mad. I mean, there's some people who are like, anytime something really good starts getting recognition, then like the hipsters come out of the woodwork. I'm not saying the hipsters are insincere, but they're like, all right, now's my time to say this thing is
Yeah.
overrated. I'm
Yeah,
like, well,
yeah.
okay, sure, but
This
uh,
is a hard one to do that with, I would say. I think this really kind of walks the line of like a well-crafted, fun game to play,
yeah,
along with like an important story and lots of little like artistic nods, like the music and stuff. There's a lot more to this one, I think, than your average like indie darling, maybe, or your AAA. Everybody's
yeah,
got to play this game. It kind of rides a very fine line, I think, between both. I think it does a better job keeping most people happy than a lot of these other kind of type of games.
yeah, and like honestly, if it hadn't just like nailed pretty much everything it was going for, this might have been like Silk Songs here, or
Yeah.
even Kingdom
Yeah.
Come Deliverance 2, which people loved. Um, I don't know how Death Stranding 2 got nominated. I think it
It
has a
felt
lot.
like it.
Yeah,
It felt like it
like
just kind of was an also ran, and this was a strong year.
Yeah.
yeah, like there were other games that could have taken Death Stranding 2 slot. Like I liked Death Stranding 2 fine. It was pretty good, but it wasn't like game of the year good. Like it was just fine. If anything, a lot of it, especially like if you like it with the story and stuff, it very much felt like a sequel that just wasn't really needed. Like the first game kind of said everything it really needed to
Well,
say.
as long as it keeps Kojima off the stage, I don't need 20 minutes of that guy anymore. I am done with him.
Oh, I
Yeah.
love him. Whatever. You can keep your wrong opinion.
He didn't show up this year, but they did
Yeah.
have
No, he
that
didn't.
Kojima fake out where they're
Yeah,
like,
that was pretty funny. I did
that was
like
great.
that.
Then Miss Piggy shows up. Like, yeah.
I love Miss
Uh,
Piggy. We always love Miss Piggy.
I always want Miss Piggy around for sure. Um, One thing I'll say about awards that they kind of soured me, they're still rattling off the list of awards. I still don't
Mhm.
like that. They're going to keep doing it. I think that's
Yeah,
about
it's never gonna change at
Yeah.
this point. That's just kind of the show. It's,
Yeah.
yeah.
you know.
I I think I'm at the point though where I think they should just get rid of the esports categories because
Yeah. And
if you're
this
going to
content creator of the year.
if you're going to disrespect
Content creator I'm a little mixed on. I do feel like content creators like not the ones that they nominate cuz like it's more the way they treat the category rather than the category itself because I do think there are a lot of content creators out there like the ones that actively go out of their way to highlight games people otherwise would not have heard of. I do think they have a place in the indie ecosystem that is worth recognizing. I just think that like with everything, like all the other criticisms of the Game Awards, it basically points to the same problem, and which is the way that the Game Awards handles nominations and how those nominations ultimately get voted on. Like I know it's only at what is it like only a certain percentage of fan votes.
it's 90-10. It's
Yeah, 90
90
10.
media, 10
Mhm.
fan.
Yeah.
And I guess when it's close, the fans can tip the scales, but for the most part, the Game Awards reflects the taste of people who are paid to write about games.
Which is
Yeah,
why when you get
exactly.
somebody like Moist Critical, I mean, he's okay. I don't mind watching him every now and then, but I
Moist
don't.
Critical, has he even played
No,
games
he
recently?
barely plays games. He's
Yeah,
like a
like
drama YouTuber now,
yeah, like he
which
hasn't
is
played games since like 2014, 2015. And when he was doing that, he was great. I loved it. I used to love
well,
his
he owns an
channel. He's like if
esports
Bill
team,
Murray
and
was he was like if Bill
yeah,
Murray was a Let's Player. He was
he,
great.
he's kind of out there now. He's kind of like dipped his toes in several ponds, but I think even he didn't want to win the award because it's not really something like it was a popularity contest. I feel like is what he was kind of like.
Yeah.
He's like, I don't want to
Yeah.
win this thing.
Yeah.
But I mean, yeah, I think you could trim down a lot of these awards, like the Oscars did with the technical Oscars or something. But
Mm,
I don't know. People, I don't know if it's better to have a list of things that get flown by or just not even have them. I would say with
Yeah,
the esports ones,
that's
it's probably
that's
better
what
not
I'm
even
getting
have them.
at with esports. That
yeah.
like,
Yeah.
if you're going to disrespect esports that much, just don't even try to honor them because this is more disrespectful than just leaving them out.
Well, I think a
Yeah.
lot of
So
things like content creators and esports was them kind of like trying to think ahead. Like, what if we're ahead of the box and this becomes huge and we're the go to for these types of things? But it really never has taken off. I mean,
yeah.
the streaming awards are a fucking nightmare, and I don't know that they're gonna keep sticking around. And then esports, esports is so difficult because it's like, who's the best sports player of the year? Is it a football player? Is it a basketball player? They all play different
Yeah.
things, right? So how
Yeah,
can you compare
exactly.
like the best League of Legends player versus the best CS:GO player? It's stupid. It's like two completely different games, right? And that's why
Yeah.
you're just like, fine, fuck it, it's Faker again.
Yeah.
It's just, so I don't know. I don't think you can't just lump esports in, and they've got plenty of little awards for themselves, but the championship in your game, that's the real esports of the year. Everybody
Yeah.
knows who the best League of Legends and Fortnite and whatever players are these years. That you don't need that. So
Yeah.
I did
that, that-
think it was funny though this year that Meta RD was nominated and everyone just called him Menard.
yeah.
It's him. It's Bernard. I
That's
do.
what I
I like.
thought when I saw it right now. I'm like, oh, some guy's named Bernard, and then someone was like, no, it's Mena RD, you Philistine.
You Philistine.
But that's the
Fine.
thing
Like
about
I can't.
esports, if you're not plugged in, it's
Yeah.
it's its own language. Like if I started talking to you, today about NFL stuff, you'd be like, I don't know what you're talking about. I don't care, right? If even for esports
I would
players,
say I don't
right?
care. I just don't know because I don't
Right.
understand
But
football.
like
Yeah.
even for esports players, if I'm a CS:GO guy and you start talking to me about Dota 2, I'm like, I don't give a shit. Like it's just not
I
it's
don't care
Yeah.
about
different
that.
worlds, you know?
Yeah, like the only time I was actively excited for that category was when Sonic Fox was nominated. That was the last time that I was excited for it, and it's also the last time that it felt like that category felt like where somebody winning that category felt like, for lack of a better word, like important, like where it felt like it mattered because it mattered that Sonic Fox, a queer, non-binary, furry esports player, one of the best in the game. Like it felt like it mattered that he won, but
Yeah.
that they won. But everything after that, it's like I don't know who any of these people are, and I don't care.
Yeah,
But
it's a weird award. I'd be fine with getting rid of that. I mean, trim some of the fat. Get rid of that stupid player's voice vote. Fuck that thing.
it's just
I
like,
hate that stupid award. It's whatever
Mm,
gotcha game has the most rabid fan base. That's all.
yeah.
That is
it's
a
not just the
stupid
Mm.
award to have.
it's not just
Get rid of
the
games for
flat
impact
morbidity of the
too.
fan base, right?
Oh, that's
Yeah.
Merv's number one.
Oh,
Number
I'll
Get
one
rid
get
of
to that
hate.
in
games
a
for
sec.
like if you're gonna do games for impact,
I'm gonna.
just make it a fucking segment. Don't give an award for it. Just make it a fucking segment. Just highlight some
Okay.
games and call it a fucking day. I'm sick of this back of the bus ass category. Oh my god.
Yeah.
Merv hates
Okay.
it. He's
So
always hated it.
I
I
hate
hadn't
it
seen it.
too.
it's
So
condescending.
I
It's
would. Here's what
condescending.
I
Yes.
would
It's
say. I think
tokenizing bullshit.
And it's
I don't
also
need.
like, okay. So first of all, they're never going to nominate a AAA game with a pro-social message.
Right.
Like, Indiana Jones and the Great Circle is all about how Nazis and fascists suck.
Just punching
Yeah.
them in the face. That's all you
You punch
basically
them
do.
in the face the entire
Hell yeah.
game,
Yeah.
and it deliberately gets into the like insincere, um, mythologizing aspect of fascism, how they try to like build an identity.
Hmm.
It's very much about that. Uh, that game will never get nominated for Games for Impact. On the other hand, you have a game like Despedote, which does not have a pro-social message. It is
It's
just
just indie. Yeah.
it's just an
Yeah.
indie game with a window into specific time and culture. There's no
That is from the
pro-social
global
message in that game.
south. Yes.
It's from the global south. It just but a game is not pro-social by dint of being from the global south, right? And
Right.
also
Yeah.
it was made developed. The guy is an American citizen now. Like he
Mm.
immigrated from Ecuador, but like he's lives in the states now. um, so
There
it's not even
Yeah.
that.
See, I don't
Um,
think you need to have this as like a category where somebody wins, right? I would just say like,
yeah,
hey, here's
Yeah,
5
that's why I
games
said a
that
segment. Just do a
yeah,
segment.
here's 5 games that had a really good social message. If you're interested in those types of social messages, here you go. I think you could do that same with accessibility, right? Like I
Mhm.
am all
Yeah.
for accessibility, but why is
Like, why
uh
make it a contest?
right, yeah, why is Forza Horizon's accessibility less than, God of War's accessibility? They're both great. Like just, it doesn't need to be a winner for
Yeah.
accessibility. That's kind of
Like,
stupid.
we should just be
I
celebrating that these games have that, and that these games did that really, really well, and that this is a North Star everyone should point to for accessibility, which is admittedly was one of my issues with Claire Obscure. It does not have
it's
great
not an
accessibility
accessible game.
options.
No.
I will
It's
I
say this though, I really like Marty Stratton's speech upon receiving the award.
Yeah, all
And
those are always good.
like,
But I think a lot of times the accessibility does feel like a AAA category, though. Do you know what I mean? Because
yeah,
Yeah,
they're
because they can
companies
afford
who
to
have the
do it.
money. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah,
They're
we
the
have.
ones that can afford to put in the work and get all the
Yeah,
specialists, get the consultants and all of that stuff. Yeah.
I remember like Forza winning. I think Mortal Kombat won it one year. It does just kind of feel like
Yeah.
that's like a spot for like hey, thank you, big companies, for letting people buy your game. It's kind of a weird category
Yeah,
anyway.
exactly.
the one last thing I wanted to say, though, on esports, just to circle back, it was possible for someone like Sonic Fox to win and get nominated in the past.
Mhm.
But now the FGC scenes and esports scenes have become so totally
Yeah.
separate that
Yeah. Yeah.
like no one from the FGC is going to get nominated.
Yeah.
below this category, unfortunately. So
Yeah.
The only other thing
um,
go
that's
ahead.
another reason to get rid of it, I suppose.
Yeah.
The other note I had, just kind of like for the show in general, did it feel like we're getting more star-studded in a lot of ways? Like a lot of,
Yeah.
a lot of the
Yeah.
medias are starting to try to cross over and be like, hey, there's a lot of, money to be made here, and some of these voice actors and
I
you know,
really wish they need to stop inviting Hollywood stars that clearly don't play games and have
yeah,
no interest in games and
yeah. I don't need another
have them
Pong joke.
present these awards. Like
Yeah,
David Harbour was drunk. We can all agree on
yeah.
that, right? Like he was clearly wasted.
I
Like
don't. If they're not
not for good
interested,
reason. That Lily Allen album is fantastic and tore him asunder. Like I'd be drunk too, but still.
I just if they
Yeah,
don't have any, if it feels like a lot of times they're out there to promote something, which always feels
Yeah.
weird.
it's
Like
fine for
you're
like
promoting. Good.
I was gonna say it's fine for like Jeffrey Wright to show up because he was in
Yeah.
an important game
Yeah,
this
he was
year.
in a
But
game. Yeah, that's totally different. Like,
why is David Harbour there? Right?
yeah,
Yeah. Is he in the Warhammer game?
he just likes
I
it. Yeah.
think
Does he?
so.
Does he like
He
it?
I think he's in it. I don't know. I think
I,
he said
I
some
I
there's no
think
way
he's
we
a
could know
huge
possibly.
nerd, but
Yeah.
I don't know. Everyone's a huge nerd these days. Everyone plays video games. Everyone plays
Yeah.
D&D. Why do we care? If
Yeah, like
some
how is
celebrity
Henry
plays
Cav-
D&D, I'm like, okay, I
like
don't care. You don't play it as well as Critical Role, so
yeah,
get
and
out of
like
here.
okay, and like yes, everyone's a nerd, but like Henry Cavill is producing that Warhammer series. Like
Yeah.
that's a thing that's happening. He is a huge nerd. Why hasn't he shown up? Like
Probably too
they could have
busy
had
actually
they
playing
could have had
games.
him.
Yeah, he's too busy
Yes,
building
he
a
is.
PC to
He
show
built his
up.
PC. I remember that video because he put in his graphics card upside down. And he had to take the whole thing apart and put it back.
People talk shit about that, but I've been building PCs forever, and every now and then there's something weird. Like I've put in like my cooler upside down before. I'm like, oh my god. And like every fan, I have to like
Yeah, but
study
you
which way is it blowing. I mean, I get it. Like,
yeah,
but
but you haven't filmed yourself doing it.
yeah, that's true. I just think that there's an opportunity if they're gonna, keep getting, all these big names, I guess. Like, why are we saying that it's better that you're on some Netflix show nobody's watching than Jennifer English being in every game of the year ever, right?
Oh
Like,
my god.
celebrate the people who are already there, kind of doing the big stuff. Like, have them present, not just give their spot to some random person.
I
I
have
would rather
the
have
issue with the
like
performance category too. Like, first of all, you cannot nominate the same game 3 times in one category.
That was
Like
weird. Yeah,
that would not be acceptable in any other category. It should not be acceptable in this one. And to me, like, and Merv has had this similar complaint about the fact that only English speaking performers tend to get nominated. And like the
this year we
fact
had
that
one Japanese performer.
yes, yes. And the fact that she was there to me just seemed like they put it in there to offset the fact that they nominated the same game 3 times. And then she didn't even win, which is
Well, I mean, it's
whatever.
it's an accumulation of votes. Then there's no like coordination, right?
Yeah.
So it's just like whoever the press is voting for, and they
Yeah.
generally
And
are going to be playing their games dubbed in English. So if you chose Silent Hill F, I mean, it's a testament to how powerful her performance was that people were choosing to play the Japanese version
yeah,
of the dialogue for Silent Hill F.
she's
Um,
fantastic.
I did
and
the
She's
same thing
honestly,
for
very
like the
nice.
Faces of
awards,
Shadows. Yeah.
like the performances in Clair Obscur are good. They're not as good as Konatsu Kato in Silent Hill F or Troy Baker in Indiana Jones. Those are like generation defining performances, either of
That
which
Troy
should have
Baker was
taken home the
holy
award.
shit. Yeah, no, I
Um,
agree.
so
Um,
yeah.
Troy
but
Baker's one of the best in the business for a reason.
Yeah,
uh,
he's a douchebag, but he's really good at his
Yeah, he
craft.
is. He's really talented.
Like it sucks that he's so good. You know what I
Yeah.
mean?
Yeah.
Uh,
You
all
kind of
right,
have to respect it, unfortunately.
yeah, you gotta respect. He's so good in Indiana
He's
Jones.
so
Like
good.
he's not just doing it
Like
imitating the
everything he's
character.
in, he's fantastic. Like I don't even like Last of Us, but like he's great.
He's really bad in Arkham Origins.
Oh
But
yeah,
that's everyone's bad
that
in
was
Arkham
yeah,
Origins. No
yeah,
one's
like
doing the voice as well.
yeah.
Um,
No,
Arkham
now I'm
Origins,
sad.
otherwise a very good game,
Yeah.
but voice acting is not great. Um, so let's talk about what got announced, because
Mm,
there were some things that were interesting.
mm,
Um, and like there are a few things that caught my eye. Well, let's start with the one that I think is probably the funniest.
Mhm.
Um, so Toshihiro Nagoshi, who used to be with RGG Studio under Sega, left the studio and formed a new studio under NetEase
Yeah.
called Nagoshi Studio, of course. And everyone was looking forward to what kind of game he'd make. And instead of Like a Dragon, he's making Gang of Dragon,
Yeah,
starring Bigger
Ooh.
Kiryu.
yeah,
Yeah. It's like, hey,
yeah,
what if Kiryu, but he's like really big?
And
And
also,
that's
like, the trailer at the end just has a shot of the Kabukicho sign.
yeah. It's
It's
like
so shameless. Like, you
it's
have to respect how shameless it is.
yeah, and it's like, why did you leave the studio you founded to go to another studio to make the same game? Like,
Here's the
why?
thing, though. Like, uh, I've got a phone call from L'Île d'Anticosti in Quebec, an island where I know no one. So I'm not going to pick up that phone. Um,
Nice.
So what I'll say is that if you look at the screenshots they shared, though, this doesn't look like it's a Yakuza. This looks like it's a Sleeping Dogs,
yeah. I took a more like
Mm,
action adventure kind of from it a
which
little
is
bit, but
yeah, which is cool. Why didn't they like? I don't like Yakuza with the serial numbers filed off is not what I want. Nagoshi does Sleeping Dogs looks really cool.
yeah,
Lead with that.
mm,
I don't know,
yeah,
man.
because there was some open world feel to it, but I actually like when I was watching, I was like, is this like a spin-off? And I was like, nope, I guess it's its own thing. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. You're a bigger fan than I am of that series, but well, not necessarily that series, but I don't know. I'd be interested to at least try it because the Yakuza's I've played, I've really enjoyed.
Yeah, I think
yeah.
it'll be a fun time. Nagoshi knows how to make these kinds of games. I just thought that the marketing was
Yeah, like, they
very
couldn't name it
shameless
any
and
they
very
couldn't call it anything else.
Yeah, they had to
Like
have Dragon in there.
Gang of Dragon.
surely.
Not even like, I don't know, Gang of Monkey or something, you know?
Yeah, or whatever. I
Where
don't
is it
know.
set? Did they say is it like real world? Is it
Set in so you know
Uh, with the
how
Kabukicho sign, it is probably real world because Kabukicho is an actual place. So, whereas Kamurocho is like a made up version of that.
yeah, Kamurocho's like essentially a renamed version of Kabukicho in Tokyo. And what they've said is it'll take place in Kabukicho and a couple of other neighborhoods in Tokyo.
Is it
see that kind of
Kabukicho or Kabuchiko?
It's Kabukicho, not
Kabu.
Chico.
Okay.
I
All
have
right. There's a
I always
misspelling
kind
in
of
here.
feel like that's almost like a trap, like with
Oh
open
yeah,
world
I spelled it
games.
wrong in the agenda. Sorry, guys.
Yeah.
Like I feel like it's almost a trap when you're doing open world for the first time where you're doing like a real world location because all of a sudden it becomes like we've modeled one to one where this 7-Eleven entrance is. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah,
I hate stuff like
Yeah.
that. Like just give it a little bit of room to breathe and then, create a fake area so that way people aren't analyzing that part of it.
Yeah.
But
That's why
who
it's
knows?
cool in Kamurocho and also makes sense why the Don Quixotes are no longer in the game, which is a bummer. I miss it.
yeah. Now they're just generic convenience stores.
Yeah.
I've got a pretty good list of stuff I was looking forward to out of this one though. I don't know if you want to go down the list or I think there's probably going to be a few similarities here.
Yeah, why
I've
don't
got
you
a few.
share, and then
Uh,
and Quinley can
well,
fill in the rest.
Yeah,
game of the show for me was Warhammer 40K. I am
of course.
beyond psyched for this. Um, Total War, uh, Warhammer, not 40K. I don't know what you call it, like Rego 40, regular Warhammer. It was pretty good, and then it had like ups and downs, and they've done two or three things and with it, and um, you know, I think Creative Assembly kind of lost its way a little bit with that hyena shit, but I think they came back hard to Total Warhammer 3, and I think the community was kind of split a little bit because they were charging some stuff from DLCs and there was back and forths and stuff like that. Um, but I don't think anybody in that community would actually say like, yeah, they don't put a lot of effort in these. I think they put a ton of effort into the Warhammer game. So seeing what they were doing, at least a little bit of gameplay we saw, it really feels like they kind of took that Total War shell and then layered Warhammer 40K through it, rather than just trying to like reskin Warhammer. And I think that's going to be really cool to see how that thing progresses. They put a big like blog post about their plans for it and stuff, and they're pretty open. I feel like as far as studios go about what they want to do, and like they talk a lot more about like their design decisions and why they're doing what they're doing than a lot of other studios, and I kind of like that.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Um, and like the Total Warhammer, like the previous Total Warhammer games have been like well received, so they're
Hmm.
building off a base at least that people appreciate, and they don't really have to reinvent the wheel so much as I don't want to say reskin like
Yeah.
regular to 40K, but um, they don't have to like revolutionize what they're doing,
Right,
and
and
I
there's a
think
lot
people
of
will be
stuff
pretty
they did
excited.
in the series at large that I really like. So Total Warhammer 1 came out, it was I don't know, 20 factions, right? Total Warhammer 2 came out, it was 20 factions, but you could play the ones from Total Warhammer 1 into Total Warhammer 2. Then when 3 came out, guess what? You can play all of the factions Total Warhammer 1 through 3 in 3 in the big, I think it's called like Immortal Realms map. So the idea being like they didn't really keep trying to resell you more and more and more with it, and instead like they kind of tweaked things and gave you new lords and new heroes to run with. That in some ways changed the game. In some ways it's just like fan service, but um, they've really stayed on top of it as far as keeping the game fresh. I think.
Yeah. So another announcement that caught my eye: we're not getting one new Tomb Raider game. We're getting two new Tomb Raider games. One of which is a
Oh.
remake of the first game. Um, that's called God, I wrote it down somewhere. Tomb Raider: Legend of something or other. Well, who's gonna call it? Let me scroll down. Tomb Raider: Legacy of Atlantis. That's what it's called. And that's out next year. And Tomb Raider Catalyst will be out 2027. And that's sort of building off essentially the reboot trilogy, except for they yassified Lara's face. That's pretty much.
Yeah, that was a little interesting. I don't know.
Mm,
I feel like you can't do anything with Lara Croft that doesn't piss some side of
yeah.
the fan base off. So I was like, yeah, whatever.
Whatever.
I'm
Just
just
like
gonna
at this
accept
point,
it.
like do what you
Fine.
like. You're going to piss someone off. There are going
Yeah,
to be
exactly.
15 think pieces about it. Just
Yeah.
whatever. Just roll with it. Um,
Also,
I
like,
don't know. It looks fun.
yassifying Laura's face, like, we all know what she originally looked like. It's like, come on.
Yeah, it's not
Yeah,
that old of a
Why
I
are
did
you
like
series.
the
mad about
style.
this?
Yeah. So anyway, it looks they both look fun. They both look like they're taking a slightly different approach. It looks like they're adding some more platforming back into Catalyst compared to the reboot trilogy, which is a little bit more action adventure than it was like a game with lots of platforming and puzzles. I think a big budget um a big budget action adventure game in that vein hasn't been really made in a while. We're not getting new Uncharted's, and Naughty Dog has kind of moved away from its more gamey kind of games. So I'm excited for this.
Yeah, and I think this is gonna sound weird, but I do think that the Tomb Raider reboot actually already feels kind of weirdly dated,
Yeah,
for
Yeah.
for how for it being a reboot. I would actually like to see them go back maybe towards more some of the original style than the Tomb Raider reboot, which just did feel like a slightly different Uncharted. I think there's a lot more stuff to mine. And what was it like Guardians of Light? What was that one that came out that everybody loved? Was it Guardians of Light or something like that?
yeah, that was the one that was more isometric, right?
Yeah, yeah, but, like, it was still kind of the same world, and I think people love that one a lot more than they love the reboot series, and I'm wondering if they were like, "Okay, maybe we're onto something with the way this game used to play, more puzzly and stuff like that, rather than collecting
Yeah.
arrows and leveling up my pickaxe or whatever."
It reminded me a bit of the Sands of Time trilogy.
Yeah.
It seems like
Uh,
they're splicing some of that DNA in, and that's really exciting. Because Sands of Time and Two Thrones are two games I really love. We don't talk about Warrior Within in this household, um, but yeah, Sands of Time, and if they're putting that kind of vibe in there, I'm really excited. Um,
another one I had
yeah,
was I don't know what we're gonna call this, Fator? I don't know.
Kotor,
Thor? Yeah, Fator?
Photor.
Okay, yeah, there
KOTOR?
you go. Uh, Fate of the Old Republic. It looks like it's kind of not KOTOR, but kind of KOTOR. It's
Yeah,
kind of in a
I
weird
think they said action
spot.
RPG, not
Yeah,
turn-based.
yeah. I don't know. I mean, I would love to say that. What's his name? God, I'm blanking on it.
Casey Hudson?
Yes, Casey. I would love to say he doesn't make it, stinkers, but guess what? Between KOTOR
Mm,
and now, he's had a few.
You had
So
Anthem.
yeah, yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, that was one of the worst games I've ever played. Um, so I don't know. I mean, I'm sure he's kind of figured it out. It seems like he loves that world a little bit more maybe than some of the other stuff. And I would say positive for this one, even though I hate Star Wars. I feel like it's kind of just creeping into everywhere right now.
Yeah.
I'm just kind of sick of the way Star Wars does storytelling kind of. And it feels like it's kind of become the default for a lot of those action adventure games anyway. So I hope KOTOR can kind of keep it together as a role playing game a little bit more. Because the thing that made me like KOTOR as a series is I finally get to play as the bad guy in Star Wars because I hate all the good guys. So I don't know. I mean, I don't know if they're going to keep that. I feel like Disney's gotten a little weird with that license, so I don't know what their plans. I don't know. I don't think they're gonna let you. Are they gonna let you play like a Darth Revan again? I mean, you're a bad guy going around, stomping out life. Are they gonna be okay with that? I don't know. But
I th
um,
I think the only limitation is that it has to fit with the new canon. You
right,
can't write stuff in the Legends canon anymore. Um, so yeah,
which
I don't
KOTOR
know.
is its own kind of thing, right? But I don't know what that looks like because the Jedi Survivor games I think are very boring. I think that first one kind of hit and people loved it because it was Star Wars, and then I didn't hear much about the other one or two. Outlaws was a big flop. You know,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Fallen
um,
Order was what people liked. Survivor had
That's it, yeah.
the reception of Survivor was really colored by the fact that the PC version was a complete shambles.
Mhm.
Um, and
But
yeah,
the novelty of playing in the Star Wars world, I feel like is kinda wearing off. I think you gotta actually make good games now, so,
Yeah,
I
like
think
you can't just slap the Star Wars coat of paint on it and
yeah,
expect
which is
expect it to
what
sell.
Destiny 2 is trying to do right now, and it's fucking awful,
Destiny. Oh,
but,
sweaty.
I don't know. I
it,
feel like there's a little bit more pressure on this to deliver than maybe they were thinking there would be when they kind of decided to do this. But I don't know. I'll give it a shot. I like KOTOR is easily my favorite Star Wars thing ever. So if they can kind of keep that tone and that feel to it, I'll definitely play it.
well, I'll say this for Fate of the Old Republic. It'll look really good next to Star Wars Eclipse whenever that comes
Yeah,
out.
the pod racing game looked pretty cool.
Yeah, the
Oh
pod racing
yeah,
game looked great. I was really excited. Old Sebulba. Oh no, he's old.
Um,
I I think
three
pod
more.
racing is cool,
It's
and I
pod
don't care
racing.
why people. I don't care about people who are like, oh, everything about episode one sucks. No, episode one has one good thing in it, and that's pod racing.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it
pod
really is.
racing
It
objectively
carries the
rules.
movie. Yeah, and people try to like get all like meme about it and stuff like that and Sebulba and blah blah. I don't care, man. I think it's
Yeah,
cool. I think
no,
it's
this is
rad.
pod
Yeah.
racing.
Yeah,
It's a sincere meme. I love
yeah.
pod
Yeah.
racing.
This is pod racing. Exactly.
Yeah.
You love it.
Three more from my list. Ace Combat. That's probably an only me thing, but I love Ace
No,
Combat. Let it.
you and my partner Sal. He is
There you go.
overjoyed. That was always like big day for people who are married to me.
It's
He's
such a
they're very
stupid
excited.
world. Like the plot
It's
is so dumb. I hope they keep it. I hope they don't hire like somebody to actually write a real story to it because I want it to be as
they're
dumb as
not.
possible. Yeah,
It takes place in what is it? Like their Eurasia
yeah,
continent
Eurasia.
and
Not
yeah,
quite
Eurasia.
Eurasia, but yeah.
Yeah.
Um,
Like no, I think
it's
isn't it literally called that? Like that's
I
just the
think
name of
so.
the
Yeah.
yeah.
Eulasia.
I think it's Eurasia. Is it
Isn't
Eurasia or
that just like
Eurasia?
Eurasia, but with the like the LR mix up in Japanese?
Maybe.
Yes,
It wouldn't
yes.
surprise me.
Yeah.
Um, but it's
That's
a very
incredible.
dumb plot that's so fun to play. The last one had you serving prison time for letting the president get killed while you were a fighter jet and accidentally blowing up his plane. So they made you a part of like a
Yeah.
prisoner
Is
prisoner pilot,
is is that the one that has the trailer that opens with like how penal is this penal colony?
probably. So they have you like you're in prison, but they give you a fighter jet. and they're like, "You
Yes.
better do what we tell you, or we're gonna blow you up." And it's like you've already given me a fighter jet, like I'll
Yeah,
take
and the
my
guy in
chances.
charge. The funniest thing is like the guy that'll be barking because Sal. I watched Sal play it earlier this year because it was on sale for like $8, and the guy that'll be barking orders at you over the radio. There's one mission where he can go like you have to protect him and he can die, and if he does die, like you get the voiceover that it's like mission failed, but nothing was lost.
It is. It's a
It's
very
so
silly,
funny.
silly world. I love it though. I can't wait for that.
The dog
Um,
JPEG. I love the dog JPEG.
they also one of the funny things about it is like they always do weird tie-ins with like anime properties or just like random stuff, and like the game world is kind of ridiculous because like 2 or 3 years in the game, everybody's like flying around like Ho-Yo universe VTubers on their planes and stuff like that. It's pretty silly. The other two I had one which was Warlock. I don't get a feel for this one totally. Look kind of like a action RPG maybe. Um, D&D was kind of all plastered all over it. It looked cool though. I thought that one looked really cool. And then Divinity. Like I'm probably
Yes.
I'm probably weird in that I'm way more excited for Divinity than I was Baldur's Gate 3.
Oh, absolutely, same.
And I think it's a more interesting world kind of, and I think they can do a little bit more with it because it's their own thing. The only thing that's been hard for me with the Divinity series is like finding it, like them finding the balance between silly shit and like serious shit. And it seems like this time they're like, okay, there's no more silly shit. That trailer did not have a lot of
Oh,
laughs
man.
in it.
I
So-
I did like the part where the little girl is, like, tugging on her mom's dress, like, "Mom, I can't see the ritual sacrifice."
and she's like clapping, like as she's like
Yeah,
licking the guy,
and
and
clapping her hands like, "Yay!"
it's pretty dark.
And the
But yeah,
orgy
I
happening in front of it.
But
that's always
that trailer was a bit much.
I
yeah.
loved that. Whatever,
But see, for
whatever.
me,
Go
it
sit
was
down somewhere. That trailer was great.
it was more of a message of like, okay, this is going to be the tone of this, right? And that's what got me a lot more interested because Divinity Original Sin and Original Sin 2, they have a lot of like quippiness to it, a lot of like Marvel dialogue, which was kind of the trend at the time. There's a
At
lot
the
of like little
time, yeah.
back and forths, and you play rock paper scissors over your decisions and stuff like that, which it's not a bad idea to kind of do all that, but in the game itself, it kind of feels like they're kind of getting tugged two ways. They're trying to tell this serious story about this magic that's threatening to take over the world, but they're also like, "Hey, you and your sister, brother, other fellow sorcerer are bickering all the time, and haha, isn't that funny?" Which it kind of is at first, but then after a while, like, okay, oh my god, just someone make a decision so we can get moving. Um, but yeah, overall, I would say that I'm excited for where Divinity goes, and I think for me at least, I know that I thought the trailer was a little bit too much too, but I the message I took away from that is like, okay, we're done. I mean, I'm sure there'll be some humor, but it's not going to be silly like the last one.
It'll be
Um,
pitch black humor
that
instead.
that's kind of what I was getting.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah,
fine with
Man, that was
that.
dark.
yeah.
Yeah,
It looks great.
And what was the
that
third thing? That was
Yeah,
all three things you were
yeah,
excited for,
yeah.
right?
yeah.
Warlock, I kind of just really briefly. Did you get anything from that trailer? Any kind of like what it's about, or
Not
It
really.
looked pretty generic to me, so it didn't
yeah,
really register much.
yeah.
Yeah,
I like the graphics. That was one thing, and I don't know. D&D is always kind of like hit or miss when it comes to games.
yeah.
So
Oh, that was the one that stars Trisha Helfer.
yeah,
Okay, yeah. Just putting Canadian content everywhere now.
Hell yeah.
the character
Um,
design isn't very Trisha Helfer though, but I'm yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't have to look
yeah.
like her; it just has to sound like her,
Yeah,
right?
I actually like that sometimes. Like
Yeah,
sometimes they try to get like too photorealistic with the VA, and I'm like, okay,
yeah.
just
Just like
Chill out.
design the character. I'm not
yeah,
like they're a voice actor. Like, you know, respect that the voice will convey the message.
yeah.
Um,
Um,
I had a few.
yeah, go
Yeah.
ahead.
Control Resonant looks great. Very excited. Very excited. I like that
Yeah,
Sis went rogue fishing. I love that for her. I do like the idea that that you're playing as Dylan, and he seems to be largely melee oriented
yeah.
in a break from Control and Alan Wake 2, which was largely like
Shooting.
first-person shooter, and it was like the shooting in those games is fine, but I had in Control, I had way more fun using the telekinesis and stuff. Like just picking stuff up and throwing it was just really satisfying. So I think the melee direction I think might be a little better for them. I'm looking forward to exploring a fucked up New York and all of the fractal pigeons. That looks very great. Very excited for
yeah.
that. I am wondering it, and I don't know if maybe this was just me. From the gameplay, I got a kind of Souls like in just in the style of the combat from it. I don't
really
know
hope not.
how. Yeah, I kind of hope not, just because I
want it
don't
to be
know how.
fast-paced.
Yeah, like, and maybe it was just like the particular gameplay that they showed, but I got a little hint of that from it. I hope it's not that, because combat is really not for me generally it's not the strongest part of those games. So I hope they don't really do that. But
Yeah,
we'll
the shooting
see.
in that game drove me crazy.
Yeah,
I could barely finish it because it drove me
I
so fucking crazy.
I just didn't use it for the most
Yeah.
part. I just threw stuff. It was so
like
much
it, but
easier. I
I'm
just threw
weird.
stuff. Use the
So
powers. Divinity. That trailer is incredible. I love that trailer. I love that they went as far with it as they did. I'm super excited for Divinity, and I am overjoyed for all the people who are unfamiliar with Divinity, who are about to learn about the cannibal elves and being able to fuck a skeleton. Very excited for them. Love that for them. I let's see. I had the pod racing game. As somebody who just started playing Warframe this year, I Soulframe looked cool. That looks very
yeah,
interesting. I'm interested in that.
that's been like
Yeah,
known about for a while, and like I
yeah.
think it's been even
I
on betas.
I didn't really follow it because I again just started playing Warframe like a month ago, so I hadn't been following it until just recently. So that was exciting to see. I also like the Werner Herzog trailer.
Yeah,
I like
that was
that.
pretty good.
I like Excalibur, Wolt, and Meg. Very excited. If he, I guess he's gonna be a character in the game called the Man in the Wall, and I'm like, well, shit. I guess I got to get to that part of the game now. Damn it. So, but yeah, me and South have just been randomly, apropos of nothing, just saying Excalibur, Wolt, and Meg, just randomly throughout the day. The Free Shepherd look post-apocalyptic sheep herding. Sure, fine, whatever. Why not? It looks cute. He looks like dog looks good. Good dog. I'm not looking forward to this, but I do want to talk about Highguard for a second, and how the bewildering decision to make that the big game reveal.
Yeah. So I guess a bunch of ex-Respawn folks have a studio that's awash in VC money, and they have the budget to pay for the final slot at the Game Awards. That is the only explanation I can think of
Okay,
for
because
Yeah,
that.
I mean,
like for
my
a second it looked cool, like they get on the horse and then they just pull out a gun. I'm like, okay,
God on horse? No,
okay,
I'm on board with the concept of God on horse.
yeah,
If you
like
give me God on horse in a
horse
really
person
cool,
shooter.
yeah, a really cool single player campaign with a lot
Yeah.
of like interesting set pieces and a lot of like deep systems and interesting mechanics and cool level design, I'm on board.
Mm. Yeah, and they
When
start
this
introducing the
looks,
characters, and I'm like,
yeah,
oh, is that a party member? Oh, there's another one. Oh, this is a hero shooter. Oh
yeah,
no.
this
Oh
is
no. Oh
Godfall meets
no.
Lawbreakers.
It's called High Guard, which is literally somebody did. I saw a comment on Reddit that was just high equals over and then guard equals watch, and I'm like, oh my god, oh my
That's
god,
incredible.
oh no.
it looked a lot like Legends that, or is it Immortals of Avium to me, buddy.
Morals of Avium, yeah.
That's what
I
I
never
took
did it.
from it. I was like, yeah,
I
that
don't know
game
what that
Except
is.
walks so
for its
stupid
actual
wrong.
guns instead of
Yeah,
different
yeah,
colors of
but
magic.
I think it's actually cooler to not shoot a gun of magic to actually have it come from your hands. But like I said in the comments, I think they probably did this because it's so close to coming out. Is it coming out or is it beta in
No, it's coming.
January?
It's coming
Coming
out.
out in
Yeah,
Played
January.
free to play on January
yeah,
26,
boy.
2026. Yeah.
Um,
It's
these,
gonna get like 5 players.
yeah,
Everyone's
exactly.
Ah,
branding it like it's Concord 2.0, which I
Yeah.
don't know if
Yeah.
it's going to be that bad because it is free to play. You'll get
It
more
would be
players coming
so
in that way.
funny if it was worse.
Like
You know,
it
That would be
almost
so
can't be
funny.
because free to play.
it
Yeah,
just seems
true.
like
Like
hero
if it were
shooters.
worse,
Yeah.
yeah.
It just seems like hero shooters and all these other games are like fighting for like the same, I don't know, like 10% of the market share. And
Yeah, like Soulframe I get because it's basically a prequel to Warframe, and Warframe one, it's really, really fun to play. Like I'm genuinely surprised at how much fun it is to play and for a free to play game. And two, it is one of the free to play games I've played where it does not waste the player's time. It's not super, super grindy. There's all of the like stuff you pay for, it is literally just cosmetics and nothing else. Like, you don't necessarily pay for powers, like, everything you can get through gameplay, and the gameplay actually feels fun and rewarding, and it doesn't feel super grindy or take a long time, so it doesn't feel like you're being had or that your time is being wasted. So like Soulframe coming out, like also Warframe has been out since 2012. It makes sense that it would get a sequel, prequel, spin-off, whatever now. But like all of these, like it's a known IP, a known quantity. It has fans established that are gonna jump to that as soon as it comes out. But releasing a new live service in this vein, like that's not already tied to an existing IP that people are invested in, it just seems like a wasted effort. Like why?
well, you
Why are you still doing this?
like Marvel Rivals felt like it was going to be huge for a little bit, and then it was just like actually no, everybody's just super horny, and like kind of it's not as big as it used to be.
Whales, horny
there was
whales.
there was
Gotta get the goon money.
the finals that was kind of like a big thing for a while. You know what I mean? Like there's always some kind of rotation of these games, but I feel like you're competing for that. Like when I was a kid, like well not a kid, but it was like, hey, are you a Battlefield or a COD player, right? And you just played Battlefield or COD the years they came out. And then
Yeah.
now it's like, okay, well, I'm gonna play Overwatch till all my friends stop playing Overwatch. So I'm gonna go play Rainbow Six Siege till all my friends stop
Mhm.
playing Rainbow Six Siege. And you're not really settling down to a game. So a lot of these studios feel like they're rolling the dice that they're gonna be that game.
Yeah.
When like studies or history really kind of show you're probably not going to be, because Concord sure as shit wasn't. But
Yeah,
um,
as evidenced by the best ongoing game, where three of the five nominees all came out in the previous decade.
mhm.
Like people are still playing those. Like anybody who is playing a live service game or wants to play a live service game, they're already playing
Yeah,
one.
they've
They
got
have
their own.
one
It's
already.
like
They're
when
not gonna play another one unless all of their friends jump to that one, like they did with Helldivers 2. Like you're not gonna get people to play
it's
it, and especially if it's free, because like they'll try it because it's free, but they also won't think twice about dropping it when all their friends stop playing it because they didn't really sink any money into it. So what do they care?
yeah, and every WoW killer MMO I think could probably tell you this lesson. Like you might be a flash in the pan one week, but keeping an audience engaged in a live service is fucking hard. And it's so easy, like you're saying, to just bounce off of it and okay, well, whatever. I
Yeah,
done what I want to do this game. My friends are bored with it. We're all moving back to whatever we came from or whatever we want to play next.
yeah.
It's really hard to kind of keep a captive audience, I think.
Yeah, like my brothers, I have two younger brothers, and they both started playing MapleStory and RuneScape when they were in middle school. They are both now 30 and they still play those games. They play them
Yeah,
on their phone, they play them on PC, they play them on their Steam Deck, their Steam Deck knockoff thing that my brother has, I forget what it's called, their laptops. Like
Like Lenovo Legion
that's
Go.
yeah, like I think that's the one it is. I'm not sure. But like that's the kind of longevity that you're competing with
yeah,
when
and
you
I don't think
release a new one.
High doesn't feel like it has that juice. So I mean,
Yeah.
we'll see what happens.
Yeah.
But
And they play RuneScape Classic too, by the way. So like
Oh
the
my
graphics
god.
don't even have to the graphics don't even have to be good. They can be shit. Like that's what you're competing with.
But
Yeah.
I didn't that was pretty much what I walked away. I didn't see too many, like, oh my god announcements or anything. There wasn't anything in there I thought was
Yeah,
huge.
like
Just kind
it
of
looked
a good
yeah,
show.
Control, I already knew that one was coming out because I played the DLC, and Divinity, I already knew was kind of coming down the
Mhm.
pipe.
That kind
But
of looked.
yeah, that too. But I feel like I also kind of refuse to believe that Larian didn't have enough money to make to buy that end game slot. Like, I don't know.
I
That's
think they
personally how
didn't
I
want
feel. But
to. It wasn't
yeah,
worth
that
it,
they
right?
because they spent all their money putting that statue out in the Nevada desert for that ARG instead.
Yeah, I don't know why. I don't
Yeah,
think
I
it.
mean, it was cool. I'm like, cool. I like that they did a weird thing instead of doing like kind of what would have been the obvious smart thing, but at the same time, like Baldur's Gate was such a huge juggernaut that anything Larian put out was going to have eyes on it regardless. So
I think that's
so
the
I kind of
thing.
respect that they did something weird with their money instead.
Yeah, I think that's kind of the thing of it too, is like they're so big. They're kind of like that beloved Valve level studio right now that where they can do no wrong. Like maybe like how CD Projekt Red was before like
Before,
2077. They
yeah,
probably were just like, who cares? We don't have to have that last spot to have the hype. We can, save a little bit of money and do some weird shit instead. But yeah, I mean, I think it's going to get more hype. Maybe not more, but probably just as much as if they spent a ton of money because that trailer was so far out there that
that's
they
I'm
definitely
honest.
can still.
I love it, but I'm honestly amazed I'm kind of amazed they got away with showing it. Like I know it's on YouTube. It's not like they're subject to the same like kind of restrictions that they would be if it aired on TV.
Mhm.
Like back when the Game Awards was aired on Spike TV or something, like they probably would
Yeah,
not have been
that
able to show that
that would
trailer.
never have flown. Well,
But
Yeah,
that's
that
but
being
cable.
even
They can get away
still,
without a cable, though, right?
if you're so confident
yeah,
that like that was a great trailer, if you're, hey, we got a great trailer, we don't need to spend, we could save $2 million and not have that
yeah,
last slot. And you
yeah,
know, is that going to sell one more game from Larian? Probably not. But Highguard is the kind of the studio that or game that needs that last spot because
yeah.
that's the hype generator.
Yeah, and
Even though
that may end up backfiring because
yeah,
everyone is just kind of like, "What the fuck is this? This
yeah,
is it?
that's the
This is
thing.
the big
Yeah,
game?" Like, okay,
The reaction did breed contempt.
yeah.
yes,
Uh,
yes,
I
absolutely,
think people
yeah.
were like, okay, it's got horses. That's the whole thing about this. And
Hero shooter
remember,
with
like,
horses.
yeah, that's what it felt like.
Not a
Like we
bad
already had it.
idea.
We already
It's
had a
just
mobile game with horses. It was Uma Musume, and it was great.
Now, if they have you ride anime girls instead of horses, I think that could really
Anime
take
horse
off.
girls, like you're just on piggyback with a gun and they're just running.
well, an Italian studio made a game about that this year, and it didn't go over so well.
Oh
Uh,
yeah,
Uh, two
that's
more announcements that I
right.
just wanted to mention before we move on. Coven of the Chickenfoot, which is that new cell shaded game from Bruce Straley's studio. Uh, Granny game is what
oh
the
yeah, I like
children are
Granny
calling it.
Game. Yeah, I like that
Yeah,
game.
let's
Yay!
do that. Let's
Granny
have more games where you
game.
play as a granny and have a weird beast companion. I
And you
am
had the
super.
pot on your head the whole game. Yeah, I thought that was
Yeah,
I
cute.
guess, yeah.
Yeah.
So
wonderful.
it was different enough, and it looks very different from Bruce Straley's background that I'm excited for whatever this turns out to be. Um,
Yeah, it looks cute.
and the last one that I wanted to draw attention to because it looks so good, Orbitals. Um,
Yes.
that so this is, I guess, a split fiction like
Mhm.
that's going to be a Switch 2 exclusive at launch. That has this really striking 80s anime art style with like the limited frame animation. It looks incredible.
It
I don't
looks
know if
so
it plays
good.
incredible, but I'm really psyched for it. So
It looks
It-
so great. Like they nailed the aesthetic. It looks so fun. I'm really excited for that one too.
yeah. All right. With that, we are going to take a short break and be back soon. Right now, we're going to throw it over to our community members who are going to give us their top three games of 2025, and then we'll return to talk about our favorite games of 2025. Don't go anywhere. I don't know why I said don't go anywhere. It's not
I
like
was about
this
to
is a
Go
say,
podcast.
somewhere.
let's go
This
somewhere.
is like in
Feel
your
free.
headphones, right?
Yeah, don't
You're
yeah,
like probably doing
don't go to the other
laundry.
yeah, don't go to the other room to do dishes and leave your Bluetooth speaker. Don't just sit tight. We'll be back in a couple minutes.
Or put Bluetooth earphones in and listen to us while you're washing the dishes.
Yeah,
Oh, there you go.
We
there you go.
That's what I do. I listen to podcasts while I wash the dishes.
Yeah.
I could be your dish podcast. Let's do it.
Yeah. Laundry
Um,
podcast, exercise bike podcast. We can do it all.
yeah, sitting in an Uber while you're on your way to your hookups place.
While
Yeah,
ignoring the Uber driver? Yeah, we can do that
yeah.
for you.
Like you're about to regret this night. At least get something out of it by listening to us before you
We
make a
live
mistake.
we live to serve.
All right, we'll be back shortly.
Hello, fellow avocadoans. Little Mac here. Hope your holiday season is going well. All of your respective holiday seasons. Coming at you with my top 3 games of 2025. This is a big year for me because I played so many games that actually came out this year that I had to make choices about what to include in this list. So that's exciting. My number 3 for 2025, drum roll, was Donkey Kong Bonanza. This was a really fun game. I think just somewhat mindless fun is always available in Donkey Kong Bonanza. And then thanks to very clever design and that kind of spirit of constant introduction of new gimmicks that I think defines some of the best Nintendo platforming experiences, there's mindful fun to be had along the way. I love how smashing as a core mechanic makes so much sense for Donkey Kong as a character. You know, he can punch through everything. The gimmick in this game is almost the entire environment is destructible. And then I liked how the mechanical logic of that leads to a silly narrative where why would you make a Donkey Kong game about journeying to the center of the earth? But they made it work. There's tons of cool environments. There's a fun little character story along the way. And you can pick it up and just smash a bunch, find a banana, hear the greatest jingle of the year. Oh, banana. And on. Honorable mention here to Mario Kart World, the other really good first wave major Nintendo first party release. I like it a lot more than other people. I enjoy the new gimmick of the circuit racing, but kind of the wacky races theme going from one track to the other and stuff like that. But Donkey Kong Bonanza was something like new and fresh. So it got the edge for me. Number 2, drum roll please. Hollow Knight Silk Song. Holy smokes. This game is terrific if you like Hollow Knight. It is very much just more Hollow Knight. And it's Hollow Knight that, because of an enormous amount of revenue from the first game, they were able to take their time with. It was famously in development for a long time, but according to them, except for some rough personal circumstances, it was never in development hell. They were just putting it along. And you can imagine that leading to a game that's like overstuffed. It doesn't feel like that. It's stuffed, but it really feels like everything adds. There's very little that takes away. And there's just so many great environments, great story. The biggest change, I think, from Hollow Knight to Hollow Knight Silksong is that Hollow Knight narratively is totally committed to the Dark Souls gimmick where you play, the main character is literally called Hollow Knight. You play as a blank slate whose personality is entirely invoked by choices that you make within the gameplay structure, and who otherwise is just there looking at things, and you're putting together a narrative from bits and scraps of oblique dialogue and has that elegiac tone and stuff. They kept the tone for Silksong, but Silksong has Hornet, a very specific main character who speaks, and so she exchanges dialogue with people. And so there's much more of a narrative to this, and it was a very interesting shift because it didn't really change the whole gameplay experience that much. It's still, exploration action. But I felt more engaged. I care more about Hornet than I do about Hollow Knight. Sorry, Hollow Knight. I really like the diagonal downward thrusting mechanic that Hornet uses. I understand not everybody did. But the nice thing is that when they were stuffing their game full of content, they added you unlock multiple movesets that you can use for Hornet. There's so much in this game. It's great. I just absolutely loved it. And honorable mention here to Hades 2, the other long-awaited, long-in-development sequel to one of the most beloved indie games of the last 10 years that came out this year finally and proved to pretty much be the first game but more, and is also pretty great. I just thought that it didn't quite hit the heights of Silksong in respect to its predecessor. I'm not sure. I think Hades 2 is a better game than Hades. It's not a bad game. It's a great game. It's an excellent game. But Silksong to me is a game that is much better than Hollow Knight. So Silksong gets the edge in a very similar category of releases this year. And then game of 2025 for me. Drum roll. If you can't, I don't know if it's recording my drum roll or not, but if it didn't, I just said one. Let's try this again. I can actually see if there's sound. Blueprints. Yes. I bet a lot of lists this year will have Blueprints at the top, and mine certainly does. This is just a really cool game. It is a mix of map building, roguelite, procedurally generated game using, kind of mechanics that you'd recognize from Slay the Spire or anything like that, while using the core gameplay mechanic of Betrayal at House on the Hill, the board game, oddly enough. Draw rooms, add them to the map. But then within it, it's a puzzle box. You have to actually walk through these rooms as you lay out their tiles in a grid, and you have to find clues, and you have to solve mysteries, and there's a buried narrative. I didn't even really care that much about the narrative, but the game has a ton of personality. It's beautifully designed. The puzzles are well laid out and well teased to you such that you can figure them out through multiple pathways. A lot of times I solved a puzzle and then spent the next couple hours of the game realizing retroactively clues that I just wrote down in my notes were clues to this puzzle, figuring out other ways I could have solved it. Very cool. And kind of a sentimental thing. I don't think I've ever felt this about a video game before, but when I play this game, I feel like my grandmother would have loved it. So that gave it the edge for me to be number one. Honorable mention here goes to nothing, because there's just really nothing quite exactly like Blueprints. Totally worth checking out. All right, hey, that's it. 2025. Crazy year. Looking forward to chatting with you all about video games once or twice a week in 2026. Bye-bye.
Hello, people of the avocado. It is Shambolic Rube Frossty here, recording my first ever GamesCast wrap-up message. I'm terrible at playing games on time, so I did not actually play very many 2025 games in 2025. In fact, I didn't play any 2025 games in 2025. The only two things that I played in 2025 that actually released in 2025 weren't even full games. They were DLCs for games that didn't release in 2025. So, that's what being a dad and being in your 40s is, I guess. But I wanted to do this because I thought both of those games merit talking about, and even though the second one I didn't actually fully play yet because I'm waiting for the next DLC to come out whenever that comes out, I'm still going to do it. So the first one is that I played Lies of P in its entirety, and I also played Overture. Overture released in 2025, and if you don't know what Lies of P is for some reason, it's the Souls-like with the dark Pinocchio story. I had a really, really fantastic time with this game, and I think it sort of lives in a bit of a estuary between sort of the FromSoft Souls-like model and more of just the action-adventure RPG model, something a little bit more like a Ghost of Tsushima style game, or, moving toward The Witcher, maybe not quite that far, but it's not nearly, I don't think, as restrictive and obtuse as a FromSoft game is, and it has a lot of systems that let you change how combat works and how your character responds to combat that I think are really excellent. It also has a difficulty slider if you're into that sort of thing. It does have a serious focus on guarding, which is similar to Sekiro's parry mechanic. but you can play the whole game without ever using that. And in fact, in my new game playthrough, I relied almost entirely on dodging. I didn't really pick up parrying much until New Game Plus. Anyway, I had a lot of fun with the game. If I hadn't played Hollow Knight this year, then Lies of P definitely would have been my top game of the year. But Overture is pretty much an ideal DLC for the game. It expands on all of the best parts, even though it's a prequel. It's the rare prequel that doesn't over-explain things that you didn't want over-explained, and instead shows you a view into the world that you didn't see before the game started, that just makes everything better. It has great bosses, it has great atmosphere. The end is beautiful and tragic and upsetting in all the best ways. There's cool new mechanics and new weapons, and I just had a really, really good time, and I'm super excited for what that studio comes up with next. And I would highly recommend playing it, even if you tend to be averse to Souls-likes or games where, Souls-likes. Even if you're averse to Souls-like, I think there's a lot going on in Lies of P that doesn't play like a traditional Souls-like that you can still find enjoyment. The second game that I played in 2025 that actually released in 2025 is the second DLC for Rogue Trader, which was Lex Imperialis. This is going to be a pretty brief discussion because I didn't get very far in the game. Rogue Trader is supposed to have 2 more DLCs coming out, I think, next year, and I don't know that I can justify playing a 150-hour CRPG 4 times, having already played it once, so I'm probably just going to wait until all 4 of them are out and play it once more through, see how I do. But anyway, I'm mentioning it because I did play about 5 or 10 hours of Lex Imperialis, and I'm excited to return to it when I get there. I think Rogue Trader is overall a much better CRPG experience than Baldur's Gate 3 was. They don't scratch exactly the same itch, but they released the same year, and Rogue Trader sort of got lost in all the love for BG3. But I think it's absolutely worth checking out, even if you don't have a lot of familiarity with the 40K setting. And the DLCs are a tremendous amount of work and absolutely worth the money. They add in new character progression systems, a good chunk of new story content. They're integrated with the rest of the game. It's not just sort of a tack on at the end. So if you haven't checked out Rogue Trader, then you should. And if you haven't checked out the DLCs, there are currently 2 of them out right now, and I think they're worth playing. So I hope everyone had a wonderful year of gaming in 2025. I have a lot of stuff that I'm looking forward to playing next year. We'll see if any of those things are things that actually release in 2026. But if not, keep on gaming. Hope you all have a wonderful holiday season and a happy new year.
Hello, Avocado Gamescast. This is Jarathen, and before I get started on my list, I'd like to thank the cast for another year of entertaining conversations about gaming. It's always a delight to see a new episode pop up in my feed, and I'm looking forward to hearing what everyone else enjoyed this year. As for me, I'll kick off third place with Donkey Kong Bonanza. As someone who liked but didn't love Super Mario Odyssey, I wasn't immediately sold on the team's next game, but I'm glad I gave it a shot. It's perhaps a little bit too long, with an entire level that could have been easily removed from the game without any negative impact, but it's every bit the flagship character action game you expect a Nintendo system to have, with the added bonus that you can smash just about anything, which never gets old. And I love the Bonanza tracks no matter how many times I heard them. In second place is a game that is still technically in early access, though it is very, very close to a 1.0 build, and that game is Nine Kings. Each run of this game has the player selecting one of the titular 9 kings and then using cards to place buildings, units, or bonuses on a 3x3 grid. Anytime the player has played their hand down to 2 cards, an almost entirely automatic battle of tiny little guys plays out. This draw, play, fight mechanic repeats a few dozen times, either until the player loses 3 battles or until they win or lose the final battle. It is hard to balance a good roguelite, as it should be conceptually tight with gameplay systems that interlock in complementary and engaging ways without getting bogged down by those same systems, but Nine Kings does just that. It also encourages those busted builds that all great roguelites do, where the engine you've created just hums with efficiency and power, scaling well past anything the game could throw at you. As good as those games have been, one was even better, and that game is Absalom. I do not normally count myself as a beat-em-up fan, with only a few exceptions over the years, but this one looked too good to pass up. Literally. The art style has a high-quality Saturday morning cartoon look that combines well-worn fantasy tropes with a few unique elements, like a race of magical frogs, that make the fictional land of Talam feel both familiar and new. Gareth Coker's soundtrack really is an absolute stunner, using unique soundscapes that define each region, with a few choice guest compositions throughout to shake things up for some of the more intense boss encounters. The best thing about Absalom is something I appreciate more and more in games, and that is how it doesn't overstay its welcome. You can beat the game in 20 hours and see basically everything it has to offer in about 30. Whether you play it solo, which encourages a more technical style, or co-op, which has a more coin-op arcade feel with all of the action going on screen, it's a great time, and one I'd recommend to just about anyone. Well, that's it. 2025 is in the books, and another year awaits. No matter what comes, and I suspect it will be a lot, take care of yourselves and take care of each other.
And once again, we survive another year. Hello all, Third String Hero here. What an interesting year for gaming. I personally was playing a lot of older games, as I somewhat committed to not caring about keeping up with anything from this year, and just playing what I wanted. This led to a lot of my time being spent playing older strategy games and CRPGs. I also found this to be an interesting year from a pure development standpoint. We're at the very tail end of what could very well be the last true console generation. The industry continues to struggle with rising costs and layoffs as political machinations and AI play havoc with the already on fire systems and structures of the gaming industry. The true AAA or quadruple A games, if you are familiar with that term, were largely absent this year, and the ones that did come out, such as Call of Duty, underperformed, leading to a year mostly dominated by what I would call AA games, pseudo-indies, and then true indies. I would even call some of the games from major studios to be somewhat smaller projects this year. This was also a hard year for me personally, as I left my job, started grad school, and then started working again anyway. That stress and adjustment absolutely changed the kinds of games that I was seeking out. With all that in mind, let's jump into my top 3, starting with 3 and working our way up. So at number 3, we have Trails in the Sky First Chapter. Yes, I know. This is the most obvious choice in the world for me. Borderline cheating, in fact. Nearly 10 years ago, a much younger and much more depressed version of myself discovered the Trails series and was simultaneously blown away by the vibes, characters, and stories. As that series has gotten bigger, both in terms of scope and its sales, I feel like someone who was in on the ground floor. Well, this year a remake of that very first game came out, and while I don't agree with every change they made in the new localization, I do believe that by the end, they had captured what made the first game so great, and otherwise made smart updates to the game visually and mechanically. We are now fortunate and cursed to the endless remakes of the rest of the series. Thank you, Falcom, for solving what I'm playing for the rest of my life. At number 2, I have the 100 Line, Last Defense Academy. Now this one was a surprise, and I still need to go back and do more of the endings. You could argue that I have not even beat the game yet, despite rolling credits, as I haven't made it to the major endings yet. A combination of Danganronpa and Fire Emblem with 100 endings, 100 Line was such a nice surprise this year for me, and I fully intend to go finish more of those endings. Look into this one if you haven't yet. At number 1, we have Clair Obscur Expedition 33. As a very quick aside, after the late year AI controversy with this game, I found the use disappointing, if minimal, and their answer to be good enough to not take away from my feelings, and I will leave it at that for now. Okay, so the sweep continues. What can I even say that hasn't been said already? I love this from a gameplay, story, music, writing, and presentation perspective. I mentioned earlier how I felt playing the original Trails in the Sky all those years ago. Well, this is basically the modern equivalent of that feeling for me. I started playing it when it came out, but then as life got in the way, I didn't go back until much later in the year. and I'm very glad that I made that commitment. For me, this was the runaway number one for basically the entire year, with a significant gap between Expedition 33 and everything else that I played, watched, or followed. This game has been discussed to death and back, which is both to its credit and hindrance, but for me, it deserves all of the credit that it has received. And that is that. Let me close by saying, as always, that I appreciate all of you, and as we continue to navigate a world on fire, it is more important than ever to lead with empathy, kindness, compassion, and respect. I hope that everyone had a good 2025, and I hope that everyone has an even better 2026. We're all going to get through this together. Talk to you soon.
Hi, this is Science, and these are my top 3 games of 2025. Number 3, Karimara, or Karimara, whatever. It's a little game in the game that looks like with PS1 graphics-ish, but with more fidelity, obviously. But that's the style of it. It's a first-person game, but it's about solving this mystery of this ghost in a homestead. And it's mostly an interactive walking simulator talkie game, I guess. You have these cards that you collect by looking at different things and interacting with creatures and people, and then you use the cards to solve the mystery. It's very fun. I think aside from the art direction and graphics, the story, the emotional part of it really grabbed me. So 2 thumbs up. Next up, Hades 2. Some people already have it on their list, so I won't be too, going into too much detail about this, but it's a top-down action game about gods, Greek gods, and their struggles with the newly reformed Titan Kronos, and it's a roguelike, basically roguelite, one would say, action roguelite. And I think it is very snappy, and you want to return to it over and over again, and the dialogue is excellent, and it's better than the first one, I think, because I don't get bored of the runs, because there are 2 different paths now, and there's a lot more to explore, I think, which makes endgame way more interesting. I think I'm done with it, even though I haven't 100% in everything, but I reached the second ending, and I'm cool with that. It's very good. Number 1, Baby Steps. This is kind of a weird one. It's an indie game that you just kind of control your feet and the kind of the core of your character with a stick, and the feet with trigger buttons. You go on like that throughout the whole game by climbing stuff and exploring the world. And I think that it is fun to control this character, and the feeling of interacting with the world is very weirdly tactile. Because it's just, there's no barriers or anything. You just kind of, just place your foot on anything and it will interact with it. So it feels very reactive, the world. Some things are too steep, something you have to kind of run through, but that's most of the game. Like just a big open-ish kind of world with a bunch of obstacle courses that are just peppered in throughout the journey. And man, is it fun to just play. The story is basically kind of non-existent, I would say. It is there, it is abstract, and you can just infer some things about it. But it's mostly about this guy, Nate, that is just kind of just, one could say, shut in, I guess, sleeping in his onesie and just watching, not sleeping in his onesie, living in his onesie and watching One Piece on repeat on TV. And then he gets transported into this magical world filled with donkey men and stuff. Either way, the crux of the the game is the gameplay, and it's very fun. It is kind of in the style of the developers' previous games, Getting Over It, for example, the Man in the Cauldron game, where you just kind of one mistake sets you back a long time. But it's not that horrible. It tries to be easygoing for the most part, and you kind of choose your difficulty because it's an open world and there are easier paths and harder paths, and it's up to you which one you will choose. It's very well designed also, like every path and every stone and every little bit is placed very deliberately, and you feel a lot of like excitement and fun little challenges, and you feel like you're overcoming these challenges and have great satisfaction by doing so. At least I did. So those are my top 3 games of 2025. That's it. See you next year. Bye.
Welcome back, and thank you to our community members who gave us those wonderful top 3 lists. Lots of great games on there. I have definitely heard all these recordings at the time of telling you this. Yeah, like what's gonna happen is someone's gonna have like, I don't know, Sex with Hitler 3 on their list. And,
Merv
and
loved
Great
it.
game. We loved it.
Being on, yeah.
yeah, we were here at the Avocado Gamescast. We're huge fans of Sex with Hitler 3.
Jesus.
Oh god, I think there's a Sex with Hitler 2. I don't think 3 has come out yet, or that
It's come out yet, implying
Now
that
I'm
you
making
know
it.
that it's coming out.
I don't know if there is one in the pipeline, but I think it's like Postal. They'll just keep making them, right? Anyway, so we're here to talk about our favorite games of the year, and we're going to start with honorable mentions. Some of us might count down from 10 to 6. Some of us might just throw a few games out there, and then we'll get into our top 5s. And when we get to our top 5s, I'll explain the format we use. It's the same format we've been using the past couple of years that we ripped off from Waypoint and then subsequently from Remap, which Waypoint kind of transformed into. So I guess I'll begin with my honorable mentions, my number 10 through 6, and then we'll throw it on over to Quinley and then to Kappa for their honorable mentions. So, my number 10 game of the year, Dear Me, I Was, which is this gorgeous, wordless watercolor anime style interactive narrative adventure about the life of a girl from childhood to adulthood. Very heartfelt, very beautiful. Loved it. At number 9, Dispatch. A game that I think has garnered a little bit of controversy and has been a little polarizing, but for me, it was a successful reinvention of the Choose Your Own Adventure formula with some of the most beautiful animation I've ever seen in a game. Shout out to Igloo Studio in Thailand, which did the animation. I think if you're going to outsource your animation, outsource it to these guys. They know what they're doing. And the other thing I'll say about it is probably the most probably the only game I've ever played which kind of interrogates how it's like to essentially be a social worker, which is not something you see in a lot of video games. Number 8, Mario Kart World. It's here mostly on the strength of the soundtrack. It's an amazing acid jazz soundtrack with a pretty good kart racer bolted onto it. At number 7, Many Nights a Whisper, a brief narrative adventure about firing an arrow into a giant flaming cup to fulfill the wishes of the world. And it has some of the most stirring, most evocative writing that I have seen in a video game this year. It's a collaboration between Deconstruct Team and Selkie Harbor. Deconstruct Team, you might remember, is the studio that made the Cosmic Wheel Sisterhood, which is one of my favorite games from a couple of years ago. This is more of a snack-sized game. It only takes like an hour to play through, but highly recommended. And finally, at number 6, my last honorable mention, Like a Dragon, Pirate Yakuza in Hawaii. It basically stretches the Yakuza formula past the point of breaking. It's completely ridiculous, but it is a dang good pirate game with a lot of fun combat and cool humor, and you get to sail around the islands of Hawaii and then hang out in Hawaii and do Yakuza things. So
Also, Danny Trejo's in it.
yes, that he is. So yeah, great time all around. Quinley, what are your honorable mentions?
So my number 10 is Town to City. It's a game that is technically not out yet, but it came out of early access, so I'm counting it. Um, I've long stayed away from city builders just because the ones I was familiar with always seemed like city skylines and stuff seemed very complicated, and I thought I just didn't have the head for it. I don't know what a cloverleaf turn is, and I don't like them, and they frighten me. But
Don't
I
you have a
came
lot of
across
them in your neck of the woods?
in Houston, no. We have feeder roads, thank you. And they're
Oh.
superior, and
I
every
actually like
city
feeder
should
roads
have
too.
them.
Yeah.
Oh,
Feeder
you're
roads are
all about them
fantastic.
service roads. Got it. All
Yes,
right.
yes, absolutely. Shout out to FM 1960. Anyway, but I came across this game from a YouTuber called Let's Game It Out, who does like basically breaks these kinds of games. But I was enamored by the voxel art style and the aesthetics, and also just how much more accessible it seemed to be as a city builder. It seems to be the kind of like a good starting place if you've never played one. I've since sunk 22 hours into it, 8 of those hours being from the day I bought it. And I've also started my city over at least 3 times after learning of an easier or more efficient way of setting up my town. So, yeah, it turns out I actually like city builders. Who knew? Recommend. I've also put some screenshots of it on the avocado that are very, very pretty. My number 9 is Death Stranding 2 on the beach. Similar to Merve with Mario Kart World, this is largely here based on the strength of its soundtrack. Horizon Dreamer was one of my top tracks this year. It is fantastic. As far as the game, it is better than the sequel by every objective measure except the story, which was mostly just fine. There are some compelling bits, but you kind of have to dig pretty deep into it to really extract any meaning or necessity from it as a narrative. For the most part, it just kind of feels like a story we didn't really need, but I'm glad we have it anyway. Fantasy Life I, The Girl Who Left Through Time, is my number 8. A crafting sim slapped on top of a Tears of the Kingdom sized world, including an underground one, or not underground, but a whole separate island, with an Animal Crossing style hub world mixed in for good measure. If that sounds like your shit, you'll probably sink in about 50 to 60 hours the way I did. Donkey Kong Bonanza. My 2 sentences for this game are, "Oh, a banana," and "Zebra, zebra, zebra."
Yeah, song of the year right there.
Song of the year. It's so good. Like, be running around and just change to the zebra just because I feel like hearing that song again. It was an unbridled joy to play. Smashing shit was always satisfying. It never got old. I love the verticality of the level design. It's even when the amount of nuggets on screen got a little overwhelming, it was still just so much fun. My number 6 is 2025 Mobile Game of the Year from the Game Awards, Uma Musume Pretty Derby. Never did I think a game built around training and racing horse girls would be so addictive. This game took up most of my smoke breaks and lunch hour. Like throughout this, like easily for like the first 6 months of the year. Like when I went on a smoke and when I went to lunch, that's great. There is a picture that I have on my phone of uh Haru Urara, the little pink horse girl, like just for rest and recreation. She's just holding a pack of Marlboro cigarettes, and I'm like, these are all this is what my smoke breaks looks like. Also R.I.P. She the horse she was
Oh,
based
yeah.
on passed away earlier this year. So, but she
That's
also
the famous horse who lost every race, right?
she also won her first race this year.
Oh wow!
Yeah, she
Congrats
won
to
her.
Haru Urara.
Yeah, she won her first race, I think, back in March for like retired race horses, and then she passed away a couple of months ago. So RIP to her. Anyway,
All right. Those are some great honorable mentions. Kappa, what are yours?
Oh boy. 10 Dynasty Warriors Origins. I'm a Dynasty Warriors sucker. I think this is kind of like a reboot or an attempt at a reboot that wasn't really needed. It's very enjoyable, but kind of did a little grittiness with it that I don't know that Dynasty Warriors needs. I kind of like the craziness. But I think it was pretty well received among the Dynasty Warriors fans. Um, AC Shadows, Assassin's Creed Shadows. I had some of my issues with it, obviously, but the experience was really fun to play, and I didn't I didn't hate what they were trying to do with it. It did feel like we're kind of like switching back and forth between action adventure and RPG Assassin's Creed. This one, I think, maybe a little more action adventure than I was hoping for. Still fun game. Dispatch, I don't know, man. I think I can tell there's a good game there. I do not enjoy playing it. I feel like I would like Dispatch more if it was just a movie, maybe, or like a Invincible style TV show, which is what really it's hard for me not to see Invincible whenever I'm playing it.
Yeah. We can talk a little
Uh,
bit more about Dispatch later and our like towards the end and our
yeah,
feelings on it because I have very complex feelings on
I do too. I
Dispatch.
mean, but most of mine are, I think, are kind of rooted with what I don't like about Telltale games is what I don't like about Dispatch. It's not like unique to Dispatch, I guess. Um, Age of Mythology Retold. I know this is a like a reboot, remake, or whatever, but what they did in it, I think, was a really good way to do a reboot. Added a lot of cool stuff to it. Really kind of updated not just the graphics and stuff. Ended up liking that one a lot. And then Abiotic Factor. This is one I've been playing
Oh
with my
yeah.
kids. It's super goofy. My kids love SCP. So this kind of has that flair to it. And we've really had a good time with it. It's not perfect. There's a lot of weirdness to it. You can't always figure out how to build what you want to build, but sometimes it's fun just trying to figure that out as well. But yeah, that's kind of my honorable mentions.
Yeah, I've been hearing a lot of good things about Abiotic Factor
It
and
gets better with every little DLC too, by the way. But yeah.
yeah. Like it feels like it's sort of straddling the line before between like more I guess old school survival crafting experiences with a little bit of that like more modern friend slop kind of experience.
Hmm. Yeah,
Um so
that's a good way to
yeah.
describe it. Actually, yeah, like the goofiness and the fumbling around part is part of its charm.
Yeah.
Sorry, did you call it friend slop? Is that what
Oh,
you
you haven't
said?
heard that term before?
That's a big one
No,
now.
that's wonderful.
Yeah. So like especially games like Lethal Company or Content Warning, uh
Repo,
yeah,
Yeah, like
Repo,
that.
Peak,
Yeah, yeah,
games
yeah.
Phasmophobia.
like that. Yeah.
Uh,
Yeah. I have Peak. I have not played it yet. I bought it because one of my friends is playing it.
There you go. Um yeah, and there's been some debate about whether the term friend slop is a term of endearment or like a
That's
like a
how I
negative
took it.
term.
Like,
Yeah, I think
yeah,
it's a term of
friend slop,
endearment.
slop with you play with your friends.
Yeah,
Slop.
yeah, where
like Human Fall Flat, I think is kind of the
Yeah,
original
yeah,
friend
yeah.
sloppy kind of game.
Friend
Um
slop.
remember like when we were talking about Fumble Core? It seems like
yeah.
that's kind of where it
Yeah,
takes a
yeah,
lot of
yeah.
its like cues from is like, hey, even if your friend's a god at gaming, we make this game so goofy and everybody falls down or whatever. It's fun for everybody to play.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. I took it as being a term of endearment. I like that.
All right. Um, so now let's get into our top fives. And the way we do our top fives here at the Avocado Games Cast is we use the same format that a few other game podcasts use, where someone names their number five game of the year, and if it's higher on someone else's list, or it's also on someone else's list, then we table the discussion until we get to that person.
Okay,
Mm,
So that way we don't discuss games twice.
mm.
Um,
gotcha.
all right. So I'm going to start with my number five game of the year, which was Strange Jigsaws. Is that on anyone else's list?
Merv, come
No.
on. You gotta answer that.
No. No, it is
There's
not.
there's okay. There are like less obscure games on my list.
Okay.
No,
Um,
I doubt any of the games on my list are going to be on either of y'all's lists either, so it's fine.
all right. So let's talk about Strange Jigsaws. This is a pretty brief indie game, just a few hours of exactly what it says on the tin. Strange or wacky variations on jigsaw puzzles. Um, I think last year or the year before, developer known by the name of Fleb released a game called 20 Small Mazes for free. And it was exactly what it says on the tin 20 small, pretty wacky variants on mazes.
Was it
And
free though?
yeah,
Okay. Whew.
20
All
Small
right.
Mazes is free. Strange Jigsaws will run you a few dollars.
Oh, okay.
And this is kind of a spiritual successor of that. And it begins with a bunch of clever variants on jigsaw puzzles. Like sometimes you might have to color the pieces to make them work with each other. There's one where you have to assemble a puzzle in 3D by like rotating a cube you're trapped in. One where you have to like find a key to unlock pieces to add to the jigsaw puzzle, etc. But then the game gets weirder and more meta. And meta in a way that kind of evokes games like Pony Island or Inscription, like Daniel Mullen's work, but without the horror. Like it's more like celebratory meta than it is horror meta. If that makes any sense.
Mhm.
And then it starts doing parodies of puzzles, but that are also excellent puzzles in their own right. And eventually ends in a stirring conclusion that reminded me of Nier Automata. Um,
Wow. Wasn't
Okay.
gonna guess that one.
Yeah, it's just one of the like, and at some point like breaks the fourth wall too. It's a lot of things.
Hmm.
So if you're into a really inventive, and not super difficult but pretty clever puzzle experience, and you don't mind shelling out a few bucks, definitely check this one out. All right, Quinley, what is your number 5?
My number 5 is a typing horror game called Dead Letter Department that I finished with 33 words per minute and 98% accuracy. Thank you. Thank you very much. Um, excellent atmosphere. It's basically you are just a 9 to 5 data entry worker, but well, actually no, not 9 to 5 because you exclusively work the night shift. You take the train to a
The other 9
giant
to 5.
warehouse. Yeah, the other one, where you work in a giant warehouse that appears to have one office and you are the only person there. And the only thing you do is you walk into the warehouse, you sit down at the desk, and you basically you transcribe a bunch of letters, a bunch of like text on undelivered letters. It's unclear what becomes of these letters, whether or not they get filed away or what the deal is, but that is what you do. It has an excellent atmosphere. It is more reliant on unnerving sound design and sound cues rather than jump scares to ratchet up the tension. I cannot stress how dark, like actually visually dark, this game is. It is light where it needs to be, but there will be times where you'll be sitting typing something and the lights will just go out for no reason. You'll hear loud bumps or somebody breathing behind you, and you can't turn around because you're typing.
Oh
Things
wow.
like that. And also sometimes like you'll have a stream of like just really innocuous letters, but then you'll get one that was clearly a bomb threat. Or one that is talking about like going in depth of like the side effects experienced by people who were subject to like that lived in the town near where all those in the American Southwest where all those where they were testing all those nuclear bombs and stuff, like the surrounding towns and like the side effects they experienced from being exposed to radiation. You're like, who's mail who is this for? Who's mailing this to someone? What? But basically never has sitting in a chair typing been so terrifying. But the other thing it does is because every night after you shift, you go back to your apartment that you've just moved into, back boxes are unpacked. There's packs like every day. There's a stack of mail, of bills and rent and stuff that just kind of gets higher and higher. And it perfectly captures the anxiety and fear that comes with taking those first few terrifying steps into adulthood. One of the things that I kind of wished is that I had played this when I was younger because I think it would have resonated more. I would have resonated with it more. It's just kind of like when you first get your own place, your first real job with responsibilities, learning just how much things actually cost as opposed to just having a nebulous idea like, oh yeah, I could probably do that. No, you can't. Turns out, oops. Uh, it's but even despite all that, it's kind of thrilling at first. But then one day you are stuck with the realization that this could very well be the rest of your life. this apartment, this commute, this job, this cubicle, these same coworkers, the same handful of free evenings and weekend hours. You finish work one day and you head home, and as you do so, you find yourself staring out the window of your car, the bus, or the train, thinking about which one of the same four things you're going to do when you get back home to your cramped apartment. And with a sinking feeling, you worry that you will never live a life beyond these four walls and a popcorn ceiling, and you realize just how far from home you really are. Like, it nails that specific, unnerving, unsettling feeling where you come home from work one day and you're like, oh shit, this is it, isn't it? This is all that's going to be for the rest of my life. Oh my God. And that is terrifying. So yeah, Dead Letter Department. Highly recommend. It's on Steam.
There's a horror movie called Dead Mail. That's not exactly the same, but kind of a similar premise. It's really good, like an
Ooh.
indie horror.
Oh, neat.
Yeah. And it's interesting. Like, I wouldn't have expected that a typing game is playing around in that thematic space. So that's really interesting.
Yeah, it's really cool. I highly recommend it. It's pretty cheap too.
All right. Kappa, what's your number 5?
Battlefield 6. Has anybody got that on there?
No.
I expected it to be higher. Battlefield 6.
Well, so here's the thing. It's kind of
Uh,
evolving, kind of back and forth with,
Yeah.
what it is. So some days it's a fun game, some days it's an annoying game, but it's one of the few games that ever got me actually like looking forward to playing. It's Battle Royale mode. I really enjoy it. It's got a lot to you know, crib from Call of Duty's mode, but once you get a tank in a battle royale, that's an experience you don't get in many other places. It's get all the friends together, everybody jumps on, we play the objectives. I think that's what has kind of brought me back around. Now, I didn't hate 2042 as much as everybody else did. I didn't play it as much, but I didn't hate it. But this one feels like they've kind of really resolved about how to make playing the objective fun a little bit more, by just making some very slight tweaks to the classes. Giving you the assault, the spawn beacon, I think is the smartest thing they've ever done. Spawn beacon is where your teammates can spawn in on you after they die. Typically, that's been the domain of the sniper for some damn reason. So you always end up spawning on a mountaintop 10 million miles from the battle because your dumb sniper is way back there instead of pressing the objective. So giving that to the assault, super smart, I think. Um, the battle royale's super fun. They've got this mode called Gauntlet that I'm kind of addicted to right now. It's basically like set up for like teams of four. So there's like the first round, there's like 8 teams of four, and you have to do these objectives. And every round, 2 teams get cut until there's only one winning team. And it kind of plays into like very different styles of maps. So there might be like a straight up just like King of the Hill one. There might be run around and decrypt these things. There might be everybody gets in a tank and shoots each other with a tank. There's a lot of cool little twists in there in that Gauntlet mode that feel fresh. I haven't seen anybody do anything like that before. Um, and for a long time, I think Battlefield's marquee mode was Conquest. I think they've kind of transitioned out of that. Now Breakthrough is kind of their key mode. So in Breakthrough, there's defenders and attackers. Defenders have to hold 3 points. Attackers have to attack the 3 points. And every time you attack those points, the battlefield shifts back. So you're constantly doing this like ebb and flow back and forward. Really fun. And then they kind of tweak that mode with a little bit with something called escalation. Escalation is as you capture more points, some points disappear, but new vehicles, new helicopters, new jets start to spawn all around the map. So like the escalation part is as you cap more, the other team is getting more to kind of like hit back with you at it. And it feels like kind of like a swing. Like you'll be like, oh, okay, we got to cap 2 points, we got to get that third. But now they've got 10 million tanks on that point, and it's a lot harder to get. So you don't get as many matches that end up in just like steamrolling the other team. So all the new modes are great. Graphics are great. Sound design. Did it win? I know it was nominated. There's no way this game shouldn't have the best sound design I've ever heard in a game.
It
Loving it.
lost to Claire Obscure, which is, I think, that's a that's a category that Battlefield 6 should have taken.
Yeah, I think it's two totally different things, and yeah, Battlefield should have won that. Oh, sorry, Claire, that's the one you could have got away with not getting. But yeah, I think everything I've done with Battlefield, obviously, it's way more fun with friends. but it's the kind of game. So I always have a game that I play when I'm on my treadmill. So they added a bot mode, which I'm so thankful for. And it's not a true bot mode, right? So what it does is uh, 2 teams of 4 humans on each side, right? And then you just populate it with like 50 bots, right? So they're like you every now and then you'll face another person off, but 9 times out of 10 you're just like running around killing bots, Kappa points, and that's helped me a lot with the weapon unlocks, the vehicle unlocks, that sort of stuff. That Battlefield it's kind of famous
Sure,
for,
I
but
want to
also it's kind of
issue
fun.
a quick correction. It did win Best Audio Design.
Ah,
This is the one category where Claire Obscure was
let's
nominated and
go.
didn't win.
All right.
Sorry.
So Game of the Year award winner, Battlefield 6. That's my 5th best game.
All right. At my number 4, Keeper. Is that on anyone else's list?
No.
No.
Is that the Lighthouse game?
Yep, that is the Lighthouse game. So this is a little bit new for Double Fine. They haven't done wordless before. Double Fine games are typically marked by clever or charming writing.
Yeah.
And here they set themselves a pretty high degree of difficulty in that there is no writing whatsoever.
Was
So
this like real quick? Was this from one of their little like infamous, famous game jam things? Is that how it got its start?
I don't believe this grew out of Amnesia Fortnite. No.
Okay.
So this is a wordless adventure where you play as a lighthouse with legs, and you are navigating an island infested with rot, on kind of a mission to clear out the infestation. The way gameplay proceeds is that you traverse this land and you solve simple puzzles with the help of your bird companion. And more mechanics get added as you play through the adventure, and it kind of transforms as it goes. The gameplay goes through to some really wild places that I'm not going to spoil, but it's not just a game where you walk around. You do some pretty crazy things later. It is absolutely gorgeous, one of the most beautiful games I've ever played, with this really striking, colorful art style that blends naturalism with psychedelia. And in that sense, in the way its art is drawn, it is very recognizably Double Fine, despite not being a comedic game. So really neat that the studio's kind of expanding the palette it can paint with and exploring new horizons. And I'm really excited to see what comes next from Double Fine.
Yeah. Double Fine games are, for me at least, super hit and super miss. Right. I love a ton of them, and then some of them are Brutal Legend or oh, what was that other one they had? The Massive Chalice. Or like I like the
Oh
concept of the
yeah.
game, but the
Yeah.
game itself isn't very fun. So I was gonna hold off on this one because this one could have honestly gone either way. But hearing it's that good, I think is really exciting because I do want to play this one.
Yeah, like I don't know if this will like super appeal to you, but the visuals, if nothing else, will be really impressive for you. I think, especially
Yeah.
if you. I don't know if you have an HDR monitor.
Oh, I
Um,
do.
It
oh,
looks
you are
gorgeous.
in for a treat.
Yeah. It is a visual. It looks like a visual feast.
It is so gorgeous, and it's not just like gorgeous in the sense of like really high fidelity,
Mhm.
like or like realism. It's not like that at all. It's because it's the art style that really pushes this. So yeah, I had a great time with that one. Quinley, what's your number 4?
My number 4 was Promise Mascot Agency. Does anybody have that
Oh,
one?
this is one I wish I'd had time to play.
Oh
It's,
no, you would have loved this game.
it's by the same folks who did Paradise Killer, right?
Yes, so it is by the same folks who did Paradise Killer, and the one of the strongest things, aside from like the visual aesthetic of Paradise Killer and the soundtrack, one of the strongest things about that game was the exploration, and they hone that particular part of the game here to honestly near perfection. Like the you play a yakuza who is exiled to this tiny town to basically correct a mistake he made, which landed your yakuza group gang, whatever, in
By the way,
like I think like billions of yen, trillions of yen in debt, and
you're not just playing as any Yakuza. You're
yeah,
playing as a Yakuza voiced by Takeo Kuroda, the voice of
yes,
Kazuma Kiryu.
yes. And what is interesting about the character that he plays is that while it sounds like Kiryu, it is very much not him. Like there are a lot of really interesting, like, aside from characterization, because there are a lot of things that the main character, whose name is escaping me right now for some reason, there are a lot of things that he shares. He is like, big and, deadly and stoic, but he is also very, like, the best way I can describe it is like, how like Piccolo is very big and scary and stoic, like from Dragon Ball Z is very big and scary and stoic, but he is also very easily flustered. He's like that. And he's also canonically Ace, which is interesting, which is also kind of an interesting commentary on Kiryu as a character who has all of these women getting thrown at them, but he himself just he seems mostly confused by them. But either way,
Yeah, they
you
really
play.
like Kiryu only really fucks in Yakuza 2. Well, he doesn't fuck.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know what I mean. There's a romance
Yeah,
story, and then they steer
exactly.
away from that in every subsequent game.
Yeah,
Except for
exactly.
Yakuza 5. Well, let's not get into Yakuza 5. Anyway.
Yeah, I liked it, but whatever.
Oh, no, I love that game. But
Yeah,
anyway,
it gets
we
weird.
don't have to get into whether he was
Yeah.
actually in love with that.
Yeah.
It's not
Yeah.
important.
Yeah, but
Back to
anyway,
Prospect
but yeah, you play him and he drives his shitty little technical truck around while running a mascot agency. So basically you hire and recruit a bunch of different mascots. It's basically, this part of it is basically a management sim. You send them to events for like parts of the rural dead end town that you live in, with your sidekick Pinky, who is, I thought for a minute that I was not going to like Pinky. I ended the game absolutely loving her. She is fantastic, and she's also objectively correct about everyone and everything she says, including my favorite line from her is "Golf is for freaks, subhuman freaks," which is incredible. But the thing that it has incredible like traversal. If your favorite part of a Yakuza game is the side quests, this game is for you. It is literally just that. It is a game of Yakuza side quests. With the open world exploration of Paradise Killer, I would honestly say that Promise Mascot Agency has something to offer, even if you haven't played either of those games. It's a pretty breezy 30 hours. The soundtrack is fantastic. The visuals are great. But I would also say the thing it does best is show what community building and rejuvenating a community looks like, when it does not involve gentrification. Like, a huge part of the city is running for mayor of the city, like Pinky running for mayor of the city to rejuvenate the town. Like, it's really instructive as far as showing what it can look like to rejuvenate a town when the people who are involved in that process genuinely love the town, are from that town, know its history, and want it to thrive, and the kinds of solutions that can come up. Like, the solution is not creating a food truck park by paving over like a well-known and much beloved strip center with a bunch of cool like stores and stuff like that, paving over it to put a giant like cement flat top and inviting a bunch of food trucks from out of town. Like that is literally something that you have to like prevent from happening, and it's just really really cool. I really love it. It was really really well received, and I am genuinely shocked and amazed that it was not nominated for anything at the Game Awards, because it is such a good game, and the fact that it wasn't nominated for anything just is, honestly, it's unjust. I don't like it. It's not fair. Like, it should have gotten way more attention than it did.
I think on some level, it's like it's a very niche concept, and the people who would be into it are going to be like sickos for it. I am
Yes.
exactly like kind of
Sickos.
sicko,
Me.
but
We're sickos.
I'm
Same sicko
exactly like
hat.
kind of sicko. Yeah, but I just have time for it this year, unfortunately. Maybe I'll have time for it next year. I'll go back and dive in.
Yeah, they added a lot of content to it recently for free, so yeah, there's a lot more there too.
All right. Kappa, you're number 4.
Vampire Masquerade Bloodlines 2 semicolon actually came out. Um, anybody have that? I don't know if you guys played that.
No, I want.
No, I do not.
I love this game. Like
Oh,
I
okay.
Oh
I
Oh,
can
wow,
tell
I
us.
can fully
this has been
admit
a really polarizing game. I'm
yeah, I can
excited to
fully
hear what you
admit
think of
this
it.
is a 7 out of 10 game. But we've had a lot of 7 out of 10 games, right? In our like
Yeah.
this is just such a fun game. I can't stop playing it. Bloodlines 2 has I can't believe it actually finally came out and was playable. I thought it was going to be a disaster. Um
Mm.
One of the smartest changes I think between this and like kind of the prior one is that you're not playing like a just transformed, fledgling vampire, right? You are an elder vampire who has been weakened, right? Through lots of like machinations, I guess. But you still have a core set of your powers that are very cool.
Mm.
Um, so the game is less about like finding out your powers, it's rediscovering them, and then you kind of guide your character role playing wise down that skill tree. A lot of the negatives I saw about this was like, oh well, what's the point of a skill tree? And it's like, well, it's a role playing game. Like, yes, that's the point, is to play a role. How would my vampire develop? Is she a master assassin? Is she just wants to duke it out? Does she use humans and control them? Like, all those kind of things are what role playing games are about. I feel like a lot of the reviews I read about this game were like min maxing oriented. Like, oh, this is like
Mm.
arguably the best like travel method. Why would anybody use that? Well, my vampire doesn't teleport. That's why my vampire doesn't use it. And I feel like that was what a lot of the reviews missed, was this is a role playing game, like an old school actual role playing game where your character is a vampire, yes, but how you get from A to B to C is very much how you decide to do it. You can make this game stupid easy if you want, sure, but it's not as fun if you do that right.
Yeah.
The combat I think is really good. I actually really enjoyed. Now it's a lot of like melee combat, which on a computer especially can kind of feel like you're just clicking a lot. Um, but as you're using your abilities, you start to kind of figure out like when to and when not to fight, when to stealth, when to pick up a gun and you kind of shoot it psychically, which I think is hilarious every time. 'Cause you just like float this shotgun in the air and you just start like unloading it to people. I'm like, yeah, that's kind of cool. Um, the feeding is cool. So there's kind of like 3 different types of people you can feed on. I can't remember the names right now. It's like sanguine and melancholic or something like that, right? But like you find a sad person, it's like, oh, if you feed on this person, um, you can like, you develop this like that taste of that blood does certain things for you. Or you
Mm.
can just be like, hey man, things will get better. Have a good day. Just walk away. Why would you like, it doesn't make sense because like at first I'm like, is there a reason I'm doing this? Like, does this like, and it's like, no, it's just role playing. Like you find a guy, he's like, oh, I can't believe she left me. It's like, so you can be like, yeah, follow me down this alley. I'll make you feel better and bite you. But then you're like, no, don't worry about it, man. You'll be good. Keep going. This like
That's that's really cool. Like, that's
like
really
oh
nice, and you can just be like, "Hey, man, no,
yeah,
it'll work itself out. Don't worry about it. Have a good
you
day,
got
man."
this.
Just
You
leave.
got
Just
this.
that's nice.
It takes a lot from Batman, from the Batman games, which I don't think is a bad game for it to pull from, right? If you really
Mm.
want to get that kind of like I am a powerful vampire type feel, so you're jumping around and going from building to building. A lot of complaints were about how the open world wasn't big, but it is like it's the open world where instead of being huge, there's a lot going on in the open world instead. Does that make sense?
Mm.
Like
Yeah,
Yeah,
like it's
yeah, yeah, yeah,
dense.
yeah.
right. So like
Yeah.
Arkham City feels huge, but there's fucking nobody like except for like people for you to beat up, you know?
Oh
Uh,
yeah, that's like one of the worst things about Arkham Knight,
mhm.
where they
Mm.
have an excuse to clear out the city of civilians before the story starts. But that makes it uninteresting. I want to be
Right.
Yeah.
Batman, like fighting like goons in the alleys, and then like walking down the street, and people be like, "Hey, that's the Batman." I
Yeah,
want that
Yeah.
Batman
exactly.
game, right?
So this has a cool mix of that because like there's definitely you can bite damn near anybody in this game, of course, right? If you break the masquerade, I kind of fucking love this. If you break the masquerade and it goes far enough, there's like a masquerade break meter. If you break it far enough, like a hand just comes, like reaches around you, just fucking stakes you, and it doesn't kill you in the masquerade world, right? It just like
Nice.
paralyzes you, and then they bring you back like weak, and they're like, if you keep fucking doing this, we're gonna like kill you, like, but we're gonna weaken you because, and so they take away like your blood points and stuff. Um, Good looking game. If Seattle felt like Seattle, I mean, it didn't feel like they were trying to do something crazy with it. The snow kind of gives a cool atmosphere. Everything's kind of dark. Story's fucking good. Very, very good villain. I ended up loving the villains in this game, and they do a lot with this kind of like there's a voice in your head. I don't want to spoil too much. It's Malkavian, right? So you kind of are like sharing this like brain, and the game switches back and forth from like this action RPG to like this like super like cool detective noir where you're going around like finding clues. But since he's a Malkavian, you're also like talking to fucking file cabinets and stuff like that, you know? Um, and like you get a whole separate set of powers when you're in there, and his powers are just go be crazy, like go over here and talk to this person. But while you're talking to them, you're like, "Hey, buddy, you know what would be fun if you let me drink your blood?" And they're like, "Yeah, sure, that would be fun." So it's like a game within a game because every time you go back into that Malkavian, like into his brain, at first I was like, "This is going to get annoying," right? But
Mm.
no, like every time it felt cool. So like there are some problems with it. Like I think the combat was fun, but it could have been better. I think they could have like developed a little bit more as far as like maybe some of the areas of the city to make it feel a little bit more fleshed out. Like what is different about this neighborhood than this neighborhood? Um, some of the enemies are fucking cheap, but then you kind of like counter them by like, well, fuck, I'm just gonna throw this guy off a ledge, and then it doesn't matter how strong he is. So that kind of speaks to like how RPG do you want this to be? When you kind of always have like a I win button, which is I'm going to just mesmerize you and make you walk off a bridge because I can, which is also fun. But this is a 7 or 8 out of 10 game with some flaws, but um, a lot of the narrative around this too was it's not the same as the first one. I'm convinced that there's people on the internet who are younger than me, and they have this weird memory of Bloodlines not being a complete fucking mess, right? And it was at launch, it was
It was
fucking terrible.
bad. Oh
And so people
man.
have played it like 20 years later with every fan patch and all these like things, and it's fixed now, right? It's great.
Yeah.
Sure, but that's not what I played when I first played this. So this one I think I think the story alone is something to make it worth playing. But the combat, everything else, it brings it together. And yeah, I mean, like I don't know what the reviews like this were for. I'm betting a
Mixed to negative.
mixed. Okay, there you
Mixed.
go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Stupid, because so many of the reviews I've seen, they say the same damn thing. It's not like the first one. The first one is not. The first one wasn't the first one until 10 years later, right? Or
Yeah.
hey, these abilities. I don't know why I wouldn't use these abilities. It's because you're supposed to fucking play a role. That's what role playing is. It's an RPG. Um, I don't know, man.
I
I've
think, from what I recall, I think a lot of the initial backlash and the initial souring on the game was the fact that there were two much beloved, I forget what the vampire types are called. Yeah,
yeah,
covens, whatever they're called. There
yeah.
were two of them that were much beloved that you had to pay. They were day one DLC, and you had to pay to access them. And that made people really upset, myself included, because one of the ones that wasn't included was one of my favorites. I forget which one it's called, but it's like the sexy seductress one, that the femme
Yeah,
fatale one that you always use.
Toreador.
And
Yeah,
yeah, and they were like, "Yes, if you wanna play them, that will be an additional, $25." And I'm like, "Excuse the fuck out of you, the game is already $70. Fuck you, I'm not doing that." They later made it free,
yeah.
as I understand it, and they added it to the game, and they've said that the upcoming DLCs for the game are also going to be free.
Mhm.
The impression that I got was that that was not a decision made by the Chinese room who
That's
ended up
exactly what I was gonna
developing the
say.
game.
Yeah,
That seems like a Paradox Interactive decision.
yeah.
But uh, So I think that was a lot of the initial backlash on it was the fact that you had to pay for that, and that soured people on the game really, really quickly. So I
Yeah.
think when that's your starting point, it becomes very, very easy to see a lot of the other you just kind of go into it looking for like, well, what else did they fuck up? What else did they do wrong? Because
Yeah.
I mean,
Paradox
and
has
and from that I kind of understand it. I was mostly
Paradox
upset that you couldn't customize how she looks. Like, you get outfits and that's it. Like, at least we
Well,
choose how she
you can
looks
do
and
hair
stuff.
and stuff. I think eyes later on. I mean, there's a couple little.
Later on, like,
Yeah.
why? Like, just let me do it at the beginning.
There's a little bit to this. There's a little
I
bit to the
want her to
story
look
about
like
why.
me. Like,
Yeah.
who cares if she's from Estonia or whatever? I want her to look like me.
I will say Paradox has kind of been like showing their entire ass in the past few years.
Yeah, they really have. It's man.
They,
The bloom has come off the rose a bit.
Yeah.
And as for like people kind of playing the game in an unfun way on purpose because more optimal, like we're going to talk about optimizing the fun out of the game in a little bit, because I
Mhm.
think that's been a recurring theme with the reception to video games this year,
yeah.
where
Yeah.
people are
Yeah.
kind of like deliberately playing games in unfun ways to like beat them faster or like
And I get it from
optimize.
It's a
like a
combination of
reviewer.
like FOMO and also like, just showing I honestly think social media and like YouTube and shit has done a lot. And I mean, Merv, you said we'll get into this. One of my most disappointing games is happening is a direct result of this kind of attitude, and that's why it became so disappointing.
Yeah, it's tough when what you're from a like a journalistic perspective. I get it. They got to play the game and beat it quickly so that they can be first out the gate or whatever.
Yeah,
So they kind of make all these sorts of like
assumptions.
decisions. Yeah, and
Yeah,
I
and they
think
don't have time to just sit with the game to see how they actually feel about it because they got to
right.
get it. They got to get it out the door.
Yeah, and so
That's why like the conversation surrounding a game like 2 months out from it is always a little different.
It's always more
'Cause,
interesting too. Yeah.
yeah, 'cause you start to delve into like the nuances of the design, and that's
Mm.
something that I think like that's one of the constant complaints about game reviews, right? Is that they don't um think very deeply about the themes of a game or the design of what went into the game.
Yeah, because they
And
don't have time to.
yeah,
mhm,
because you're not
yeah,
really reflecting on like why the different mechanics are built the way they are to kind of fit together. You're just kind of like rushing through the game to like get the review in time to for the date the embargo lifts.
Mhm.
And again, like I haven't been on the side of like having to beat a game really quick for embargo, so like this is not me saying, "Oh, those damn game reviewers are so bad at their jobs," but like it does influence how they react to a game, and we can see if there is an influence because the conversation does evolve and change over
Mhm.
time.
yeah. I totally agree. I think this was the game that it maybe needed like one extra month, but that's it. Like it had a little bit more time to cook. I think they could have fine tuned some of that stuff, maybe talked them out of that launch issue
Yeah.
headache. Um, but they started adding like close options and stuff like that later. I does feel like it just needed a little bit more time, but the fact it came out at all, I mean, this game has had to have had one of the worst development hell cycles I can think of.
Yeah, it's honestly a miracle that it exists and that it's
Yeah.
as polished as it is.
Yeah, it flew under a lot of radars. I didn't hear it, but it's one of those games where the fun outweighs any kind of like the issues with it, and I think the story pulls it pulls it along in a really cool way. There's a couple characters I think like that are doing a little bit more complex stuff with being a vampire that I think is
Mm.
interesting. Like if you've got hundreds of years to plan for how a city should grow, all of a sudden, you start to kind of think long term. Or if you start to
Ooh.
treat vampirism like a disease, well, you can always cure a disease, but also what if we, like kind of branch the way this disease spreads or things like that, or what this disease can do. And that
Mm.
character is really cool. And they they play a lot with love interests. I don't want to spoil it too much, but they
Oh
definitely
boy.
kind of fuck with you on that one. So,
Ooh.
um,
Exciting.
yeah,
I'll check this out when it goes on sale then.
yeah,
That because that especially the stuff about like how differently you plan and like for your life and all of this stuff when you have that amount of time. I think that's one of the problems with writing characters that live a long time, just because
Mhm.
you as a regular human being, your own perspective is limited to, well, I've only got like 80 years and 80 to 90 years, and that's if I really take care of myself. So you can't really plan that far ahead.
Mhm.
So it's really hard to get into the headspace of somebody who can.
Yeah,
But
so
it's interesting and good to see that they touch on that and that they do that well. That's
not
interesting.
to spoil it too much, but there's two sisters who are it's like the mayor of Seattle, right? And they're kind of like bickering, and both have different plans for what being a vampire in Seattle is going to be. And then
Mm,
you get that perspective from the person inside of your head, and he kind of lays it out like this is what one sister wanted this to be, and this is what another did, and this is how they kind of like set the groundwork for all of that to happen.
hmm,
And I think that's a really smart kind of, way to be like, okay, well, I'm playing something that was planned out. And I'm
hmm,
part of this plan, but what is my part of this plan? And that's kind of what where the story takes you. Um,
mm,
and that's where you're kind of finding out like, am I being used, or am I doing what I should be doing, or is there's a reason why I'm seeing or reacting to certain things in the world? That it plays it off really really good.
hmm.
Yeah, that sounds way more interesting than
Yeah.
I was hearing about from like podcasts and reviews. And some reviewers hinted towards it having a little bit more depth than it might appear at first.
Mhm.
So it's really heartening to hear that they're actually exploring some, I would say, less explored ideas and themes in video games, especially that idea of like thinking about the evolution of a society and a city over time.
Right.
Um,
Mm.
but then I think, like, say, I guess Dragon Age 2 tried to capture that a little bit, but
Oh yeah.
the
Yeah.
setting didn't really
Well,
change that much over time, unfortunately, because they didn't have development time to like build
yeah,
in
they
all those
had
assets.
18 months.
Yeah.
They, yeah.
All right. My number three game of the year. And this is one of your honorable mentions, Quinley Thorne.
Oh,
Donkey Kong Bonanza.
yay.
Yeah. So I like just to kind of situate this within the like broader Nintendo oeuvre. Um, Nintendo games often like they're really polished. They're a lot of fun, but it almost feels like the designers are a little bit on rails in the
Yeah.
sense that there's like, okay, here is what Samus does. She must behave in this way, and therefore, she does these mechanics. Um, or here's what Mario does. He has this move set, and he controls in this way, and that is what we're going to build. And what Bonanza demonstrates is that these designers also have an immense amount of talent when they're let off the leash,
Mm,
and they can experiment and just innovate and come up with different mechanics and control schemes that Nintendo has not explored before. So this is not something that's just based off one like single, like there is the single gimmick of like the train being destructible, but everything else in here is also new. Like Donkey Kong has never moved like this before. There's never been a
mhm,
Nintendo platformer with this kind of terrain interaction and this kind of systemic gameplay before. Uh, the smashing is just like a small part of it. It's really a game about clever traversal, about solving environmental puzzles and exploiting the different powers you can unlock to do things in the environment.
mhm,
Um, it is a little bit more cerebral than Super Mario Odyssey, which is really more about execution and like just being able to platform. This is a game where taking your time and examining the terrain and looking for visual and oral cues um, really helps. The other thing about it is that it's not self-serious at all. It is one of the like it is goofy and bizarre in the same way that Mario plus Rabbids is, where just
yeah.
there like there is so much shitpost energy in this game. uh, like all these bizarre like it seems like every bizarre office in jokes somehow made it into the game. And it's just so charming to have that humor in there. It's not like Nintendo games are like stone faced, right? They can be funny.
Yeah.
This is one that it is explicitly trying to make you laugh,
But
and
I
there are like
go
laugh
ahead.
out loud gags in it.
I've always thought that that was kind of maybe like Donkey Kong's role in like all the the Nintendo universe because stuff like the Diddy rap and like
Yeah,
all like the
yeah,
little
the DK
weird like
rap.
yeah
Yeah.
the stuff that they could always do where yeah we're gonna make DK Kongas or like it just always seemed like a sillier place than maybe I know Mario's plenty silly right but it just always seemed like a sillier place than Mario definitely sillier than Zelda right so out of
Oh
all the
yeah.
properties, it seems like it's the one where like, yeah, they can go as, crazy funny as they feel like.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is building off some of that humor and energy. Like, I would say not so much the retro platformers, but this was built by people who love Rare's work. So
Yes. Very much. Very much a love letter to Rare.
is a love letter to Donkey Kong Country, the Donkey Kong Country trilogy, and DK64 in like every way possible. The gameplay is considerably different from DK64. Like Donkey Kong controls very differently, can do a lot more stuff, has different abilities, um, and it's not quite so collectathon-y.
Though
It's
it
a
is
little.
it is still it's much more collectathon-y than other Nintendo
Oh yeah,
games of ilk. Like
way more
it's very
collectathon-y
much
than.
there. But it doesn't feel as overwhelming as N64 does.
Oh, it's not like it's not like your rare platformers like your Banjo Kazooies or your
Hmm.
DK64s where you have like 15 different collectibles. Um,
Jesus Christ, yeah.
this is a little bit more like you have to collect stuff, but it's not really like the core of the game. In fact, you can make it through the game without just like collecting anything until near the very end. Um, it's not really designed around that. And then some of the later levels, some of the mechanics they introduce in them are so impressively inventive that my jaw was on the floor. And again, I don't want to spoil them, but there's some just like absolutely bizarre things that you can do with terrain and um like how you interact with the world that um just opens so many possibilities and allow you to like wreck the levels in the funniest ways.
Yeah,
Um
like I haven't seen a speed run of this game yet, but I bet they are incredible.
yeah, they must like you can really break the game and exploit its mechanics in some really incredible ways. Like this is a Nintendo game where they kind of want you to sequence break if you want to. I definitely sequence broke pretty early in the game and didn't realize I had, and kind of
Yeah.
didn't like it doesn't mess things up. Like there are certain things that have to happen in a certain sequence, and the game
Mhm.
won't allow you to do them out of that sequence. But
Yeah.
in some cases, you can do things in very unintended ways, and it seems like Nintendo's designers were happy about letting you do
Yeah.
that.
There was one like on that note, there was one thing that I did kind of think they maybe should have done, and that's like I I think what like while I do applaud that you can do that and that you can sequence break the game or that you can just kind of blow through levels, I do think they probably should have made it so that you have to get a certain amount of bananas before you can continue, because a lot of times what I felt during my playthrough is that I would end up finding another way to like go another level down without realizing that that was going to lead to the next level. Like you can progress almost purely by accident in that way. And I do think that a little more friction and a little more structure on getting to the next level would have been a little better. Because yes, it does reward exploration, but when they make it so easy to get to the next level, you may not spend as much time in the level as you might otherwise.
Yeah, they restrict, I think, in the first level that
Yeah.
you get to after the big storm.
Mhm.
But beyond that, they don't really so the levels, like each level is called a layer, and the sub levels within them are called sub layers. And in the first layer, you're restricted from going to other sub layers at first,
Mhm.
but in subsequent layers, they don't have that restriction. And sometimes you can
Yeah.
kind of accidentally get to somewhere where you don't really want to be yet.
Yeah.
But related to that, one of the interesting things about the reception to the game has been like, okay, I'm just kind of mindlessly mashing my way through the level, and I'm collecting bananas, and then I'm not really engaging with the environment in a meaningful way. I'm not really platforming.
Mm.
Um, if you follow where the game is telling you to go, you will not have that experience.
Yeah, that's true.
So
Hey, it sounds familiar.
Yeah.
yeah, geez.
Yeah, kind of a similar, yeah.
So like, I anticipated that I would do like this, so I had the self discipline to not upgrade my radar. And I didn't do that until the very end of the game. And I highly advise you to play the game that way. Do not upgrade your radar.
I can't
Follow what the
remember if
game
I
is
did
telling
that
you
or
to
not.
do. Go off the beaten path if you see something interesting off the beaten path.
Mm.
But like, don't just smash everything and say I got a banana and then be like, oh, this game is boring because I smashed
Mhm.
everything. Like gamers have a tendency to optimize the fun out of their games, like try to play the meta and find the most broken build that'll let them beat the raid boss in like 15 seconds.
Yeah.
Um, like if you want to play the game that way, fine, but when you complain about how the game let you do that, when there is a much more fun way to play the game that the game is kind of explicitly telling you to do, I think
Yeah.
that's on you.
I
You know
think
what I mean?
and I kind of and I mentioned this like this was going to be one of my honorable mentions and I ended up moving it, but it's kind of a similar conversation I think that happens whenever a Pokemon game comes out and immediately all the people who've been playing it for like 20, 30 years are complaining about this and that with the game or how it's too easy and they are the exact kind of players that optimize the shit out of the game and make it unfun for themselves. Something that for all of the things that Pokemon ZA doesn't do, that is one thing they comment directly on in a way that is really, really funny. In a way that is explicit enough that like, yeah, we talking about you. And it's to the point where it's almost a little mean, and I really, really like that they did that. It's
I'm
really
so happy
funny.
about that because,
Yeah,
like, you
it's
gotta
so good.
realize the vast majority of players are like play that because they're like, I really want to unlock a Scyther or
Yeah.
capture a Scyther and play with
I
my
love
favorite
Scyther.
Pokemon or
Yeah.
my Onyx or
Yeah.
my
Yeah, or
Totodile or
whatever,
what.
and it's like, "That's not the
Yeah.
right build, you're not gonna get anywhere competitively," and then you complain about why you can't win, and it's like, "I can't win because 'cause I'm having to play with douchebags like you who this is all you fucking do, and you suck the fun out of everything." Like, fuck you, go play something else, like, and that's the thing, I think there's a similar conversation to be had around DK Bonanza, because like, one thing Nintendo has been very clear on is that their primary audience is children. They want them to be happy first and foremost. They play games for kids. And like something I brought up about Pokemon ZA is like the main complaint that everyone gets about, that game is like, oh well, it looks bad, like the design is bad, the graphics are bad, the fidelity is really low, there's no excuse for it to look like that. And I thought back to like when I was playing like I've played bad games as a kid, like objectively bad games, like games where I've gone back and it's like, holy shit, what did I get out of this? And it's like, you got a game out of it because you were 9 and that's all you wanted. You didn't care whether the graphics were bad. You didn't care that the soundtrack or the sound design was cheap. You were playing a game and that's all that you wanted. And like, I don't know, like, I think there is value in recognizing when you've gotten too old for something. And I
Yeah.
think a lot of people that play Nintendo games that still play them, I think I think there's a lot of projection in that like they're refusing to recognize that they want different things out of games now and Nintendo is not going to give that to them because they're not the primary audience for it. And like
Yeah.
that's obviously that's another conversation, but it is definitely related to this.
like especially with Pokemon, which is very kid
Yeah.
targeted.
Oh yeah.
Like the platformers are kind of like more of an all ages thing. But yeah, like Pokemon, that is explicitly a
Yeah,
game
it's
for
all ages
children.
because they put that sexy monkey in the game.
Oh, oh yeah, the
The one with the
sex
glasses. The
like
one the blonde.
the the boss lady,
Yeah, yeah, the executive.
the one who's serving.
Yes, oh my god, she's serving so much. Oh my god. Incredible.
Yeah,
Feasting this woman.
yeah. She's a I forget her name, but
I like her a lot.
she
She's
rules.
great. She's a lot of fun.
She's not like sexy in the same like remember Coraline from Kirby and the Forgotten Land, who's just
No.
like oh you didn't play that game?
No, I
There
didn't.
is a sexy lady like cat boss in that game who is like so out of place and it's so funny.
It's just out of
Um,
pocket, and they're like, "Here, you freaks. We know this is what you want. We know you bought this game with your money. Here you fucking go.
yeah.
Y'all
This
nasty,
isn't like
nasty."
yeah, this isn't that. It's a little bit of a different vibe. But
Yeah,
yeah,
it's more like we know what y'all like, and we appreciate you. Here to go.
yeah. All right, Quayle, what's your number 3?
My number 3 is a game that I know none of you played. So, Daemon X Machina Titanic Scion. No,
No,
I
No.
didn't think
my
so.
exposure to Daemon X Machina was playing the demo of the first game when it was a Nintendo Switch exclusive, thinking,
Yeah.
"Wow, this is ass," and then
It's like this shit is so
never
just
touched that series again.
yeah. I played the demo on the Switch too, and I just remember playing it and like. Thankfully, I did not have any investment in Armored Core as a franchise. I played For Answer once in college, and it made my hands hurt. Like I wasn't like bummed that it wasn't giving me what I wanted, but like I've read a lot of complaints from people who did, just like playing it, tears streaming down their face. Just this shit is so ass. It's not good, but it's all we have. And then Armored Core 6 came out. So anyway, it is the thing that I played the demo for this game on PC and I really really enjoyed it. The thing that convinced me to actually buy it though was favorable because there were a lot of complaints from a lot of people who played Armored Core 6 who were thinking, "Oh, this is the director of the original Armored Core. This is another Armored Core like. Yay." And that's not what it is. Very favorable comparisons to Xenoblade Chronicles X. Which I'd played earlier in the year and loved. And also, you mentioned I haven't played this, but Kappa, you mentioned this. Very favorable comparisons to Anthem, basically
Yeah.
saying this is what Anthem should have been.
And that
Lots
makes
of
sense because Anthem felt like a game that needed that, honestly, so
yeah,
that makes sense.
it has the mission structure, it has a main hub, it has a huge sprawling world that is a blast to explore it's called an arsenal, which is it's more of power armor mech suit than an actual mech, but the flight, just being able to fly around in these vast canyons and huge forests and abandoned buildings and shit, it is the traversal is so much fun. It's really really good. I really really enjoyed it. The story is thin, but also like, why are you coming to this game for a story? Know what you like, interrogate what you like. Like it's good and it's healthy for you. Eat your creative vegetables for fuck's sake. The character design is incredible. I like that. It wears its anime tropiness on its sleeve, but but it's not just flat out uninteresting. Your main character is actually from the opposing faction that you end up fighting through the entire game. And what is interesting about that is your character is you get to be a complete asshole. So like you don't have to be nice. Thank fucking God. You don't have to be nice. You can be a dick to everyone and it's great. But what's also interesting is that like it affects how you interact with like the characters that are in the faction you're currently with, the good quote unquote guys. Like they make it explicitly clear that they can never fully trust you because of where you come from. And then there's the opposing faction that when you fight recognize you and all label you, while they all label you a traitor, they also seem genuinely kind of like upset and broken up that you have defected because they still consider you one of the best to join their ranks. So like that conversation is interesting. I wish they did more with it because it is interesting that they put it there in the first place, but is what it is. But the main reason that I would recommend this game, and everybody knows this, so I'm not going to try and bang on too much about it, is something that is frustrating and outright flabbergasting and probably one of the most flagrant wastes of a player's time that I've ever seen in a game, which is the optional boss that takes 4 real-time hours to get to. It sits at the top of a tower. Depending on your build, it can take anywhere from 4 to 6 hours to reach him. There are no dungeons when ascending this tower. There are no enemies. There is no music. It is just you, your jets, and the whistling of the wind.
Yeah.
And
attach a rubber band to your thumbstick and like.
Yes, that's what a lot of people did. That's what a lot of people did. Shout out to that one player who actively did it in real time and uploaded a video of every time he reached like X amount, and he's just sitting there, and
It sounds like Desert Bus.
It's so good. And there's platforms for you to stop and wait for your jets to recharge, because you do have to spend fuel to get up there. So there's places to stop, but other than that, it takes that long. And my favorite thing is you don't get any achievements for doing that. You don't get any achievements for it's just part of the game. You don't get any achievements for hitting certain platforms. You don't get achievements for reaching the top. You don't get an achievement for beating the boss. Nothing. You get nothing. You get a drop of his the regular drop from his armor that you get from any other boss, and that is it. But I cannot help but respect the sheer audacity of the choice, because the thing I kept thinking about when you get to the top is that by the time I had gotten to it, and I'm not made of this stuff. I took a taxi up there, so whatever. I cheated. But the thing I couldn't help but thinking is the arena is huge, and it's just the one guy who's just another dude in a mech suit like you, and I kept thinking about the first person to make it up there, because when I got up there, there were the bodies of a bunch of players who had tried to beat them and died. So it's littered with corpses and shit, and you're like, oh, I might be in trouble.
They have Souls-esque online.
Yeah.
You see the corpse. Oh, cool.
Yeah, and also if you run out of fuel and you fall and die, there's a circle of bodies at the bottom. From all the people who died trying to get up there, which is really funny. So it's
a dynamic environmental storytelling.
Yeah, so you get there and you're like, wonder what that's about. Anyway.
Time to keep going.
Yeah. But you get up there, and I keep thinking about the first person to beat that boss who got up there and then just stood there in the center of the arena, and there was just nothing. And just sitting there thinking what have I been doing? It's one of those things, and yes, laughing yes in a funny way, because it directly speaks to what we've been talking about because the first person to do that is probably one of those dipshits that optimized their build and optimized the fun out of the game. So but I love that a game does that. I love that there's a game that does that makes the player waste all their time to do this one thing, not get anything for it, and then forces them to sit there and think about and put them in the headspace of thinking about what the fuck they have been doing this entire time. What was all of this for? And I respect the hell out of that, because games don't get that. But also at the same time, after we beat the boss, I spent some time just kind of bullshitting around and taking some silly screenshots and stuff. And there's this one thing, because when you jump off the tower and fall, it takes about 2 to 3 real-time hours to fall, depending on your build and what weight class you have, which is incredible. But also the thing I noticed on the fall, I probably fell for like maybe 30 minutes, and they they render all like the cloud layers and stuff. Sometimes the weather changes between cloud layers and things like that, and like they rendered all of that in engine in real time, and they didn't have to do that.
Can I
They
ask a
didn't have to
dumb
do their
question?
huh?
Can I
Yes,
ask a
go
dumb
ahead.
question?
Yes.
Why does the speed of falling depend on your weight class?
Depends on how heavy your mech is. Presumably,
That's
if you're
not how
heavy enough,
gravity works.
dude, I don't know. All right,
If
I don't
heavy,
know. You're heavy enough, you fall faster. I don't know.
that's
All right,
not.
I don't know math. I don't know physics. I'm not a mathematician. I don't do what you do. Shut up.
I'm not a physicist at all. This is like a fact about gravity you learn when you're like 8, that objects of different masses fall at the same speed.
Well, I guess I'm an idiot because I don't know, okay?
Sorry.
This is
I'm
like the
so
like the
confused.
a ton of feathers and a ton of bowling balls type
Yeah, they fall
question.
at the same speed. The
Oh.
reason a
Yeah, I
feather
don't know.
falls slower than a bowling ball is because of air resistance. But this is out in space where there's no air resistance, so presumably everything falls at the same
It's
speed.
actually not quite space. You reach I don't know all the different layers, but it's the very upper edge
Okay,
of the
so it's
atmosphere.
where like
So it's not
Katy Perry
space.
and Jeff Bezos went to when they said they're going to go in space.
Yeah, that. But like I spent some time falling, and I just remember thinking like just how beautiful it was up there. Like, and how they didn't have to do any of that. And like on the one hand, like yes, like the question I had is like, why is this here? And then there's the salty have player wasted my time. Why is this even here? Like, why did they do this? And then there's me who is like, this is incredible. Why did they put this here? Why did they put this here knowing that no one was going to appreciate it? That nobody was going to actually go out of their way to like actually experience it for what it is and appreciate it for what it is. And like I don't this is going to sound silly, but like after looking at those screenshots and stuff and doing it like it it was something close to like a religious experience. I was just so happy that this was even here. And like, I don't know. I still don't know how to articulate how that makes me feel and why. Like, I'm just happy that this exists. Like you just kind of have to experience it. Like if any of you get the game and decide you want to go up to the tower and experience that, please let me know. I have the fast travel thing unlocked. I'll take you up there. It's fine.
Yeah, this
Like I
sounds
uploaded
so.
those screenshots to like my little frame thing, like where you upload pictures to it. I have those screenshots
Oh yeah,
uploaded
like one
there.
of those
Like that's
horror
how
frames or whatever.
yes, like that's how much I love that. Like it's like sitting on my desk in the living room.
That's really cool.
I loved it.
Um, I love when people get like passionate about games that were kind of unsung or that had mixed reviews because they see something like really special in it. So
Yeah.
it's really interesting to hear you talk about Titanic Scion that way.
Yeah. It's also just genuinely fun to play. Like the co-op is genuine. It's probably one of the most fun co-op experiences I had. It's a lot of fun. Like just
Oh,
having big massive guns and rail guns and laser swords and shit. Just slicing up robots and trucks. It's fun.
all right, Kappa, what's your number 3?
I feel like I'm gonna say this, and I think everybody's oh yeah, that game came out. Avowed.
Oh
I
yeah,
love.
that did come out this
Ooh,
year.
yeah, that did Say
I
more
don't
about
know
Yeah,
how.
that.
Yeah,
Say
I think
more
it
about
was
that.
too
Obsidian
early in
made
the year.
Obsidian put out 2 RPGs
Two
this year,
games.
which
Yeah.
Yes,
is
this and
crazy.
Outer
2 big
Worlds too.
RPGs.
Yeah,
So
and we forgot about them completely.
the funny thing about like I've been an RPG player forever, and like sometimes people will be like, "Oh, I love the exploration, like the exploration Oblivion." But I'm like, "What are you talking about?" I just
Yeah,
wandered around. I found a
having
cave.
played the remaster too, like,
Yeah.
yeah, what the fuck are you talking about?
I'm like, what exploration are we talking about? Now, then when I played about, I was like, oh, this is what they must be talking about. Because I felt like every time I turned like a new corner or unlocked a new area or went to a new like spot, it felt like I was like discovering a world. Everything in that game looked so cool. Like as far as the game world, it looked like lived in and inhabited, but also old, but also like kind of shaped by magic. Everything I kind of ran into had like a feeling of like magic is out of control, and here's how it's affecting this area.
Hmm.
um, the combat was, I don't know how to describe it. It's fucking dope. I loved it. I loved switching between like, oh, what am I going to use for this one? Dual wielding pistols or a gigantic hand axe or whatever. I could do whatever I wanted. Um, a gun and shield. Sure, why not? Everything about it felt cool. I want to. I think that they maybe. I can't remember who directed it. Like I remember there was like maybe like a first time
Carrie
director.
Patel.
Yeah, and I think they did a really good job of explaining. Because I know they also wrote. I think she quit after it, right? Um,
Hmm.
I, I'm pretty sure
Yeah,
she
I
quit after.
think she left the studio. I can look that up while you're
Yeah.
talking.
But I think like kind of was like, oh, this must be bad for the game. This must be bad for the game. But um, I feel like everything about Avowed was better than expected. I don't. There was nothing. I don't know how it sold or whatever. But Avowed just seemed to have it all put together as far as a AAA RPG that lets you do what you wanted to do. Um, I loved it, and it's one of those things. Oh, I know what she left to do. I
Left
know
for
what she
Night
left to
School
do.
Studio,
Yes,
Mhm.
which is the studio
Netflix.
that put out Oxenfree and
Oh.
what's that
Yeah,
one? After Party.
yeah.
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 Which is kind of a weird step because I feel like this is the kind of like, oh my god, this is the game. This is the hottest directed game I can think of in a long time because everything came together all at once. And fun game, start to finish. The world felt cool. Companions were cool. Weapons, combat, everything was great. The story was I thought was really tight for like an RPG story set in an open world game. I never felt like I was kind of like confused with where to go next, but I never felt rushed to get there, which is kind of what I want from an open world RPG, right? Um, I don't know, like I I think Avowed um, kind of reviewed pretty well, right?
Yeah.
Um,
Pretty
it
decent
did.
reviews.
Like eights,
The
nines, kind of, or
yeah,
Seven to eight kind of
yeah,
range. But yeah.
the critical reviews, like from journalists and stuff, were all very glowing and effusive, but player reviews in the subsequent months have dipped considerably. It sits at a mixed on Steam. Uh, Last I checked, but I
Oh
think that
wow.
has, yeah, I think, but yeah, a lot of people who played it have soured on the game, but part of that dip is related to a recent update that apparently rendered the game just unplayable for some
yeah,
people. So a lot of the reviews are from people who genuinely liked and enjoyed the game and were able to play it when it came out, but after a patch that got pushed, I think like in July, it basically just was the performance dipped, like frame drop, crashes, like it basically became unplayable for them. And I
wow,
think
yeah,
that's part of the reason for the dip.
Yes, because overall the reviews are mostly positive. The recent reviews are back up to very positive.
oh, there you
So
go.
I
Oh,
think
okay. So
they
I guess
must
they
have.
Fixed it
fixed
or
it
something.
then.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Um, just I didn't really dig the Pillars of Eternity world before this game. I thought it was okay. There was nothing that really stood out to me about Eora that Tamriel or another world didn't do already. But when I'm actually was playing that game, it felt to me like the world was coming alive and I was exploring it, and all that cheesy shit that I used to read. I was like, what are they talking about? It was like such an eye opener for me. It's like, oh yeah, like I'm exploring the world. I'm exploring the weapons. Oh, can I do this? Yes, I can. Oh wow, this is cool. This guy's gonna help me. Okay, well, what can I do? Oh, I can tell him to, stand there all day, and he will. Okay. There was a lot to this game that I thought was really cool, and I felt like it kind of got missed or like forgotten about by the time the year end awards, and everything rolled around. But that January, February stuff, it just kind of feel like if you're not, the game of the year, that by the time December rolls around, if you came out that long ago, you kind of already been left
Yeah, there's a
behind.
lot of recency bias. Yeah.
Yeah, and I think
Yeah.
Avowed, I think it was up there with all. This was a stupid good year for RPGs. I think all mine except for Battlefield, my top fives are RPGs. But this one I think in particular gave me something the ones didn't, where I felt like every time I was like jumping into the world, I was gonna go see something cool, you know?
Hmm.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Again, like It's always interesting to hear someone talk glowingly about a game that had kind of mixed reception because
Yeah.
you get to hear exactly what people are you get to hear exactly what that person is really into and the unique things about a game that appeal to them.
Yeah, and I think it's
Yeah.
like in a year of, I mean, one clear 10. I think there's a lot of like 7, 8, 9 games that this year, like you can kind of make some like that got fallen to the wayside because there was such a clear 2 or 3, like these are the games you got to play this year.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Now my number 2, Claire Obscure Expedition 33.
Oh,
Is that on anyone else's
how
list?
dare you? Yes, of course.
No, it's not.
Okay, so we're gonna table it
Okay.
until we get to you. Quinley, what's on your list at number 2?
Well, I can say this definitively that neither of you have it. Girls Made Pudding is my number 2 game.
You told me to
Uh,
play it, and I ignored you because I'm a bad person.
Boo! That's okay. You can play it next year. Um, so the basis this game, the premise alone sold me, and the premise of the game is that you play two characters. One of them is named Nakomi, and I cannot remember the other girl's name. Oh, Subimi and Nakomi.
Meaty.
Two girls who are traveling around their country. I think it's Japan. They don't explicitly say, but after a cataclysm where one day anybody who was not seen or being looked at just disappeared. And
Mm.
I mean, in the sense of like, at first it's kind of vague what exactly they mean, but they literally mean one day if you were out and about and nobody, not even a stranger, had a bead on you, you disappeared. And it happened very abruptly, as in people realized it happened slowly, and then people realized in real time that it was happening, and people saw like news alerts and shit, and they started panicking, and over the course of like a couple of hours, everybody was gone.
Wow.
And like,
Sounds like an SCP.
yeah, kind of, yeah, it's and there are explanations for it in game, and they're fine, but the thing about this game is about its premise. Like, I have never seen a game live up to its premise and make the most of its premise as well as Girls Made Pudding does. The reason these two girls are traveling around is because they're like, well, it's the end of the world or whatever, but like, what do you want to do before, because we don't know what'll happen to us. What do you want to do? And the girl is like, Subimi, who is like, Nakomi worked at a maid cafe, and so she's dressed in her maid cafe outfit because she was at work while this was happening. And Subimi was a frequent attendee of the cafe, but she was not Nakomi. Nakomi was not her favorite waitress. It was another girl who was now gone. So they don't even know each other that well. They were just basically, as it was happening, the only reason they didn't disappear is because they kept eyes on each other because they were too terrified to look away. So they don't even know each other that well. And the whole thing, Sabimi is like, well, what do you want to do? And she's like, I want to make pudding. I want to make the pudding that the cafe had. And so Nakomi knows how to cook most of the items on the menu, but that is one that Subimi points out she was particularly not good at making, which is kind of funny. So she's like, yeah, no, we're just gonna make this until you get it right. But the actual gameplay is it's very similar to kind of like how the map is in Kentucky Route Zero, even down to like the voxel look. Like, you just kind of drive around, pick up stuff, search through houses and like restaurants and stuff for ingredients, and you do occasionally meet another person, another NPC. But their stories, it's not really a game about these specific people as it is a story about people in general, and more specifically just how easily people see through one another, like, and don't even like clock strangers like as people with full lived experiences and lives and people in their lives that care about them. Like, just you see a guy at a gas station, you clock that guy as guy at a gas station. Maybe he was wearing a weird shirt, but like you don't think that guy maybe has a family. That guy has a mom who loves him. That guy maybe has kids. That guy has a job. That like you don't think about that kind of stuff when you see another person. And one of the like this game made me ask a lot of questions, but the one it really made me think of was just like just as an exercise, how many people did you see yesterday? Like not people you interacted with, just how many people from the time you woke up to the time you went to sleep that night did you physically lay eyes on? And once you have that number, do you remember where you were when you saw them? Do you remember what they looked like, what clothes they wear, what were they doing? Or what about the other way around? Do you know if anybody looked at you? Do you know how many people do you think look at you any given day? How would you know for sure anyone saw you if you did not catch them looking at you? Do you think they remember you and what you looked like and what you were wearing, what you were doing? And I asked myself these questions and found that I genuinely could not remember most days. Like the day I beat the game, it was easy because I worked from home. So I saw South because he was also in work because they were also working from home. I saw the gas station clerk when I went to get cigarettes, and I saw the guy at the pump cleaning his car windshield because he had a really weird shirt on. But I don't remember the other people in the store, at the pumps, or in the cars on the road. Meaning, if they literally disappeared when I wasn't looking, I would not know the difference between them leaving and them just disappearing into thin air. And Girls Made Pudding presents these questions, but it doesn't really answer them. And it doesn't really need to, because the questions themselves go a very long way to illustrating its sobering point, which is that people make strangers of each other every single day and do so with relative ease. Like in the grand scheme of things, we do not remember anyone we see on a given day to day if we do not interact with them directly. So if they were to literally disappear and nothing brought our attention to the fact that they disappear, we would not know either way. And there is something about that that left me shaken. Like it shook me, and in a way that I'm not really like. I still think about that. Like I don't want to make the game sound despairing and heavy, because it genuinely isn't. It's actually pretty lighthearted, and very sweet, all things considered, given its premise. And it does make a heartwarming case for how we can better bear witness to one another in ways that matter. But I also can't shake this cold feeling that the game's premise leaves me with, which is just how little people care about each other, and not in a way that is like actively pointed or malicious. It's actually disturbingly mundane, and that is something that I have been thinking about since I played it. Everyone should play it. It's good. Everyone should play it.
I mean, it seems like we don't think about it very often, but the people in our lives are actual people, and
Yeah.
the people not in our lives are abstractions to us.
Yes.
And we like when you become conscious of that fact, like you recognize it and you sit with it or you move on. But
Mhm.
because these people are abstractions to us, we don't really sit with that fact most of the time.
Yeah. Unless they actively either you interact with them, or they actively inconvenience you. Like if somebody cuts you off on the road, you remember that motherfucker. That motherfucker made you pissed off the rest of the day or whatever. So like even then, you don't think of that person as person driving a car. You think shitty
Fucker
driver.
cut me off. Yeah.
Yeah, motherfucker. And that's not a person to you. That's a motherfucker. It's a different genre of being put on this
Yeah.
earth explicitly to piss you off.
Exactly. I've been looking at the screenshots of this, and I remember it because you'd previously shared this game with me. And the game that it most reminded me of, just looking at the screenshots, was Opus Echo of Star Song. In terms of having that combination of like kind of the blocky polygonal aesthetic, with more anime styled characters kind of on top of it, and seems to be not actually playing in the same thematic space, but having a similar melancholic tone.
Mm.
So
Hmm.
yeah, I'm really interested. I should probably check this out. It's not a very long game, I was assuming, so I could
No,
probably
no,
finish it
it's
before
not.
the end of the year.
Yeah.
And who knows, maybe it will make it into my eventual final list. Kappa, what's your number two?
Kingdom Come Deliverance 2.
Oh
Um,
wow, I was
was
expecting Outer Worlds 2, which I guess you
no,
didn't
I
finish.
did I haven't beat it yet.
Okay,
That
Kingdom
I
Come Deliverance 2. Let's hear
yes.
about it.
Yeah.
I oh man, I feel like this game is such a weird game in that like people insist it's this like true to life experience as a peasant, but it's not. It's like a zany soap opera almost of this guy who just everything just kind of falls into his lap and how does he handle it? There's definitely some darkness to it, and things that aren't great happen to him, but it does have a good feeling of you being I don't know how to describe it. Like, so you are in this world and things are happening around you, and then there's things you can influence and things you can't. And the game is pretty good about being like, yeah, you can maybe do something about this. It's probably not going to work, but give it a shot. And then you can basically decide how Henry goes through this world figuring things out. Is he kind of blind to like the political machinations going on around him and he's just going from village to village helping people out? Does he understand you know why things are happening at a broader level, or does he not care and he's just surrounded by these nobles who he just kind of hates? And all of that comes to, I think, a really cool head by the time the kind of final act of this game hits. um, there's some real dark stuff happening in this game that Henry kind of has to like weigh in on. I think there's like a one of the big game defining scenes that leads to kind of the ending is a pogrom that's happening in the city. And Henry is very friendly and loyal with the local Jewish population in the game. And it's like, how does he reconcile that? Um, and then by doing that, he becomes almost untouchable from the noble end of things because he helped them. And there's just a lot of stories and tales that happen here that I don't think other games would even try to touch.
Mm.
And it does it with a combat system I fucking love. Witcher needs to copy the combat system of Kingdom Come. I don't know why they haven't yet, but I love the kind of like the combat parry, dodge, block mechanic that they have going in that combat system. It's really cool. Um, I know there was a lot of there's a there was like a backlash on one end from Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 for political reasons on one, and then on two there was a backlash from the exact opposite side of people because now this game has a same-sex romance option that I
Yeah, I was
think
about to
is
say, weren't people complain like there were people who's like that never happened. That never happened back then. It's like
it is
shut the
People
fuck
weren't
up.
gay in like the year
People weren't
1200.
gay.
Fuck off.
it
Yeah,
is
like exactly.
it is so well set up. It might be the best same-sex um, relationship that's ever set up in a game. It is so
Ooh.
well done and like makes so much like logical sense the way it progresses. From kind of like brothers to brothers in arms to lovers. Like it feels supernatural. Like not supernatural, like but it feels very natural to get from where it goes to where it ends up with that being your love interest. There's another love interest I
Is that
really like
the
as well.
oh okay, so
Good.
there is my question was gonna be, is there more than one or is that the only
Yes,
one?
yeah.
Okay.
I think there's 3. I don't wanna spoil it too much. One of them is if you made a certain choice in the first game. Another one of them is, very obviously, the character you spend a lot of your time with, Sir Hans. And the other one is a character that kind of comes along in a in kind of a cool way where she's like, I want to study you because there's something up with your life and that you keep being in all these situations and things seem to happen around you. And then kind of he becomes so interested in Henry that um, basically they turn into lovers.
I like
And
that. I want to study you.
yeah,
What
that's kind of.
what are you? Why are you here? I, I like that. I like that as a as an opening to a
Yeah.
relationship. Just like, hey, what the fuck?
Oh man.
That's
I
really
don't know that she
cool.
ever like yeah, she's not fooled by him basically is the main thing. But her quest is very much like, hey, there's this stuff in this book, and then, tell me about what you think about this stuff in this book. And then as you kind of get through it, it kind of blossoms from there. And
Okay,
she's
so
like
he
the
can read then.
yes, yeah.
He's like, "Do you know
Um
your letters?"
yeah, that's honestly like that's a huge part of the story. Is like everybody's like, "Oh my god, you can read!" Like it plays like a plot point
Okay.
so many times in this. Um, but with Rosa, she's the love interest. It's like she wants him to basically like finish the book that she's writing for him, and like
Hmm.
how since you've had all this weird stuff happen to you, how would you finish this book?
Aw,
And
that's
yeah,
really
it's really sweet.
sweet.
Yeah, exactly. I love
Aw,
that.
I like that.
There's a couple other romance options throughout, that are kind of like some are red herring, some are kind of, one-time lovers. But I thought her story was kind of interesting because she's like this noble banker who's just fascinated with the rise you've had this because she's felt very cloistered by the nobility and seeing you
Hmm.
kind of like rise above your station has kind of like inspired her. And the Sir Hans romance, same, it's got a lot of natural points to it. Romances are hard to do in video games, and they kind of delivered on this. The story's really, really, really good. I think maybe start to finish, maybe better than Claire, which I know we'll get into. And I think the direction of this game is probably better start to finish than Claire. But I think the highs of Claire Expedition 33, whatever we're calling it, I think that dwarfs any of the highs you'll get from Kingdom Come 2. But I don't think that you should just kind of like write it off because it doesn't hit all those highs. Because the moment to moment, the gameplay, getting from spot to spot, the world that you were living in, even like there's like a devil's dice. I don't know, there's devil's dice. There's a gambling game I got so fucking addicted to because you can find like
Oh
little dice
yes.
that are like
Hell yes.
the dice, like you'll find like dice, and like you meet one guy who's like very obviously like Satan, like the devil. He's like, "Oh, I'll give you these dice if you, swear to me these following things." And then like you get these dice, and
My
you give
riddle
them.
is 3.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And then like there's lovers that will give you special dice. The gambling game is really fun in the background. Um, it's got a cool mechanic for like just kind of like street brawling is what I would call it. Not every fight needs to go into like stabbing people with swords. So there's a lot of scenarios where it's like, how dare you say that to me? I'm gonna punch you in the face. And the game kind of delivers on that too. Um, the best I've never seen anything even close as the best smithing and alchemy mini games ever. Period. The
Ooh.
I would play.
Uh-oh.
I would play a game. I think there's like a whole expansion coming for it that's just smithing, and I cannot wait for that. The smithing is so stupidly fun. You like shape it, and then like there's like you do like you dip it, you do all that stuff, and then there's this part where like you're like hammering it, and Henry will whistle, and like if you time it to the beats of his whistle, you like kind of like create like a masterwork weapon. So damn cool.
Aw.
The alchemy
You
is like every
control his hyperfixation.
yeah, exactly.
Hyperfocus. Here I go. That's
And
really
then
cool.
the
This game
alchemy
is
like
it's on sale for $30 right now. I kind
it's
of want
worth
it.
it. It's 100% worth it. There's when you're doing alchemy, like you look at the book and it's like illustrated like illuminated manuscript style, and like it tells you like all these things, and you have to like kind of figure out what goes in what order a little bit. But
This is starting to sound like it's a secret atelier game.
it kind
Yeah,
of
I
is
know. I'm about to say, like,
like
oh, okay. I love
I
those
don't
things.
I
If
don't
it
know if
like if
you
it has a fishing mini game, I'm sold. Is there
I don't
fishing?
know if it does. I think it might.
Oh,
I think I know that there's a scene in the river. I can't remember if it actually has fishing or not. But yeah, I don't know. There, the alchemy game, like if you were to like pull up a picture of it, it's just really cool because like everything is kind of like illuminated. And then like you have to like pump the bellows to like heat the water, not too much to, you just want to boil it for one turn, and you're
mm,
constantly flipping over like a sand dial, or what are they called? Like sand timer.
I have no idea. The
Hourglass.
hourglass?
Yeah, you're constantly flipping over hourglasses. So it's like, do this for 2 turns. If you do it for 3, you could throw it out. But if you do it for 1, you'll make like a less potent version of it. So you're constantly like flipping through, adding these ingredients, putting it through like a decanter, filling special vials. It's so insanely addictive. I've never used alchemy in pretty much any other video game. Like I didn't touch that shit in Oblivion. I didn't touch it in The Witcher. Here I was like, "Ooh, maybe I can make a potion that'll help me." And like I'll go like dig through this like book and like, "Oh, bane poison. This is perfect." And if I'll pour it in the pot, the cooking pot, it'll poison these guys and I won't have to fight as many. And sure as shit, yeah, go ahead, poison everybody. The game doesn't seem to mind if you do that. So, um
Wow.
uh the the blacksmith and alchemy mini games alone, I would say are price of admission, worth it for $30. Uh but those the funny thing about that too is that like so you got like a gambling game, you've got a fun alchemy game, you got a fun blacksmith game. You could probably just play those 3 things and that's a game right there. And then there
Oh,
just happens to be
man.
like a grade A um, you know, uh RPG kind of put around that. But those 3 things alone are stupid fun. I think the
Well,
lock picking.
I've wish listed it now.
Okay.
I don't know if I'm gonna get it for $30 just because it seems a little the aesthetic is a bit brown.
Yeah, it is. It
Like
is.
just kind of grayscale.
There's
But when it goes further on sale with all the expansion stuff,
Expansions,
I'll,
yeah.
I'll probably be looking at this because I'm like, oh shit, crafting.
I looked it up. There is no fishing minigame, but there are fish traps along bodies of
That's it.
water where
Yeah.
you can grab fish.
Yeah,
It's
I knew there
not
was something in it.
fishing. It's not
Yeah,
fishing.
someone
not
already did the
actively
fishing
doing it
for
for
you.
sure. Yeah.
If they add fishing, maybe they'll add fishing. Maybe.
Apparently, fishing was like planned for the first game. There are files like indicating fishing like related content, but it never actually made it into the
There's a
final
whiff of
product.
fishing.
Yeah.
If you believe
Mhm.
hard enough. But yeah, I think
Promised fishing.
it's getting pretty decent. I don't know if it's already got. I think it's already got 1 DLC. I think another one is planned. So
It's got two. There are
2.
two
Okay. Yeah.
expansions out right now. Yeah.
Yeah. I haven't gone back, and this is like my own fault because I'll enjoy a game, but then I get so bogged down in other games I forget to go back and play the expansions. But I definitely want to play one of the expansions because I know it's just focused around the blacksmithing, and so I am very much looking about getting back into that. Probably when like it's all kind of wrapped up, game of the year, stuff like that.
Nice. That
But
sounds really cool. As somebody who knew nothing about that series, this is checking a lot of boxes for me.
it's very much like a game where like you feel like a part of the story, but you're not the chosen one. Does that make sense? Like, and so
Oh
the
hell
guy
yeah.
the guy you're hanging out with, he's the chosen one. He's the royal leader or whatever. You're
Mhm.
kind of just his buddy that's getting him from spot to spot. Like you're like, okay, yeah, don't screw yourself
Oh
up, Hans.
man.
And so
Oh man, I love
you're
that.
second fiddle to him for 99% of the story, but then like he clearly relies on you so much that like it's not like you take over for him, but he's like, what should I do here? And like, you're giving advice like this noble who's basically like the chosen prince for everything. um
Mm,
and I like that. So
that's cool.
Yeah.
Do
Oh,
you,
right.
since y'all have the same game, and I know that's going to be a long conversation, do you mind if I do my number one
yeah,
first?
yeah,
No, I have a different number one because
Oh, you do?
yeah,
yeah,
Claire's
has
my
his
number
number
2.
2.
Oh, clear.
That's what we
Okay, it was
skipped.
your number
Yeah,
two.
yeah.
Okay, that's right. Okay.
Yeah. My number one game of the year is, and people are going to think I'm nuts, but I don't care. This is my
Okay.
game of the year. Road to Empress.
I have no idea what that is.
It's one of those coaster games.
What? Coaster game?
No,
What's a coaster game?
no, coaster. Fell in love
Coaster.
with coaster. Oh my god, there's a whole genre you do not know about. You know what fell in
Coaster.
love with coaster is?
No, I have no idea what you're talking
Okay.
about.
When you get time, go ahead and look it up and let me know.
How do you spell coaster?
Coser.
Okay. You know what? I'm looking this up right now.
Fell in love with coaster. There's about 45 of them.
Oh, God, no. It's not like that. What?
They're like Chinese dating sims.
Oh, no, this is not a dating sim.
Okay, gotcha.
It is an FMV game, and it is Chinese, but it is not a dating sim.
Okay.
It is set in 7th century China. It is a palace intrigue FMV game.
Mm.
Oh, it's that. Okay, it is that game. Okay, I've seen these. I've seen screenshots of this.
Yeah,
Everyone in it is very pretty.
exactly. Uh, you are not a man trying to fall in love with Koser. You play as a young woman, a titan in the Emperor's harem, attempting to climb the ranks, hence Road to Empress. Um, Turns out that a Chinese palace in the 7th century is a dangerous place. There's a lot of backstabbing, there's a lot of drama, uh, a lot of things that can kill you, a lot of very sharp hairpins that make ideal weapons to stab people in the carotid. Um, so, like, with a lot of these FMV games, they're almost embarrassed to be video games. Like,
Yeah,
Mm,
that's a good way to describe it. I completely
yeah,
understand what you mean.
yeah.
they're like movies that occasionally pause to give you a choice.
Mhm.
Road to Empress is like deliberately and unabashedly a video game. Like, yes, you are mostly watching videos and making choices, but it also has QTEs. There's also like a codex. There's also like a whole encyclopedia of character profiles. Um, like it is like there are like leaderboards for characters that you get to like vote on which characters you like or dislike, and there's like an online leaderboard system for that. There's a whole like decision path diagram that unlocks, and you get to see like it's very easy to like return to a prior decision node and make a different choice, because this is a game where you are going to die a lot by saying the wrong thing,
I,
and you will often die in very funny ways. Um,
does one of them involve soup?
not no,
Because
and the reason I say no is not just one.
the tops,
Many
the
endings involve drinking poisoned osmanthus soup.
okay, because the top review here says she souped me. She souped me over and over again. She poured the soup on my grave. She grew a soup tree on top of it, and then she made soup out of me. That's the top review for this game. Is she souped me?
Yeah. So the most common way of dying is getting stabbed in the neck with a hairpin. The second most common way of dying is drinking poisoned osmanthus soup.
She souped me. There's a lot of hairpins. The costuming on this is incredible. It looks fantastic.
Yeah.
Like,
For a
especially
game that
given how
costs
cheap Netflix adaptations, how much they cheap out on costuming. Like, I can appreciate that.
yeah, like I'm just gonna look up how much it costs right now.
Oh, who's
Um,
this little dog? Oh, she's cute.
yeah, there's a little doggy in there. This game is 11.69 Canadian dollars. Um,
Mm,
for the like the quality of the
nine
setting
bucks American.
and the costuming and the production value. Like, there's obviously some parts that are green screen. There's obviously a little bit of CGI here and there, but
Hmm.
just the quality of the sets and costuming alone make this worth it. It is visually gorgeous. It is like very well shot, and it is just the exact right mixture of like delicious soapy melodrama, actual serious drama, and comedic self-awareness. um like the game knows that it's a little bit over the top, and it like in some of the like the bad endings it leans into it and leans into how goofy it is, but also knows when to pull back and be like a genuine dramatic story, knows when to go more into like juicy melodrama, almost reality TV territory. um it is such a wonderful balancing act of tone and of like um, gripping suspense and a lot of like scheming where you're like, oh, how is Tairan Wu going to think her way out of this one? And you have to like make theorize about how other people will react to you saying very specific things. Sometimes the game will like explicitly highlight hints, or if you choose like a hidden option, you'll get intel that you can use later to help you through a conversation. Um, so all of this is kind of playing around in the background. It makes it a much more involved experience than, say, the FMV games from Wales Interactive, where you're just like picking a choice every now and then. It's like an explicit choose your own adventure. This is a lot more like involved as an actual video game, and is all the better for it.
Mm.
Last thing I'll say is this is very much kind of an incomplete story, because they've clearly planned a Road to Empress 2. The game ends in a way that like makes it clear that there is going to be a sequel, and there's like a teaser trailer for at the end where they've clearly filmed footage for the sequel already. So I'm hoping right now it's just like, okay, we got to program it, we got to polish it up, we got to edit all the footage, but they've already filmed everything. I'm hoping that's where it is, and that a Road to Empress 2 will be coming quite soon. I see an inexplicable emoji being posted in our group chat.
That was one I've found in the reviews of somebody saying they'll just have to wait for the sequel, and that's just such an incredible emoticon. Like using the semicolon as the earring, the eyebrow. It's so
that's
good.
an earring.
It's so good. It's such a good emoticon.
Oh yeah, I call it an emoji. It is an emoticon.
That's incredible.
Okay.
Like, not my kind of game, but this is very. I would watch a let's play of this game.
I think you might actually just enjoy it for like. I think you'll have a rollicking good time playing this.
I'll play it with somebody because I can't get through VR or visual novel stuff, like where I'm just reading and making choices. Like, I struggle to get through games like that because there's just. I'm like, I could just watch a show or read a book if I wanted to watch a show or read a book. So, like, I have to have other people with me. Like, this is a friend thing to do. Like, I get a bunch of people together and we do
Play on the
this.
couch with someone. Like I said, there are like QTEs and other things. Like it is a genuine like actual video game. It's not just like picking options. But yeah, definitely play it with someone. I think you'll have a really good time with it.
Have fun getting souped.
Oh, you're going to get souped multiple times. You will get stabbed with a hairpin. Everyone's just wearing a weapon at all times. It's great.
What those actual hair pieces and stuff are for is to hide their murder weapons.
Yeah.
I appreciate the screenshot of a woman that just has a knife, and it's like, okay, she's saying it with her chest at least. She's not doing all this Heidi bullshit. She's just gonna stab you.
Yeah, there are knives. There are swords. There are horses.
And there is soup.
And like sometimes the hairpins are symbolic. Sometimes they're gifts. Sometimes they're weapons.
Sometimes a hairpin is just a hairpin.
Sometimes a hairpin is just a hairpin. Yeah, it is a really interesting window into that part of history, although like a heightened, more dramatic view of that part of history. You get to see glimpses of kind of like palace life, but also ordinary village life, and how those two things are in tension. That is actually a big part of what happens in the latter part of the story, which I won't spoil right now.
How long does it take to play?
Like 8-9 hours. It's not that
long. Oh, okay.
Yeah. And that's mostly because, like, if you were to play the optimal path, it would take like 4 hours. But you are going to fuck up over and over again in very funny ways. So, yeah, definitely check it out. So, Quinley, what is your number one game of the year?
My number one game of the year is Xenoblade Chronicles X Definitive Edition, which I had to look up and make sure that it came out this year just because it feels like it's been so long ago.
It came out before the Switch 2.
Yes, it came out in March. Xenoblade Chronicles, I am a noted critic of Xenoblade as a series, having been a huge Xenosaga fan, compared to the Xenosaga and even Xenogears, which I liked less. Like, Xenoblade to me has a lot of interesting things about its premise, but the thing that I really enjoyed about the previous series, entries in the Xeno series, is the actual story, whereas a lot of Xenoblade Chronicles stuff is just kind of it just seems like pretty rote cookie cutter JRPG story stuff to me, and it's
First two
never been able.
games, yeah. Third game is very, very different until near the end where it goes back to rote.
Merve, does it have Jesus in it? Is Jesus in the game as a character?
In Xenoblade
No.
Chronicles 3, not at all.
No. Okay, then no, it does not have the thing I want.
It will not give you what you want, but it is.
It does not.
Like Xenoblade Chronicles 3 is so different in tone from most JRPGs that like it's actively disappointing when it reverts back to that standard tone. But yeah,
whatever. I'll look into
XCX2,
it. But
XCX, let's talk
yeah,
about it.
so Xenoblade Chronicles X, on the other hand, is clearly it's very. I missed it when it came out on the Wii U. I had wanted to play it, and then I made the mistake of lending my Wii U to my brother, and then his house got broken into and it got stolen, so I didn't get to play it. And I'm glad that I got the remaster because it is clearly it's much closer to Xenosaga. It really leans into the sci-fi stuff much more than the main Xenoblade games do, from what I can tell. It's Xenoblade Chronicles X is everything I could have hoped for from a Xeno game and more. And having played it, it was very clearly kind of, if not explicitly, it was very clearly an attempt to be more like Xenosaga and is in conversation with it directly and indirectly in interesting ways. But it's everything I could have hoped for from a Xeno game and more. It has some of the best open world design and exploration I've experienced in a very, very long time. One of the things that the Xenoblade Chronicles series in general does really, really well with their environments is illustrate the sense of scale. Like, there are some open world maps where the game is like big, but it doesn't feel all that big because of all the fast travel conveniences, or the story is too linear to let the player explore all of it. The world of Mira is huge and feels huge. And not just because of the massive ultrafauna walking around, though that definitely helps. Like, there was one of like my key experiences in that game is seeing what appeared to be like a giant brontosaurus thing in the distance. Like, that thing seems big. Whatever. I'll see if I can go fight it. And going up to it and just getting closer and closer to it and be like, this thing is bigger than I thought. And then when I finally get up next to it, my character is not even as tall as one of its toenails. Like, it is huge, this fucking thing. The high
One of
mountain
the
peak.
appeals of Xenoblade games, like both Chronicles and Chronicles X,
Mhm.
is like being in an early area of the game, and there's just
Yeah.
like they're all like most of the enemies you see are like or animals you see are like level 5 or whatever, and there's just
Yeah.
like one level 80 beast running
This thing
around.
was level 40, and it's just drinking water. It's not
Yeah.
bothering me. Like, I just wanted to see
Most
it.
of them are not
And then I got my
bothering you.
yeah,
But then,
and then I
like,
got my shit pushed in.
There's one that you'll like walk up to and you'll just aggro it and you'll like instantly die in one hit.
Yeah. Yeah,
there's
like,
all-
I had to actively keep my party from, like, in certain areas from doing AoE attacks because it would nick like one of the bigger monsters that's just there to like, I'm just trying to eat my lunch. What the fuck are you? Okay, you know what? Fine. It's like
It's
that then?
all,
Okay,
like-
fine. And
That
it
is
just comes
always
after
one of the
you.
most like terrifying and hilarious experiences in a Xenoblade game, where just like you accidentally aggro one like level 55 monster and you're like level 12, and then they join the fight and they like run in and like practically trampling over the enemies you're fighting,
Party wipe.
and they just
Party wipe.
like nail you. In
Yeah, you
one
just
go.
get smashed under their foot. It's like, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to throw that piece of paper. I'm sorry. Like, it didn't
like
even do
when,
like
like-
actual damage to them. They're just like mad that you did it at all.
Yeah, like when like two like third graders are fighting each other on the playground, and you like accidentally bump into an eighth grader, and then eighth grader's like, "Oh, fuck you both."
Yeah, exactly. It's like, okay, you know what? but yeah, like the high mountain peaks, everything, like, but it's mostly because the gameplay loop is designed in such a way that many of the missions and side quests you pick up will take you to every last inch of that map. And even though traversal does get easier once you get the Skell, the giant mech you fight. Once you get the Skell's flight module, the sense of hugeness is never diminished, because past those mountain peaks are these floating islands. There's towering fortresses. You can go to the center of a volcano. Like, there are all these huge, massive places and you can go to every single one of them. The sense of scale is so staggering and pervasive that, like, no matter how strong and powerful you get, you are always reminded just how small you are in the context of Mira, and how small humanity is in the context of the wider universe. It is a truly beautiful bit of lunar narrative integration that the game gets exactly right. I have no notes on that. The story itself is thin. It's basically, you're humans fleeing Earth after it was destroyed by a bunch of aliens, and you're finding a place to another planet to just kind of try to start humanity over again. And the funniest thing about this game is that the particular ship, that colony ship you're on, the arc you're on, it's from LA.
Oh yeah, because
So literally,
like game.
yeah, New Los Angeles, Neo Los Angeles is the game, and it's really funny how the Neo Los Angeles, like, they try to like on the one hand, it's clear that it's kind of a design choice. Be like, look, we know what Los Angeles looks like, but also in the context of the game, it's like it's exactly what a bunch of people trying to rebuild their hometown from memory would look like. Like, yes, they have all of the things they need to have. Like, they have all of the administrative offices, they have all the military stuff, all the skills, all the vehicles. So, like, part of it looks like a military base, and then you'll like look to the left, and there's like a bunch of fucking McMansions that have like pools and shit in the background, and there's a street lined with palm trees and a shopping center, and it's like the contrast is really jarring, but also really sad when you are reminded that it's really only been, I think the game takes place over like a course of 2 years, but at the start of the game, I think it's only been 6 months since the destruction of Earth. So they're clinging to basically whatever they can. And it's
I think I gotta play this now because someone who's lived in Los Angeles.
Oh yeah, it's not. I'll get to it, but the story is, but yeah, the main story is thin. But because there's not a whole lot going on with the main story, it allows room for the game to ask questions about itself and its premise in a way that a way more involved story would not allow room for. And the way it does that is through side quests, and there are a lot of side quests, and it is where the game shines the brightest. You could easily argue that the most important parts of the story are actually told through the side quests instead of the main story, because that's how you learn about the background lore of the world and like how they got here. Like, for instance, like one of my favorite scenes of the game is the fact that you think it's a translation convention that everybody, including the alien, speaks the same language, and then there is one point where they make a discovery that throws that into question, and the way that they test it is that one of the main characters looks to I forget his name, Taco or Taro or whatever. He's a Nopon. He's one of those little brown egg-shaped bunny things, and one of the characters turns to him and goes, "Hey, Taro, what language are we speaking right now?" And he goes, "Nopon, of course. Your Nopon is very good, by the way."
Oh, wait, what?
Yeah,
Because that is like
that's literally
not how
what he
it's handled
says.
in the regular Chronicle series.
Yeah, he's like, "Oh, we're all speaking Nopon, of course," and he just says it like it's a fact. Like, he just assumes, like the player likely does, that they're all speaking the same language, and it's made immediately clear by that no, they are not. And they even draw attention to the fact, he's like, well, like, look at him, look at one, he's an alien, two, look at how his body is shaped and how his vocal cords work. Like, there's no way that body could make the same sounds that we make. And it's the scene is like really short, but it's really, really revealing of what is going on. So there's that. There's also like the specifics of how their weird cyborg like silicon cyborg bodies. They're called Mimiazone bodies, how those work. You get to take part in alien weddings and also alien funeral rites. The side quests do so much to elevate the world and the people gathered on Mira to make them both feel alien from humans, but also fundamentally still like people. Like these giant aliens that seem to have mouths that look like the box, like those big round things on a speaker. Like that's just what their mouths look like. So they don't like have tongues or anything, and their voices sound mostly what I assume like Tibetan throat singing would sound like. And they're huge and they're really scary looking, but they have a wedding side quest. You get to do one of their weddings, you get to do one of the funerals, you just get to see, like, they feel like people still. Like they have the same wants and needs from life that humans do. And like it's some of the best world building I've encountered in a game. It asks many questions. It doesn't feel the need to answer all of them either. It's just content to let them breathe. It's not afraid to kind of just let those questions hang in the air, even to make you feel uncomfortable. It's nearly everything I wanted as a successor from Xenosaga. Same sci-fi concept, same kind of melancholy vibe, but with more gameplay, less cutscenes, surprisingly, and more subtle storytelling. Let's see. I realized I copied and pasted something twice. But the other thing it does is it also explores how people act and behave in the wake of a loss as profound and existential as the loss of a home world. Like all of the characters in your party are shown through their various side quests to actively be in some way or another in the throes of grief. Like there are things that people hold on to, like people hold on to greed, to like making money, and like holding on to like childhood friends to the point where it sours into codependency and toxicity. And they hold on to that because that's all they have from Earth. That is what they wanted on Earth. That is what made Earth feel like home to them. And there are a lot of these side quests don't resolve very cleanly. Like there are some people who are still actively racist against the aliens, and like in a context of you're new on this planet and like your home is gone, it's like, why are you bringing, like, what is the point of being a racist in that context? Like it
Why are
really
colonialist racists?
yeah, like but it does it in such a way that it really draws out that point, and it actually makes you sit and think about it. Like, what is the point of this? Like, why is this the thing you chose to hold on to? Why is this the thing that you brought with you? And it's that people that they genuinely don't know any other way to be. And the side quests often resolve in ways that are really sad and uncomfortable. Like some people will be like, okay, they'll change for the better and recommit themselves to the furthering of humanity and making life better for everyone on Mira. Yeah, okay, sure, fine. But there are some people who just refuse to change, who double down on all of the terrible things that they believe because it's all they have. And there are some people that just straight up opt to take a French exit and not do it. They're like, they would rather die than try to make another place feel like home again. Like just the knowledge that is gone, it's never coming back. And it seems to hit them all at once, and they were just like, I'd rather not do it. And the only answer this game seems to present is one that is really, really unsatisfying from a, like, it's not a feel good friendship answer, but it is the most realistic, and it's basically just keep going or don't. It's up to you. And I really, really appreciate that. Like, that's the kind of thing that I got from previous Xeno series games, and I really respect that it chose to still take that tack and focus on that. All that said, don't play this game. Also, being the definitive edition, came with a extra chapter as expansion. Do not play it. It is bad. It does the worst possible thing a game can do, which is it basically does it's almost the equivalent of the Mass Effect 3 ending in that it does that thing where it's like, no, nothing you did mattered, and fuck you for thinking that it should have. Like, that's what it
It's
does.
like the ending of Xenoblade Chronicles 3. It seems like the studio just has an obsession with those kinds of endings.
Yeah,
Like,
and like it's nothing like if you were invested in the lore, if you wanted a reason that they all can understand each other despite speaking the same language, even though the game like signposts that as being important. Fuck you. Why did you think that mattered? Fuck you for thinking it should have. Like it does that. So play everything up until the 13th chapter and then just turn the game off. Just turn the game off and enjoy the many hours of excellent content that you got prior to whatever the fuck that was. I'm really glad I didn't play it. I just read about it because I'm like, I'll read about it and maybe watch a YouTube video, and if it's good enough, I'll go back to it. Really glad I didn't, because holy shit.
this is like me telling people to play the first 6.5 chapters of Xenoblade Chronicles 3 and just like, don't play the ending.
Yeah,
It's not a great ending.
why? Like, why would you do that?
Why is Monolith so bad at endings? Like in general, I don't think a single I've played all 3 like mainline Xenoblade games. None of them has a good ending.
Yeah, Xenosaga was supposed to be 6 games long, and they had to trim it down to 3 because they ran out of budget. Like, they always overshoot. Like, they have so many narrative ideas that are so good and so compelling, and they're really good at setting them up, but they get to a point where they either run out of money to fully execute it. Like, I would love for them to make a game where it's just like, you have an unlimited budget and as much time as you need, go nuts. I would love to see that game.
Okay, with
But I don't
Xenoblade
think they're gonna
Chronicles
get
3,
one.
that's not like that is an issue with Xenoblade Chronicles 1, kind of with Xenoblade Chronicles 2. 3, they had the resources they needed, and they very deliberately chose to end it a specific way that I find really frustrating. Because like
It's
it
like they
kind
just
of
get to the
negates
point
meaning of
they're
the
like,
entire
oh wait, we can't actually execute this. Fuck you, it didn't matter.
Your Xenoblade Chronicles 3 is a little different. I'm not gonna spoil it, but like,
I'll spoil it. Who cares? I'm not gonna play it.
yeah, Kappa, you're not gonna play it either.
Okay.
Like it's
What do you mean? I got it downloaded right now. About to kick it off.
I actually would recommend Xenoblade 2. I think it is one JRPG series that you would
The
enjoy.
only one I played was one a million years ago with Cosmos. What was that, Xenogears?
That's
Cosmos is like an
Xenosaga.
old.
Is it?
Cosmos.
Yeah.
Cosmos. Though, to be fair, they've shoehorned
Props to
Cosmos
Zero
into
Six.
like, yeah. Oh, yeah. You played
Yeah,
Xenoblade.
Big Titty Cosmos is in
You played.
XC2
Yeah,
as
that's Xenosaga 3. You played the third
Oh,
one.
that was
It's
terrible.
good. Oh. It's not the best one. My favorite one is the first one, but yeah, the third one is very cutscene heavy. So.
Oh yeah, I like. When did that come out? It had to be a long time ago, right?
2006,
I remember
2007,
being on like
somewhere in there.
it
It was
must
the
have been on like
PS2.
8 CDs, and I
Four.
was constantly there you go. I was constantly getting up and like putting
No,
in a
not
CD.
4.
And
Two.
it
It's
was
on
like
2. It's on 2
it-
CDs.
was it like one CD, like the cutscene CD or something though?
No, that's You're thinking of Xenogears, and which was 4 disc, and that is disc 3, and that's where I
Okay, that's the
stopped.
one I'm thinking about then. Yeah, yeah, because I was constantly getting up to put a CD in. I was like, and then it was like a 10-minute cutscene, and I was like, put back in another CD. I'm like, come on. What
Yeah, no.
I played that one. Yeah,
No.
I hated that one, but yeah, that's
Yeah.
the one I remember.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, no, that's different than Xenosaga. Though Xenosaga does have its share of cutscenes. I'm not gonna lie
All
to you.
right, we've got one more RPG to talk about. Kappa, what's your number 1 game of the year? Take it away.
A little game you might have heard of called. I always get this name wrong actually, so it's Claire Obscura Expedition 33. Right?
You just got it
Sometimes
wrong. It's not
did
obscure.
I?
It's just obscure.
It's
There you
obscure.
go.
Claire obscure.
It's Claire Obscure Expedition 33.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah,
there you go.
I've always called it Claire 33. I don't know if that's the like. I think Expedition 33 is what like the people like are shortening it.
I've
to,
just
but-
seen Claire Obscure because it's easier.
Okay. Well, it's a terrible title for a great game. I love this
it's
game.
the French way of saying chiaroscuro, by the way.
Oh.
Anyway,
What's that?
It's like the thing that
Like
spins.
the contrast of light and
Shadows.
dark in art.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. That's cute.
I loved it. I mean, I the first 30 minutes, I was like, here's the game of the year. I was like, I don't even need to play anything else. This is the game of the year right here. Um, just so moving and gripping at so many different times that it just needed to be without seeming like it was trying to like there's a lot of games that do similar things, but it didn't seem like this game was just relying on pulling on your emotions. It wanted to give you the situation, why it was so sad, and then like maybe why there should be hope, I guess is kind of how I would describe it. It's not always going to be this bad. There's potential to turn it all around, that kind of feeling. Um, and gorgeous game to look at, amazing music, great characters. And I don't hear enough people talk about how fucking good the combat system is in this game. It
You
is
don't?
no, I
It's
honestly like usually I
incredible.
hear people talk about the characters and the story and the plot and the music, but the combat is God, is it amazing? Um,
I feel like that's all I hear about that game.
really. Um,
Yeah.
Well, you're talking to
um,
the right people.
Like,
I love that it lets me like I think Merv, you were talking about this a little bit earlier. I love that it lets me break the game in so many ways to just make like combat like this absolute like dream scenario of like, oh, you fucked up. You parried me. I'm gonna group parry you and then combo it with the most ridiculous five things that you can't now do anything to stop me because you fell into my trap card, you stupid monster. Um,
you triggered my trap card.
there's just so many
Basically,
like. Go ahead.
Attack your heart points directly.
yeah, basically that's how it's set up is you could exploit the ways that enemies will attack you
Hmm.
to just like turn around on them if
Yeah,
you know how to parry properly. Um, you
and then
can really fuck up an enemy.
yeah, like the idea, like the combination of like that group parry mechanic is like, oh my god, like it is. The whole group is going to parry some crazy attack, and now everybody's got 5 million things that they can now trigger off of triggering that one attack. And then I like how there's like the combination of like a spell casting system, but also there's a like, hey, just hit this button if it's just some annoying ass enemy that you just want to one shot and move on. With the like his gun, you know what I'm talking about? Like that attack is just like just fuck off, little
It's
no hit point guy.
a
Um,
puzzle, and the solution is use gun on man.
it kind of is a lot of times. Um,
Yeah.
but like you're aiming for like they add that additional layer of like aiming for the weak points on top of that. Or other characters have
Sometimes
just
the
so
weak points are like orbs that are floating around,
yeah.
and you have to
Mm.
like aim properly to hit them.
Yeah, that I remember
Sometimes
those.
if you destroy the orbs, it like hurts some enemies, but then makes some enemies hardened or invulnerable.
Right.
So you have to like the strategy in what you eliminate at certain points. Like they
It's
just keep adding layers and layers to it.
and then like as you build your characters, it's very like clear what's going to happen if you build them certain ways. It doesn't try to like hide it behind like 10 million layers of like obfuscation like, oh, what if you were cheeky and tried this? It's like no, if you do this thing, your character can now do this thing and then every other character around them can do this thing and you can destroy everything. And it god, it is so smart. Drive me crazy that they walked around in their bare feet a lot. I didn't really understand the
That's
environment.
just Luna.
Wait, what?
The rest
Yeah.
are
Wait, no,
wearing
back up,
shoes.
back up. What?
Only Luna.
She does
Luna
not wear
is like
shoes the whole game, I don't think.
No,
no.
no, but
Okay, at
but
one
she
point she has
floats
a
mostly.
line.
She floats, so like, what does
Yeah,
she
she
need to wear
floats.
shoes
She
for?
doesn't wear shoes.
Them feet
But
hit the ground a couple
okay,
of
at
times.
one point
You
she has
hear
a
like the
line
slap and stuff,
about
because if you hear the slap of her walking, that's a foot fetish. That's what that is.
okay. At one point, she has a line because about like a certain monster's power, where she's like, "Feet, really? I cannot believe they put that line in her mouth of all
Yeah,
characters."
exactly. Because I'm seeing them grippers the whole game, man.
Yeah,
Um,
grippers. That's the word I was looking
yeah.
for.
Jesus Christ.
um, what a fun game, though. There was this game is like a masterclass in environmental storytelling because when you first get to the island, it's like, what is this shit? Like, what is this supposed to be? It's like a street lamp, and then like there's all this other stuff. But then as you kind of like unravel the story, like all the environments you've been through start to make sense. And like the first time in that very, I don't want to spoil like stuff from the end. I want to talk about more like stuff at the beginning. Like the first time at the very beginning when you come across like the body pile, Merv, you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Like, oh yeah,
Oof.
this you ain't the first,
Oof.
buddy. Like This is what has happened to everyone who's come before you. Here's all their fucking gross bodies in like different areas and times of decay. They're all stacked on top of each other. Good fucking luck, Expedition 33, right? Um,
Mm.
and man, this game had the chance to, for so many of these fucking characters to be annoying, and not one of them ever like just annoy me so much like you're out of the party. Nearly every RPG, I'm like, okay, I don't need you. You're too cutesy. You're too funny. You're not doing the right stuff. Your abilities suck. Nope. I always wanted every character in this game around at all times, which is really good writing, good voice acting, great story. I don't. I think the biggest knock, and maybe yours, Merv, is going to be the ending, right? But
Yeah.
the
It's
ending to
very
me,
polarizing, and
yes, yeah.
I respect what they were going for, but I'm on the other side of it.
So for me, I respect it, and I don't know that I could come up with a better ending. And I'm not saying they wrote themselves into a hole. I'm just saying, like, thematically, it's the ending I probably would have found myself pulled to, and that's what they went with. It maybe
Oh, I'd go back even further. I don't like the big twist.
okay,
That's all.
okay. So
But
the reveal probably 2/3 of the way through. Then I'm
yeah,
assuming.
so
Okay,
or let me back up. I think they do the best they can
okay.
with the twist that I don't like.
Okay. That I think puts us pretty much on the same page, but
Yeah.
I still enjoyed the twist. It's just I don't know that I or anybody else could have, like you're saying, you couldn't. It'd be very hard to come up with something better than what they did if you accept that that's the twist that they're going to go for.
Yeah.
Don't they
Um,
signpost that pretty hard though, as far as I can
it's
tell?
one of
Like
those things that makes
I
sense.
spoiled myself. I know what it is because I looked at a spoiler tag. So
It
oh well.
makes more sense in retrospect, but I don't think I picked up on it at all up until it happened. I think it was a legitimate Shyamalan level twist for me. I don't know.
Like
Like
in a good
it wasn't
way,
shocking
or
to
Yeah.
me, but it was surprising. I'll say that.
What's that?
It wasn't like absolutely shocking to me, but I was surprised.
Okay, yeah, yeah. I mean, it wasn't like, wow, that came out of left field. It's very stupid. It was like, oh shit, maybe I missed some stuff all along that was kind of pointing me towards this.
Like the puzzle pieces kind of come together
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
when you see it.
And so like I think what we're both saying is like if you're committed to that being the twist, they got there the best that they could. But if you don't like the twist, you're not going to like the reveal part of it either. Um, Gorgeous game, graphics were fantastic. It felt like something that was done I mean, I know that I think a lot of people do not like this being called an indie game, which I kind of get. But what was this studio size? Like mid hundreds, like 130,
No, no,
something like
much
that.
smaller.
Much more
Okay,
like
much
so the
smaller.
30.
core
Enough.
studio is like 40-ish people.
Yeah,
Okay.
they
Um,
brought everybody to the award show. So
Um,
yeah, but
so
like there's a lot of outsourcing, obviously,
that's
that
what I think it was. I
gone
think they
into
like I think
getting
the
this film.
actual like number of people that worked on it was like a couple hundred. But like the actual studio is 30, so there's a lot of like, well, this is an indie. I don't care, man. I
it
really don't.
looks too expensive.
Yeah, yeah,
or
it
Like
whatever.
punches way above its
Which is
weight.
dumb. Yeah.
so
Yeah.
many
It's
smaller
a
studios
gorgeous
rely on
game.
outsourcing, and like okay, so there's a part about this discourse that's become really frustrating because I understand what's wrong about saying small teams or solo developers. Like I understand why that is bullshit and it should be called out. At the same time, that does not make Clair Obscur a game made by a team the same size or by a total number of personnel the same size as like a Call of Duty or an Assassin's Creed. It is
Right,
not
right.
that. It is made by a
Yeah.
much smaller number of people. And I think we
Yeah.
can acknowledge that while also acknowledging that they relied heavily on outsourcing and we should give the outsourcing studios as well their due.
Yeah,
I think
All right.
I
Go ahead.
think part of that too just has to do with the fact that, like, at least in the Anglosphere, because you can't really say this about Japan, like, we just don't have double A studios in the same way that we used to. Like, there used to be a lot of studios that were about that size, and it was understood that they are not indie studios, but that they are smaller studios that are pushing out single A, double A games and stuff. And there was a space in the industry landscape for games like that.
Right.
And that it seems like that space has all but evaporated. Like we just
Yeah.
don't have studios that size anymore. They're either indie studios that are like people's, and I'm not saying that this is the correct way to view it, but it seems like most players' understanding of how big studios are is either like solo dev in a basement, 10 to 20 person team that they consider indie, and then AAA, and that's all they have room for. So like, and part of it is just that a lot of those AA kind of studios, at least in the Anglosphere, those kind of studios just don't really exist anymore. Like, we were way past the time where that was something that was pretty common, if that
Yeah,
makes
a
sense.
lot of them grew. Like, think
Yeah,
about what Compulsion was
exactly.
when they put out Contrast to the size of
Yeah.
Compulsion putting out South of Midnight.
Yeah, or like
Or
Remedy when Max Payne came out, like technically, like back then they were a much smaller studio back then.
Yeah, and I mean, I think we've talked about, like, kind of in reference to like Game Pass and like indie devs and stuff like that, that there is a market for double A's, right?
Mhm.
And
There
it's it,
absolutely is.
it's
Yeah.
always existed, and it shouldn't surprise people that I would say Blatro probably more indie than double A, right? That
Mhm.
was a huge game. We've had lots of good indies pop up and kind of capture everybody's attention for a while. It's kind of like where the art space is right now. I think in that double A space. I mean, even maybe more so than like the pure indie games where it's like the one man labors of love. I feel like that double A space is where you've got the right mix of people who can make it and talent and money to kind of really combine to make stuff that's like game of the year type stuff.
Yeah.
Um, I don't know how you follow up this game, to be honest. There's not gonna be a sequel, right? There's no fucking way. But I mean, I want
I
more
think there
stories
could
from.
be a sequel. Uh, how do I say this without spoiling much? Um, Focused on the conflict between painters and writers, and I'll leave it at
Okay,
that. I
I
think
get
you
what you
could be
mean.
Mm.
that sequel.
Yeah,
That would be interesting. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think.
Considering where they've taken this world, I think that's pretty much all they can do with it.
Yeah, it
Yeah.
ends in a very good way. I think it didn't. It left me wanting more of maybe like that game world, but not of these characters and everything. I was like everything that went the way it went made sense. Um, I, I don't know. That 30 minutes I keep talking about, but that intro of that game, I don't know that I've ever like seen anything be as effective as that, as just like putting you into this game world as that beginning opening where you kind of watch what it means to see that number like go up on the wall.
Yeah.
Um
It is a really strong opening. Very
yeah,
sobering.
and you feel the emotions because like everybody around you is kind of talking about it like it's just like this fact of life, which I guess it is in that world.
Yeah.
But it's like you kind of see people who are like resigned to it, people who are saddened, people who are angry. Like it gives you that whole run of emotions, and then when you finally get to the docks and you see it's about to happen, and this game is not going to pull that punch. You are going to see it. It's like beautiful and like sad and angering and
Yeah.
everything all at once. Like you feel all the emotions that those characters around you have been saying, like, this is how I feel. Now it's like, yeah, now you feel that basically. It's such a good move to like kind of start with that opening.
Yeah, like
Um,
the most striking thing to me about the opening, if I'm remembering it correctly, is something that otherwise, like in any other game, like video games, like especially RPGs, they kind of have a problem with not having old people in them.
mhm, yeah,
Really, like there just aren't a lot of, or if there is an old character, they serve a very specific purpose, but like on the whole, everyone just seems to be like late to mid 30s or whatever at the oldest. And like in any other game, that's not really something that is going to draw the player's eye, because it's just kind of like that's just how games tend to be.
mhm,
But in this context, with this very specific premise, walking through that city and not seeing a single old person
yeah,
is really jarring.
yeah.
It's
And I
like
mean,
you look around and you're just like, oh, everybody here is like, oh my god, like they're literally just 30 something and younger, and that's
it
it.
does a, it does a great job with like kind of like mixing in, especially in the early areas, before you kind of get to the island and everything. Um, how does the youth react to this, right? Because there's a lot of like
Yeah.
young
Oh,
people you come across at the
jeez.
beginning, and like
God.
it's like,
All
yeah,
these,
I saw
all the
my mom go,
kids, all
yeah,
these
so
kids without parents.
yeah,
God,
and they keep having
that part was
kids
hard.
to think, hoping someday that this, you know, curse gets broken, kind of. But the kids are kind of like mostly resigned. This is just always how it's been for them, and it's like sad and somber and peaceful, kind of
Yeah,
almost.
just
But
like
like,
yeah, just imagine being a kid and walking around knowing that there's a really good chance you're not going to live past 15 or
yeah,
something. Like
yeah, because like
Jesus
that,
fucking
it's
Christ, I
speeding
cannot
up.
imagine what that would do to a kid.
Yeah, and meanwhile, everybody else is like there's a whole like faction of like, please keep having kids because you know we're
Yeah.
gonna die out.
Which
Um,
there's some interesting commentary, like extra like meta commentary
yeah,
about that, just given the constant
yeah, population
conversations.
replacement right now.
Yeah, especially
Oh
like in
no.
Japan and South
Yeah,
Korea, and it's now
And
starting to
even in
take root
Europe
in the
these days.
West. Yeah, in the
yeah.
Europe, starting to take root here in America. Like it's like just people aren't having kids, and it's like, gee, I wonder why that is. But
Yeah.
whatever.
Yeah, like house costs like here, $800,000.
Yeah,
Pretty hard to afford to have children, you know?
I spend
yeah.
$9 a day on milk. I did the math. $9
Milk
a day on milk. Yes, my kids drink so much milk that like milk used to be like $1 guy. It's not anymore. $9 a day of milk. It's
on a
just
day
yes.
on
Yeah,
milk.
yes, they drink 2.5 gallons a day.
What are they like? Just
It-
straight, or is like with
yeah,
cereal?
no,
Like
like
what?
well, Ovaltine's very popular in my house, but yeah, cereal,
More
mixing it with
Ovaltine,
stuff.
please.
They, but it's just like you feeding kids right now is expensive. Even if you like figure out all the
Jesus.
other problems with it, I mean, just literally food right now is so expensive.
Price of meat has skyrocketed. It's
Yeah,
at the point where
beef is insane right
beef
now.
has gone up absurdly.
Yeah,
Chicken has gone up because beef has gone up in price, so people are
Right.
substituting towards chicken.
yeah,
It's at the point where like seafood and red meat are comparable in price now,
Yeah.
yeah,
which is
Yeah.
crazy.
it's
I
crazy.
remember this. We had something similar kind of happen during COVID, obviously. I
Yeah,
remember like,
eggs.
yeah, but I remember
Oh
Eggs.
yeah,
buying about
eggs. That's one thing where it went way up in the States, but stayed pretty steady in Canada for a lot of reasons.
I just
Um,
remember going to the store and being like, I could literally buy a pound of shrimp for less than I could buy a pound of ground beef. So I was like, oh, shrimp tacos tonight, I guess. But
You
yeah,
can buy
that was
ground
like
weird.
turkey. You can buy
I
ground
Yeah.
don't
turkey
even
instead. I use ground. I've always used ground turkey. So
like lamb has become so expensive that now I just like the only meat I buy is shrimp,
Hmm.
basically,
shrimp.
Yeah.
which is crazy because that used to be like the
Yeah,
Yeah,
expensive
that was
protein
yeah,
the
in this
high end.
market.
exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
But
Um,
yeah,
anyway,
have more
I love
kids. They need to buy shrimp. They need to buy all this shrimp.
I
yeah,
love this
if
game
ever
like
I
so
get married, we're becoming a shrimp household.
Shrimp only household.
there's it's weird how like you start to save money on stuff like that when you really start to put like the math together a lot of times.
Yeah.
Um for me it was always when the amount we were spending on certain things was like we could spend half of this if we get this type of food or this whatever, and it made so much more sense the older we got. But um anyway, Expedition 33, loved it start to finish. I don't know that I would change anything. It's pretty much a perfect game to me. I get the knocks on it. I'm not gonna begrudge anybody from saying it's flawed, but I
Perry
definitely
slop, I think
yeah.
is the phrase that I saw. They're gonna call it Perry
Oh,
This one,
slop.
oh come on!
you don't even. I
If
mean,
anyone
It
who
was. It
says that
was.
and then
It was.
goes back to their
No,
Soulsborns or whatever, get out of
yeah,
here.
exactly.
now, to be fair, they were saying it in jest. They were
Ah,
not
Ah,
being
okay.
serious. They
okay,
were
so it's
just
like friend swap.
Yeah,
no, but it was a comment based on somebody playing it a couple of months after the fact and just being like, I love this game. I totally understand why people like it, but I also see that once it sweeps the Game Awards, and this was back in like July, so they called it, when this game sweeps the Game Awards, like the switch up on it is going to be insane, and
yeah,
that has clearly borne out. Like a lot of
yeah.
people just coming out of the woodwork. Like
Oh, it's Perry
I
swap.
have it, I have my issues with the game. I freely admit that. I bounced off of it pretty hard. I still have it though, so I paid money for it. I might as well try it again, but I don't know when that's going to be. But I also completely understand like why people like it because that's why I bought it. All of the things that people like about it are what I was expecting to get of the game, and those things are clearly there. Like on paper, I should love this game, but
Yeah.
like I don't know. I just I don't
I
I don't
think this is
know.
one
I
of those
never
things where you
liked it.
just kind of need to like grit your teeth and get to the point where you
Well,
start
yeah,
enjoying
and the
it.
thing is, I can do that with Souls games, but you mentioned like, oh, go back to the Souls game and do parrying there. The thing about Souls games is you don't have to parry. I never parry in a Souls game when I play it. Like, if you're going to parry in a Souls game, that
Oh,
is a
you don't
build. That is a
you don't need to
build you are
parry
doing.
in Clarence. You can dodge
No, you
everything.
can dodge and stuff, but
Just
then,
makes
as you said,
combat can
the
get slightly
really
longer, but you
boring,
can
and
also
that's what I'm
not.
getting at is like
Oh
if
no
the
no no.
game becomes rote and if the main point the draw of the game becomes rote and boring if you can't do the one thing, like I just kind of wonder how successful is that game then.
I will say this. There are builds that are dodge focused that will give you certain abilities and benefits where you can again
Yeah.
break the game.
Yeah, just like in a Souls game. I'm honestly I'm probably just gonna play it on easy where the parry window is more forgiving because I know they increased it in a recent patch anyway. So
You
I'll
know
probably
what's
just
one
Yeah.
end up
weird
doing
thing?
that.
Just thinking about this though, is that I don't know if I ever saw this, right? So normally it would be like a console exclusive. This is a console exclusive, right? Did you see anybody point out like, hey, this is an Xbox Game Pass game? Like
I
that?
saw a
Yeah.
couple of people point
Lots of
that
people.
out at launch, but not very many. And I think
Yeah.
part of the reason that it was like that is when they first announced the game, it was announced during a PlayStation showcase.
Yeah. Yeah. I
So
think it
I
was
think I
assumed it was yeah.
yeah, so I think
I
I
saw a
think
lot of
that's
people
why.
saying it
You
was on
did.
Game Pass.
Okay,
So
Yeah.
because we were talking about this, on the Game Awards, and someone's like, "Oh wow, I should probably go buy this." I'm like, "Just go get a month of Game Pass. Like it's there still. I
Well, yeah,
mean,
but
like
isn't Game Pass like $60 a year now or something?
no,
Didn't they
well, a
increase the
year. I
price?
think it's a month.
it's
I
way
think
more than that per year,
It's
but
way more,
yeah,
yeah.
yeah. It's like
Yeah.
150,
Yeah,
but like
so
monthly, I think it's like
I don't know if I would recommend people get it on Game Pass after the price has gone up like $30.
no. But I mean, like the price per month is pretty reasonable. I don't know if it's
price per
16 or
month would be
17.
less than the price of buying the game.
Yeah,
Well, yeah,
exactly, way less.
fair
So I
enough.
mean, even though
And
it's
you
a
get all these
$30
other
game,
games for
yeah,
free.
yeah,
Yeah.
Like
I mean, you'd
Blueprints
have to
that
beat it in a month, which might be hard because
right.
it is a
yeah.
pretty long game.
Yeah, and
Yeah,
then you get all these other games like Blueprints, which
yeah.
did that get nominated for anything?
Nope. But okay,
Which is so
this
fucking
is
funny to me.
well, okay. Part of the problem with I don't think this is a problem of Game Awards. I think it is a feature that a lot of people kind of show their whole ass about when they criticize it. The
Mhm.
Game Awards are extremely international. They're voted
Mm,
on not just by Anglophone press, but by games
mhm,
press all over the world, which
mm.
means a game that isn't localized into many languages does not
Yes.
stand a good chance of getting nominated. So
And I
some
take
indies
it
get localized like in a lot of languages.
mhm.
Blueprints, because of the nature of its puzzles, is very hard to localize. So it was not really
Mm,
localized, and that's why it just couldn't get
That's
nominations. It
interesting.
was
Yeah.
only like
yeah.
English language press who could nominate it, really.
Okay. Well, I mean in the sense not just the Game Awards thing, but like also like just how glowing those reviews were at release, how like this was going to be a literal game changer, like just how profound like people were talking about it like it was going to be an epic defining game and then people played it and liked it and then never talked about it again.
Weirdly, there's almost like a almost like cult underground group of people who just love this game, and they're just like banging their heads, like cracking mystery
Yeah,
after
and
mystery.
like I
Um,
can absolutely see that, but also like if you get the little what's that little lab thing that you can unlock and you can just be like, I want it guaranteed that I draw at least 3 aquariums and the game
mhm,
becomes trivial.
yeah. But yeah, I mean, that's what I because I was like, you don't have to buy it in the era of yeah, you kind of don't own anything anymore. I
Yeah.
get it, but
Yeah.
this is one of those games like Pentiment. Like I was like, everybody needs to play this game. I think everybody needs to play,
Yes.
Claire. I mean, you get the opinion out of the way, but I think it's the game that you need to have an experience of to really kind of just like understand kind of what made it so good. at the time. It's like a Half-Life almost, right? Like if you just tell somebody the story of Half-Life, they're like, "That's stupid." But like experiencing it is like, "Oh wow, okay, I get it now." Like I kind of think this game is going to be along those lines where if you just hear the story or somebody just tells you, you're like, "I don't know, that sounds kind of dumb." But then when you're
I don't,
experiencing, you're like, "Okay, now I get it." Like it
I
kind of
don't I don't know that Half-Life is a good example just because while yes it was genre defining at the and medium defining at the time, a lot of things it's one of those things that largely had the benefit of doing it first. And every single game that has like come after it has incorporated something that Half-Life has done. So if somebody today who has played a lot of those games goes back to Half-Life, they're not going to see anything that interesting
Mhm.
there because a lot of other games because it's just a industry standard now. So like I don't know if that Half-Life is the best example of what you're getting at.
Games aren't really like most first-person shooters or action games are not really built like Half-Life is with like the continuous movement with all the connected levels.
Mm.
That's generally not how they're built. It's still a pretty unique thing in that space. But yeah, like you could see bits of inspiration
Yeah.
from it in a lot of places.
I say this as somebody who knows like and not to rag on Gen Zers or anything or Gen Alpha or whatever, but I know plenty of people like Gen Zers and Gen Alpha that will not see or play something because it is too dated.
I would
And
love to
like they
introduce
just
you to my 9-year-old who his favorite game is Half-Life.
Your
He played
9-year-old
yes,
your
he's
9-year-old is in a league of their own.
yeah,
Know
he's
that.
beat
Your
it maybe
9-year-old is very
Yeah,
special.
your
he's
9-year-old
beat it
also has
maybe
like
5
you as
times.
a parent who has like
Yeah,
yeah.
exactly. Yeah, like that. I know somebody who like would not watch they don't watch like I was trying to recommend them horror movies because they were on a horror movie kick and I recommended like Alien and like The Thing and stuff and they're like, "No, those look too dated. The graphic
Oh, no.
yeah, like
Graphics
the
aren't
plastic
good enough.
yeah, the graphics is like, yeah, the dynamic lighting just isn't very good and the
Yeah,
volumetric
they should
lighting,
have
blah
had
blah
better
blah.
shaders in
Yeah,
the
they should have
80s.
better shaders for The Thing. Yeah, like just practical effects. Like if they look too much like practical effects, like I tried recommending that, The Fly, and they're like, nah, those look too old. I'm like, what? Okay.
Yeesh.
Oh, sorry, I shouldn't have said the 80s. That came out in 1979. I
Yeah,
apologize.
we're
Uh,
olds. We're olds. We're olds is what I'm getting at. We're olds.
I wasn't alive in the 70s. What do you want me to say?
I mean, neither was I, but like, you
I
know.
don't think any of us were. All right. Well, that was our best of the year. We're going to take like a 2-minute break and we'll be right back to talk about our least favorite and most surprising games of the year.
Nice.
Welcome back to the Avocado Games Cast, the only game podcast that you listen to on the way to your hookup, who is your coworker. And you really shouldn't be hooking up with your coworker, but you're going to do it anyway because she's kind of cute. But she's actually potentially going to be your boss because she's up for that promotion. And so you're making a bad decision, and you should listen to us while you're making a
This
bad
is the
decision.
second time you brought this up. This specific scenario.
I just decided to elaborate. I didn't even know where I was going. I was just rambling. I was making it up on the fly.
I'm like, this is weirdly specific.
Yeah, don't read into it because I am not. I have never dated a coworker, and I'm not
Yeah,
going down that road right
don't
now.
do that.
Don't date your
Don't fuck the
coworkers.
hand that feeds you, folks. Don't do this.
Like, if you work for a big organization, they work in like a completely different division that you'll never interact
No one in
with
your chain of
professionally.
command.
Oh, yeah, definitely not
Yeah.
your chain of command. Do not
Yeah.
do that. That is a violation of HR related things.
Mm.
Also, just a bad idea in general.
Yeah.
Make other kinds of bad decisions involving drugs and alcohol. That is what you should do.
You heard it here
alright.
first, folks. Merv says do drugs.
Drugs. I don't
They're
even
good for you, in
drink.
fact.
I don't even drink, and I'm out here telling people, yeah, get drunk and hook up with your coworker.
Yeah, there you go. Do it. If
Anyway,
only for our amusement.
yeah, and right into the podcast. We do have a contact form on the podcast website. Tell us how your drunken hookup went, and let us know if it was better or worse than my most disappointing game of 2025, which
Excellent
was.
segue.
And this is going to be, I think, super controversial because this is a beloved game from this year. Despelote.
I didn't get around to this one. I wanted to, but I just forgot. So tell
Yeah.
us why you hate it.
I didn't hate. Okay, I'll back up for a sec. This is my second least favorite game of the year. I played a worse game, but that worst game was a student project, and I'm not going to put a student project on blast.
Okay.
So, and I also say I didn't hate this game. I think it is a mediocre game bordering on bad, but I wouldn't say it's awful. And to kind of explain how I came to not liking Despelote, I played this game over 3 sessions. First session, wow, this is really interesting and really great. I could see this being one of my favorite games of the year.
Mhm.
Second session, you know what? I don't think I like this game very much. I think it's pretty aimless. And the end of my third session, oh my god, go to therapy. Me yelling at the developer.
Oh. Ooh. Okay, well now I want to play it.
Yeah. So it's one of those games that appears to be profound at first, but in the end isn't really saying much at all. It was mostly developed, like, again, I know we don't say they're solo developers. This was mostly development was led by a man named Julian Cordero, who grew up in Ecuador and I think now lives in the United States. And it's presented as a semi-autobiographical reflection on his childhood in Quito in 2001 as Ecuador was attempting to qualify for the 2002 World Cup.
Mhm.
Um, and so what's really striking about it at first is this like really neat dithered two-tone background art style. So like
Mhm.
all the buildings are rendered depending on which level you're in. It might be like a shade of green and then like darker green on top of it, like to form the textures, or like pink or blue depending on where you are. But all the characters are black and white, like really cartoony, kind of blobby.
Mhm.
And they move, and they're also two-dimensional, and they kind of just like move through the world in a really cartoonish limited animation
Mhm.
kind of way. It's a really striking art style and very effective. Um, you play in first person. Mostly your actions are walk around or kick ball. That is
Mhm.
basically all you do. And while you're walking around and kicking ball, you're listening to conversations, especially the adults around you.
Mhm.
And the game proceeds through a series of vignettes from different points in this man's childhood, and also at certain points flashes forward to the man's adolescence when he's
Mhm.
playing on like a competitive soccer team, so like outside a house league,
Mhm.
and like kind of the farm teams for people going into professional soccer. Um, and like obviously, this man is not a professional soccer player as an adult,
Mhm.
and those scenes from his adolescence kind of give you a hint as to why. Uh, okay, so here's a game that abuts a lot of interesting concepts: um, national identity, um, identity of the self, um, what happens when your passion waxes and wanes for something that you might have been really devoted to when you were younger. Um, it's playing around with a lot of these ideas, and then says absolutely fucking nothing. Um, I'm
Man,
going
Mm.
to. Can I spoil something pretty
Merv, I
significant? I'm
can't
not gonna.
imagine a game I would never play more than this game. feel
This is mostly for Quinley Thorne. Can
okay.
I?
Okay. Yeah. Go ahead. It's
I'm going to
fine.
spoil something specific. I'm not going to explain exactly how this is done, but
Hmm.
towards the end, the game breaks the fourth wall.
Oh. Okay.
That's a pretty significant spoiler, so I'm going to put like a spoiler warning in the link dump for this.
Okay.
I'm not going to explain how it breaks the fourth wall or what exactly it says during its breaking of the fourth wall. But breaking the fourth wall, when you do it, is you speaking directly to the audience. You've decided to stop showing, and now you are telling.
Mhm.
If you don't tell me anything while you're breaking the fourth wall, you have wasted a golden opportunity. Like, this is where you say, this is the theme of my game. And if you can't say that, then why did you make this game?
Mhm.
And in particular, the what the developer says, because the developer's voice, what he says during this breaking of the fourth wall is he explains the nature of like why he chose to tell the story the way he did, um, and what was going through his mind, but none of it is really coherent.
Mhm.
It's all a bunch of like assorted thoughts that don't really go together, and
Mhm.
it doesn't feel like he needs gamers to understand him. It feels like he needs someone to help him put those thoughts in order so he can get over his childhood non-trauma and like be a fully actualized person.
Mhm.
Um the joke I've been making about this game is men will literally develop a video game instead of going to therapy because this is what happened here. Um
Mm.
like this man did not need to make a video game. This video game does not justify itself. And I think what people are seeing in this game is like video games are very good at digital tourism, right? And
Mm.
here's an
Yeah.
opportunity to step into the shoes of a child in Quito at the turn of the millennium. What other like work of art could give you that opportunity? This is
Yeah.
probably the only one. Like
Mhm.
there's no other interactive art that does this.
Mm.
And so in that sense it's unique and it becomes kind of inherently valuable by dint of being a game about a specific part of the global south at a very specific time period. Um, and I think that's what people are seeing in this because it is ultimately, unfortunately, pretty vapid. And as far as games for impact goes, there's no pro social message here. This is just people saying, oh, yeah, I did some digital tourism in a part of the world that I perceived to be poor. So I guess that
Okay.
impacted me.
Hmm.
And then they go and
Yeah.
Mm.
nominate it for Games for Impact.
That doesn't seem to be the fault of the game, though. That
Yeah, that
seems
is
to
not
be
the
the
fault of the
fault of
game.
how it's
That is
perceived.
interpretation. But
Yeah.
I do want to speak to the perception of this game as being something like profound and impactful. It is not. That is not what this game is. And not every game needs to be profound or impactful or like deeply interrogate the human experience.
Mm.
The problem is that this is a game that doesn't say anything at all. And that is really disappointing.
Does it need to?
Uh, I just don't think it has a purpose. And I guess,
Does a
okay,
game need a purpose?
yeah, like presumably you are building an experience for someone else. And there's something that you want that audience to get out of the experience. Like,
Mm.
does like, are you ask me, does Geometry Wars need to have a theme or message? No. But is it built with intent to engender specific feelings in the player and to give them a specific experience?
Mm.
Absolutely.
Okay.
I
Yeah.
don't think this game was made with a recognition that it would have an audience. Or like it understands it has an audience because they go explicitly speak to the audience,
Mm.
but there is no thought given to how the audience would receive those words.
The thing I'm wondering about this game is, and that I always wonder about games like this in this vein that would be digital tourism, like just kind of by definition to probably the vast majority of people consuming video games, just by dint of not having that experience and not being from that place. I have to wonder because I've seen similar complaints about this game, like that you're making from other people, and I have to wonder how much of that is a lack how much of that comes from a lack of cultural context that cannot be conveyed unless you were there and are from there. Um, the thing that I'm thinking about is that, and this isn't a huge thing, but I do think it kind of speaks to what I'm talking about, and one maybe kind of what maybe a little what you're getting at. Um, I was looking at this game on Steam, looking at reviews. The top review right now on this game is in Spanish, and it did not occur to me until looking at it that I have never seen a review on Steam in Spanish before, not one. And this is the first time I've seen that. So I am wondering, like, I'm not discounting your criticisms of the game. Like, I'm sure those are valid, but I do also have to, and I won't know until I play it myself, but I do have to wonder how much of the game kind of requires something of a cultural context to be able to understand and truly grasp the full message of what the game is telling, and if the game's failure is more in its failure to do that part. And with that, I would understand that, like, that's fine, but I also kind of have a couple of nitpicks with complaints like that because, like, not
I
every game is supposed to
I
be
can
for you, and
directly
it's like you don't
address
yeah, like
what we're
you
going
don't
with
go
this.
there. Like, you don't have to go there. You don't go there. You
Okay,
know?
I can directly address that
Okay.
with this specific game.
Okay.
And then I'll talk about a different game that I have more cultural context for.
Okay.
With this specific game, it is explicitly about someone who has immigrated to the United States and
Mm,
is speaking about an experience of like an experience about a place where he no longer lives.
mhm,
And is yes, the dialogue is all like in Spanish, the voiceover is in Spanish with English subtitles,
mhm,
but it is speaking to an audience of people who do not reside in that place,
mhm,
explicitly talking about the experience of having lived in that place.
mhm,
Um, so it's not like it's targeted like for just people from that particular corner of South America.
mhm,
There's a sense that it is targeted more broadly, but there's no thought in the game given to um, what a target audience might be able to extract from it in terms of message. And this
mhm,
is not the kind of experience where the message really hinges on the culture. There's certain things you'll understand, like if you come from like an immigrant background, but
mhm,
it's not part of the ultimate like ultimately because the game isn't really saying anything.
mhm,
That's not really like you might perceive certain parts of the game differently coming from that background, but you
mhm,
would not like draw a different message from it. You just might value certain other parts of the experience. Then the other thing, like where I do have more cultural context, and this is a game they also talked about as being disappointing a couple years ago, was Venba,
mhm. Oh, yeah. Yeah,
a
you've
game where I
mentioned
do
that.
have quite a bit of that cultural context. Again, my family's from the north of India. This is about a family from the south of India, um, and where I can speak to that experience of growing up as the child of Indian immigrants in Canada, which is exactly what the game is about. Although I grew
Mhm,
up in the National Capital Region, not in Toronto.
mhm,
Um, and that was an instance of a game that did, to some extent, rely on knowledge of the Indian immigrant experience. And in particular, there are some very subtle things like about the specific kind of proteins they eat that indicate things about their like class,
mhm,
about the people whom they interact with, so you know their um they're not part of like the more affluent diaspora. Like that
Mhm.
becomes clear
Mhm.
when you're playing the game. Like there are subtle hints that like a non-Indian person would not pick up on.
Mhm.
But that ultimately does not change um, where I think that ultimately does not like affect my negative feelings towards the game. Like, yes, I
Mhm.
get this cultural context,
Mhm.
and by the time I reached the end, I still felt that the message it was delivering was pernicious. And I think people who didn't necessarily have that experience
Mhm.
growing up like that didn't realize why it was pernicious.
Mhm.
Um, so, all to say that, yes, they're still stepping into that like kind of digital tourist uh, kind of environment. Um, but even when you like understand that environment through digital tourism, it doesn't mean that you'll or sorry, let me back up. Even when you're not really a digital tourist in that space, when you have firsthand experience,
Mhm.
it doesn't necessarily like understanding something more deeply doesn't necessarily mean you'll have warmer feelings towards it. In fact, in this case, it was the exact opposite. Understanding the cultural signifiers more deeply made me feel very negative towards the game by the end.
Mhm.
Um,
Okay.
so yes, sometimes being like, yes, I recognize that thing, or
Mhm.
yes, that is an experience I've had, can engender warm feelings, but it's also a double-edged sword. Um,
Mhm.
and I think really most of the positive perception I've seen, and again, I only really consume English language games media. I don't even read French language games media. I probably should. Um, like occasionally I have. Like sometimes when there's stories posted about like the French games industry, I'll look up the original article in French, which is a
Mhm.
little bit difficult because the way they write, like the way you write official French or like news French in France is very different than the way you write news French in Canada, and I have very
Mhm.
like because French is my third language, I have some difficulty
Yeah.
parsing like news French in France.
Mhm.
Um, but all to say, I have no idea how the Spanish language press has received Despilote, and
Mhm.
maybe there's something like really profound I've missed. Like I'm not going to be so arrogant as to tell you that um, you would never be able to find depth here.
Mhm.
But I will say that like your ability to find depth here, I don't think is or let me see this differently. Um, I don't think the warm reception has to do with finding depth here.
Mhm. Okay. Mm.
Okay. Anyway, that was a it's disappointing. It's not an awful game. I'm not going to say don't go ahead and play it, but it is ultimately just not something that really worked for me. Um, Quinley Thorne, what are your like worst games or disappointments from 2025?
Uh, I don't really have like there are very few games I played where I was outright disappointed by them, except for one, and this may be a little hard to explain kind of why, but especially given that it was I believe, if not number one of my top games last year, Tekken 8.
Oh
So
no, I really should have
yeah,
led with the Atami intro.
yeah. So Tekken 8 started their second season this year, back in, I believe, March or April. Um, the first season of Tekken 8, with the exception of two minor hiccups, was there are a lot of things that come out of a first season of a fighting game. Like it is not always going to be perfect. It is not always going to be like they're kind of speaking to what we were talking about, like players min-maxing the game to the point where it stops being fun for them. There's often typically there's like a month or two where people are learning the mechanics and are really excited and really effusive about it, and then a couple months go by, and then people are like, that's when people start complaining about how everybody in the like playing online is playing like the same 5 characters because because the tier rankings are out and all that stuff, and they're using the same moves and and it stops being boring and whatever. Tekken is obviously not an exception to that, but one thing I love about Tekken is that while the skill ceiling for starting to play Tekken is much higher compared to other games because of how complicated it is and how modular it is and technical it is, it is also because of that modularity allows for a lot of player personality to shine through. And even when people are playing the same like 5-ish characters, like in a given online season, the thing I love about that is no two people play the character exactly the same way. Like there is a lot of player personality that shines through when watching people play Tekken. And like one of the things I really loved about finally having like a core group of people to play Tekken with was learning not just how I play Tekken, but learning how they play Tekken and learning to counter their specific moves and all of that stuff. Learning what combos they rely on, learning where their weaknesses are. CJ, you're still shit at lows. You cannot parry lows. You need to get in the lab and start labbing low parries because like I'm gonna keep sweeping your ass if you keep doing this shit.
Yeah.
He doesn't listen to the podcast, but yeah.
Fuck up, CJ.
Yeah. Lock the fuck in. But but like but like it's still fun. It's a fun experience. Like last year was the most fun I had ever had playing Tekken in over a decade, like years. And I've been playing this game since I was like 8 years old. So that's saying a lot. And this year, with season 2, like they were adding a lot of characters that people really wanted, specifically Anna Williams. She was my main. She was my favorite aside from Nina. I was really, really excited for her. And also like gameplay wise with the first season of Tekken, with the changes they made to the system and everything and how it prioritized a more aggressive style of play and everything like that. Like I would honestly say that and maybe other fighting game FGC commission, aficionados might say differently, but at least to my layman's ass brain, the first season of Tekken was about as like gameplay wise was about as perfect a season as you could get. Like that's about as perfect a launch as you could possibly hope for. Like it was really fun. It was really well received. It was the most accessible Tekken has ever been in quite a long time. It had a really robust single player mode, which people like me specifically, who don't like to play online because online players are scary, had been asking for. Like it was so much fun. Excuse me. You can edit that out. And then season 2 started in March and just fucked everything up.
Oh,
Like
no.
they basically, I don't know, like it is understood that when a patch comes along, like balance patches come along, it is understood that some characters are gonna get nerfed. Some characters who don't need a nerf are going to get nerfed. Some characters who don't need a buff are going to get a substantial buff, and and then there are some characters who may need either or of those things are going to remain untouched, and that's fine. Whatever. That's fine. It is expected. I understand that. But what happened with season 2, at least in the beginning, was that everybody across the board got a damage buff. Like just period. Everybody got one. Like you get a buff. It's like that Oprah video. You get a buff. You get a buff. You get a buff. And like
Wait,
the
so
thing,
just like combat is just faster now? Like matches would
it's
last long?
everybody hits harder. Everybody hits
Yeah.
harder. Everybody like certain moves. Like everybody's moves do a lot more damage. And like, okay, that's fine. It almost feels like it was like, if I were more cynical, I would say it was done out of spite. Like Katsuhiro Harada is known for wearing a shirt to fighting game tournaments that just says, "Don't ask me for shit." Like, don't ask me for a buff. Don't ask me for another character to be added to the game. Don't ask me about that. Don't say to nerf Paul. Don't ask me for fucking anything. And it
Don't ask me for anything about the Waffle House.
yeah, exactly. And a more cynical version of me would say that this was is like, oh, you want a buff? I'll fucking give you a buff, and just buffed everybody across the board. But like, the problems with it became apparent really immediately. Like, not to me, not as much because I'm not good at the game. So like, I was still getting washed regardless. Like, the only thing I noticed was that I got washed a little faster because moves did more damage. But a lot of people, like, the thing about this Tekken 8 was that it was the first Tekken for a lot of people. Mostly because it launched in the wake of Mortal Kombat's failure. So a lot of people that came from Mortal Kombat and other fighting games to Tekken and started playing Tekken, and like really enjoyed it, had a lot of fun with it. And there were also a lot of people who had taken a break from Tekken that were returning to Tekken because it seemed a lot more accessible. It seemed easier to learn how to play. They added modern controls and more accessibility options. So it just seemed a more friendly, like player friendly, beginner friendly version of Tekken in general. So a lot of people came back to Tekken who had stepped away from it. And the thing that I saw about it in the wake, I'm not super up on like the specifics of the patch. So a lot of the comments I'm reading are more just talking about how people felt playing the game after the patch. But there's two different subreddits for Tekken. One of them is the main Tekken subreddit, which is just it's just people complaining about Tekken. Like, there is no more whiny, entitled, toddler-ass segment of the fighting game community than Tekken fans. They are unpleasable, notoriously so. So,
And is the other one low sodium Tekken?
yes, low sodium Tekken. Low sodium Tekken. Which is like,
Kappa taught me all about low sodium subreddits.
low sodium Tekken is great. Like, just like,
Basically, the
we're
only way I
all
can
here.
recap of them now.
Yeah, they're like, we're
Yeah.
here together. We're having so much fun. Look, I achieved orange rank, and everybody going, yay, you did it. And it's just really nice and really fun. And in the wake of that patch, that was the first time I saw any negative posts or comments on that subreddit. And it was not in the sense like people weren't being like, demanding, like, they need to do this, and I can't believe they did this, and da 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 da. It was mostly from people who had come back to the game or were new to the game, had put in a lot of work to get better at the game, to get good, to get competitive at the game, and effectively had this patch basically wipe all that progress completely clean. They basically and like, there is some understanding that there is going to be some adjustment in the wake of a balance patch. Like, that's understood, that's fine. But if you have a segment of people who genuinely love the game and are genuinely trying to get better at the game, and as the name indicates, not be fucking salty about it, for a lot of people to come out and just be like, I just had all of this progress I made throughout the game to get good and to learn the nuance of the game completely wiped out, like, that's saying a lot. That's saying a lot. And like, I still played Tekken off and on, but the other thing that made it is they introduced like another character that nobody fucking wanted, fucking Fakaram. Nobody likes Fakaram. If you like Fakaram, you're lying. Fakaram is a character that he was last season DLC for Tekken 7, so the fact that he is DLC again in Tekken 8 is fucking absurd. Also, Fakaram, when he came out last time, was so fucking busted that he was banned from tournaments. Like, you could not use him in tournaments, in competitive tournaments. So, like,
it's a Thai name. Fakur.
yeah,
Fakum.
Thai. Yeah,
Fakuram.
Fakaram. I don't know
I
if
thought
I
you were
was
saying
pronouncing it properly.
Fuckarom.
Yeah,
I thought it was like fucker was in the name.
No. The fan name is Fucker. I'm gonna find out.
Okay. Yep.
But like, they introduced so they introduced a character that nobody fucking wanted, So that, like, just a lot of comments on the reveal trailer, like, just this shit is ass. And then to kind of like counter that, they're like, no, but look, we're bringing back Armor King. You love Armor King, which you find out later that they announced way earlier than they were originally going to counter the fact that they introduced a character to the game that nobody fucking wanted. And then after that, and this was the thing that actually got me to just stop playing it. They announced that they were going to have their first character, or not first character. Yeah, first character from sub-Saharan Africa. She was going to be from Madagascar. Her name is Mary. And it was just like, finally, another black woman. And this is a game that I was actively upset with Tekken 8 because they brought back, Tekken 7 had Master Raven, who was a black woman, who was Raven the ninja's like mentor and stuff, and she was fucking sick. I don't care if she's black talkie, she's great. I love black talkie. I'm rooting for everybody black, including black talkie. But they brought this new character, Mary, and she's from Madagascar, and everyone was really excited. And then they showed the trailer, and she looks like a fucking DOA character. Like, in the face and everything.
Looking at her like Tekken Wiki article right now.
Oh my god. Yeah,
that's
it's a DOA character. Like, she does not look.
Those are some.
Yeah, that too. But I mean, that too. But I mean, like, also in her
shorts, I guess.
Yeah, but I also mean, like, just in her face. Like, she has DOA character face. Like, I genuinely thought for a split second, I'm like, is this a DOA game? Like, what the fuck? Like, she looks like Lisa Hamilton from DOA. Like, she has almost the exact same face. And what was even more frustrating was when the character concept art came out showing how she was supposed to look, and it became clear very, very quickly that they whitewashed her design and gave her more Caucasian looking features and also lightened her skin a bit. And I was like, and people were like, it is not too late to fix this. Just fix her face. Just fix her face. That is all we are asking. Just fix her face. Just make her look closer to the concept design where she actually looks like a black woman. Please, we are begging you, please do this. And then the character came out, and not only was she just, her moveset was just a copy of a boss character from Tekken 3 that I personally don't give a shit about, which was Ogre. They didn't do anything to fix her face. And at that point, I was like, and there was other stuff too, like the fact that when Heihachi came out last year, that normally when a character comes out, if you pay for the character, you also get their stage. And instead, if you paid for Heihachi, you only got Heihachi and you did not get his stage, and you were going to have to pay $5 if you wanted his stage. And it wasn't even like the Pac-Man stage, which is like a gimmick stage to celebrate the 30th anniversary. Like that, I don't like that you have to pay for it, but I get paying for it because, like, it doesn't have anything to do with Tekken. It is purely superfluous. Like, it doesn't have anything related to the series. Like, okay, sure, fine. It's a gimmick stage. So you only pay for it if you really want that. But, like, Heihachi's stage it's just a fucking stage. Like, it's just a regular stage. It doesn't have any associated gimmicks. So why are you making us pay $5 for it? And so it was just a whole slew of things happening, and the Mary coming out was like the thing. She's the last character for this season, and that just soured me on it. Like, it was made pretty clear that, and I mean, there's a lot of other stuff happening at Bandai Namco too right now. I know they had that workplace harassment scandal that got revealed earlier this year. They've had a lot of layoffs. They've made announcements stating that they've canceled all projects related to new IPs, and they're only going to focus on legacy IPs and basically whatever anime adaptation Katakawa wants them to make a game for. So
was it this year or last year that they ended up canceling Blue Protocol?
That was,
last
I think that was last year, and then
Yeah.
this year they just said we're not doing any new IPs across the board. We're going to focus on the IPs we have.
It is a miracle that Digimon Story made it out the door.
Yeah, that's an IP that already existed. They had that already. That one was already
Yeah.
in the chamber. So there's that. The good thing about
they've
that,
never known how to handle that franchise.
yeah,
But
exactly.
like,
And
it's
just there's been a whole
so
lot of stuff, and then Harada announced that he is leaving. Now, granted, he had been planning his retirement for about 5 years now, but I can never get his first name right. But Toshinobu Itagaki, the creator of DOA, he passed away earlier this year, and I read Harada's statement about it. It genuinely made me tear up. He took that really, really hard. So a lot of people are thinking a combination of the disappointment of Tekken's second season, all the shit going on at Bandai Namco, and with this passing may have accelerated his timeline. He is resigning from Bandai Namco at the end of the year. This is a man that has been a part of the Tekken series since its inception. He does the voice yelps for Law in the early part of the game. He was the one that went to help deliver the fucking arcade cabinets and was at the arcades putting in the hours trying to convince people to play the game that would come in. And just knowing that he's leaving in the wake of all of this, I just don't see a positive future for Tekken 8, which is a shame because it came out kind of early in the PS5's launch, life cycle. So generally, this is the only Tekken game we're going to get for this console, and it just, I don't know, it just kind of seems like it's going to be all downhill from here, and that's just really disappointing and depressing, especially for how strong the first year was.
Yeah, that's really unfortunate, and especially all that happening against the backdrop of Bandai Namco's game arm just kind of collapsing on itself.
Yeah, them releasing that fucking remaster of Berseria, and the top comment on the Bandai European YouTube channel is just, this game doesn't need a remaster. And then
it does not.
A friend of mine was like, this could have been a patch.
Tales of Berseria does not need a re-release. It just doesn't.
Yeah,
it came out less than 10 years ago.
Yeah, aren't they're doing Xillia, and then they announced Xillia 2 remaster, didn't they? Or no?
I don't know.
They're not doing Zestria, apparently. It's so bizarre.
Okay, nobody likes Zestiria. I am the only person who likes Zestiria.
I know somebody who does. I know one person who does and sings its praises.
Hook me up with them, because they sound like a cool person.
They are very cool. Yeah. Shout out Arisota.
Yeah, shout out to them. Yeah, CJ, you should be more like them. So no, I'm the only person who likes Zestiria, because people don't like the twist in Zestiria where the main waifu character they were promoting before does not accompany you through most of the journey. And then you are accompanied through most of the journey by a girl who is just as powerful as you. People don't like that very much. They want your waifu character to be powerful, but not as powerful as the protagonist.
Oh, for
fuck's sake. They don't want her to be smugly and have her own agency. So, yeah.
These people.
People suck.
Yep. Yeah, but it just seems like Bandai Namco is... I don't know whether or not they're in dire straits exactly, but it does not look good over there.
Yeah, we are out of the new Tales game is probably years away. We are never going to get a Scarlet Nexus sequel.
We're getting a Code Vein 2, though. Yay!
Hell yeah!
Hell yeah!
Best damn character creator. I think there's a Souls-like attached to it, but
yeah, there is. It's fine. It's fine. There's a Souls-like, but so, I am excited for that.
All right, yeah.
Yeah,
Kappa, why don't you tell us how much you hate Civ 7?
Civ 7, fuck Civ 7, fuck it till it's dead.
All my homies hate Civ 7.
Before I started talking about this, I went and looked at the review scores for this. It got fucking good reviews. I don't know what game they were playing, It is
Yeah, I've
insane
only
to
seen
me.
Yeah, it sounds
positive
like the
things about that
Eurogamer
game.
review is like the only mainstream review that agreed with you.
Yeah, but then look at like
But then, like,
the user
fan
reviews.
reception later.
Yeah. Everybody's like, what are you talking about? What game are you reviewing? The one thing everybody likes, they just stole from another game. The way was it Humankind did the eras. Everybody like, oh,
Mm.
that's really cool. It's really innovative. No, another fucking game did it. And then they did it sloppily, and every change they made was a backward change. I don't know what the fuck happened when they and then you know what they spent so much of their damn time on? Making it VR capable.
What?
Who's yeah,
Why?
exactly. There's
Why?
a
But
I
so you
don't
can
know.
feel like you're playing a board game? Like,
Yeah, I think
just
so.
play a board game. Like, I'll play.
Uh,
You can play
Patented
Risk whenever.
tabletop simulator,
yeah,
right? Or, like, have a collab with them.
I don't know what happened with this game. It's I would love this is like one of those Schreier things. He needs to get out there and figure out what the hell happened here. But it's a terrible game, start to finish, garbage. I don't know. I keep saying I don't know because like the changes in the game are baffling, right? So they decouple leaders from civilizations, right? So you can be George Washington, leader of the Zulu, right? It doesn't matter anymore, right? But then they tie in the ages, like what you advance for with which civilization to unlocking more leaders. But why do I need to unlock leaders if you're just going to decouple them all anyway? What's the point of unlocking like a civ? And then they've got like this meta level for all the leaders where like you unlock stuff as you get more wins with them. Why? Civilization's never had that. I don't understand the point of that. Um, there's nothing about this that makes sense. I don't know how the hell it was reviewed so well. It is bonker to me. Um, every every like person I've talked to who's like a player of this game is like, yeah, this game sucks. What happened? And then you look at the stupid reviews and it's like, oh yeah, overwhelmingly positive. Critics give it a 9 out of 10. I think they just were like, oh, Civ, of course it's going to be good. Um,
I
everybody who
think it's
plays Civ,
also like a product of a compressed review schedule.
yeah,
Whereas if you're just like burning through a Civ game pretty quickly, like you burn through a bunch of Civ games pretty quickly, and like it seems like at first glance the mechanics work pretty decently well because you can like burn through it, but you're not really thinking deeply about the decisions you're making while you're in that review period, because you just don't have time. And then once you take the time to reflect on the mechanics, you're like, wait, did that even make sense? Right?
I mean,
It's just, yeah, not something
the,
you're going to
the
capture during the review period necessarily.
and the differences between those reviews and then like literally everybody else I've talked to about this game is so like jarringly separate, right? It's mixed on Steam. Not
Mm.
great for a Civ game, to be mixed. Um, yeah, everyone I see is a down vote or down thumb, right? And the people are like, "Oh, there's lots of promise in this one. There's lots of no." Why did they make a VR instead of fixing the base game? So like
Like,
you're talking about,
everybody has a VR. Like, VR is still at this point, like, it is still price exclusive. Like, you can't, like, it's not something that everybody has. So it's
right?
I
a
mean, you
really
did buy
weird choice.
Nintendo Labo VR.
Yeah, yeah. So it's really weird that they would spend so much time on making it VR compatible when a very small percentage of their players are even going to be able to take advantage of that.
Yeah,
It sounds like there's probably some higher up at Fire Access, or maybe even Take Two, who's like, oh yeah, put that feature in there so they can tick it off on the back of the box,
Oh
right?
my
Like
god.
it
well,
seems like when people get on their hobby horses, sometimes it's really hard to knock them off.
let me tell
Mm.
you about some of the civilizations that you can't unlock if you just got the standard edition. You would need the deluxe edition. Are you ready?
Oh god.
Carthage,
Hmm.
Bulgaria, Nepal, Great Britain.
Really?
Yes.
Well,
Okay,
wait.
Nepal
Okay,
and Great Britain,
hold
that's
on. Like,
appalling.
Yeah.
with the Great Britain one, is that more of a play someone else, for the love of God, play someone else?
I
Because
think
that
it's
definitely seems like the kind of Empire that everybody is going to want to play, and they're just like forcing you to pick a different one.
Well, so they had a version of Great Britain where Ada Lovelace was the Civ leader, and so I
Uh-huh.
don't know for sure if they decoupled that totally. But then Simone Bolivar is the other one in that those are like two big leaders, right?
Yeah.
And then the Right to Rule collection, you only get this one with Sellers Edition. Are you ready?
Mm-hmm.
Genghis Khan, Assyria, Sela, and Qajar. So they're kind of doing an older thing, but Genghis Khan
Genghis
as
Khan.
you need the Settlers Edition, the highest edition in order to play Genghis Khan. Pretty big ruler, you know?
Yeah, the guy who like 2% of the population descends from just by dint of him being every goddamn where.
Yeah, it's just so weird to me. And then like they had like leader personas. So like if you wanted the version of Hamiko who was the High Shaman, well, you better get the Settlers Edition. Um, so
Mm,
Oh,
stupid. All these
just
little
just to put things in perspective, the
mhm.
Settlers Edition costs 159 Canadian dollars and 99 cents.
yes.
What?
It's not like the gold edition. This is like the platinum. The deluxe edition doesn't have that stuff on there.
Okay, hold
But
on. I'm looking into
it
this.
is
That's
Civ 7.
approximately 116 US dollars.
yeah.
It is okay, so the deluxe edition for Civ 7 is $99, and then the Settlers edition is $119 American dollars.
Okay, so we're getting a bargain in Canada, apparently. 'Cause we're
119
only paying
American dollars.
$116.23 US.
Hey, and you know
for-
what's another thing everybody loves?
Wow.
Having to log into the 2K online launcher every 4 seconds. Yep.
Is it
No.
related to the Rockstar launcher? Is it the
It's
same?
got to be the similar technology, but it's the same idea, right?
Oh, but it's not even the same username.
Yeah.
Do you need
Yeah.
a separate
Oh,
account for
no.
2K
So
versus Rockstar?
yes, that's the thing. So a lot of
Oh
people
my
don't
God.
want to make the
Oh,
account, and it keeps popping
no.
up every time to like
Oh,
make an
no.
account.
Wow.
And then you look at the reviews, and it's like, what happened here? They got this little on the Steam page. It's like here's all the awards we got, right? And it's like
Uh-huh.
it's big, name company, Screen Rant 9 out of 10, Windows
Yeah.
Central 9 out of 10, The Guardian 5 out of 5, Destructo 9 out of 10. This game sucks, and people are just giving it
They didn't put
nines.
Eurogamer 2 out of 5 on there, did they?
But yeah, I mean, it is. I think I gave it a chance. I think I loaded it 3 or 4 times. They've patched some stuff. Let me tell you the most frustrating thing. Are you ready?
Okay.
They fucked up how workers work, but you can't auto explore with a scout anymore. You've got to manually move that stupid scout all around, right? In the initial phase, you just want to have him auto explore. Go find out what my borders look like, right? No, you got to manually move his ass all the way around, right? And then your workers, they don't really develop the way you should. So you've got to choose what goes on a square, and you better hope that that thing that you choose is lasts through all the ages. Otherwise, every time the age swaps, fuck it, it's gone. And oh, you're doing great in a war and you've got your enemies surrounded and everybody's pinned in. Yeah, here comes a new age. Guess what happens to all your units? They get magically teleported back to your town. Everything resets and they bump the AI up back to whatever that age baseline is. Even if you were
Mhm.
dominating them for the past 500 turns, doesn't matter. Now they're right back on the same footing as you. So they keep like resetting the game 3 or 4 times in one game.
What's the point of having separate ages if if there are no consequences based on what happened in the previous age?
I
Like,
don't
Yeah.
know. Because I don't, maybe there is a big multiplayer out there, World of Civilization, and like this is so like you can catch up to your friends, and that's why like you can't get stomped out in a multiplayer game. But
that just means you're
that's
playing against someone who's way better than you. Like at that
yeah,
point, you
exactly.
find a different person to play with.
Yeah, it is an unfinished game that's $100 if you want to play as Great Britain. so, um,
$160 Canadian if you want to play as Genghis Khan.
yeah,
Let's see.
it's I
Himiko
like
High Shonen Persona $3.99. Ashka World Conqueror Persona $3.99. Crossroads of the World Collection $29.99.
yeah.
Deluxe Content Pack Xerxes Friedrich Baroque Carthage Ada Lovelace Great Britain Pack $4.99. Simon Bolivar $4.99. Bulgaria $4.90. Good God.
Yeah, yeah.
The total cost of the DLC is $177.85 Canadian, which puts it in the same
Wow.
realm. Like we're not in train simulator territory here, but That's not great.
But don't you like this is Civilization we're talking about? We're not talking about, Call of Duty.
Mm.
The Civilization should be part of the base game. Like, and here's the thing, right? You know how people always complain about like, so this game gets announced, right? And they're like,
Mhm.
we've already got the Great Britain Civilization ready to go. We're just literally putting it behind the deluxe edition. It's there. It's already
Mhm.
there. So you can't say like, oh, it's a DLC. No, it's in the base game. And they've already planned this out, right? So this right to rule collection, blah blah blah. Yeah, here it is. We already know what
Mhm.
it's going to be, and they're just charging you for the Settlers edition. Um, God, it
Jesus.
makes my brain hurt. I hate this game. I hate everything about it. I feel like Civilization should have to be a game series that has to earn goodwill back, right? Like, what the fuck are we doing here? It's a game as old as me, and I'm old. Why are we doing all this shit? Um, and so, how do you think how do you think you unlock Napoleon?
How do you unlock Napoleon?
Yeah, how would you do that? By setting
I
up a
don't
free
know.
2K account.
Oh no. No.
So if you're like, fuck this, I don't want to have an account. You don't get Napoleon. You don't get Great Britain. You don't get like, what do you?
Oh man.
Weird, right?
Real time
Yeah.
Oh my
correction.
god.
Civilization. I'm the youngest person here, and Civilization is younger than me by 1 year.
Okay. Well, there you
Wait,
go.
are you?
I was born in 1990.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no, you are.
But
Yeah.
it
For
is
Civilization 1 came out in September 1991.
as a venerable series. I still
Yeah, but
maintain
your point
that.
stands.
Yeah,
Your point
like
stands. I was just worried for a second. I was like, wait, Civilization from the 80s?
Yeah.
mm,
But yeah, yeah, your point stands. This series has been here for a while. It's been venerated for a while, and they've had the dev time to build what they want for
Yeah,
a long time.
that's a good
mhm.
way to put it. Like nobody was making you are the standard in this genre, right? Yeah, I mean there's some like Europa Universalis crazies and there's some Crusader Kings and that humankind, but you are the one who are supposed to set the standards, not like react to a bunch of Johnny comes lately and fuck your whole game up because them. And who talked you into fucking VR? That guy must be like the best salesman on the planet. Like he probably is like goes home just like stuffs his pockets with money apparently because I
Yeah.
I couldn't think of a less appropriate game for VR than Civ 7, but hey, whatever.
Yeah, like
Good on
Civ
you
6
guys.
came out in 2016. So
Yeah.
like, good lord. Like
Uh
why are they answering to anybody at this point? Like you're releasing games on short A time. Like at
yeah.
this point, you don't need to be. That's crazy.
And like, so the way the Civ flow usually works, right?
Oh,
Base game comes out, it's kind of like mediocrely received, right? It's kind of here or there, right? And then like over
Hmm.
time they like patch it to be good, right? Or
Right.
DLC it to be good. But this one
Hmm.
they didn't even launch it out the gate good. It's
It's mixed.
yeah, yeah. And
yeah.
then so who wants to get these DLCs when already you're charging me out of the nose for the most basic civilizations? So
I'm going
and
to give you an answer for who probably paid for Civ to have a VR version.
mhm,
The only headsets it's available for are Meta
Quest.
headsets
Yeah, so
for
Facebook,
Quest.
huh?
So Facebook,
Oh,
still
meta.
trying to make fetch happen, probably paid out the nose
But
for this.
the other thing about it is like I do feel like the shitty UI in the game bled into the fact that they needed to do something with VR to make it a little bit easier to like translate one to one because you don't get that VR version for free. You're paying for that shit. That's a separate game, right?
Yeah,
Mm,
Um,
it was developed by Playside Studios, and it is a separate SKU. You have to
yeah.
buy it separately for the
Elite
console.
Dangerous, another old ass game. Guess what? They came out with the VR mode. Did I have to pay extra for VR? Hell no. Just part of the game. You just load it up and just whatever it does, right? If you want people to get
mm,
into VR, that's how you do it. You don't make them go buy another game. I already don't like Civ 7. I'm not gonna like Civ 7 VR. So
Jesus.
I hate Civ 7. Fuck that game. I can't say enough bad shit about it. If you like it, sorry, not for me.
All right. Any other disappointments that anyone wants to share?
I
No.
love when people get heated about a game.
Yeah,
It's
I mean, thank God I finished Failguard this year instead of last year because I would have gotten
Oh
heated about
man.
that. But
You would not be alone. Like that's another one that's seen a
that's
considerable dip.
I will say I will say, I want to be really clear. I'm not hating it for like quote unquote gamergatey reasons. It has nothing to do with that. It ugh, it's
It's
just
just
bad
bad.
on so many other
Yeah, it's just
levels.
bad. It's
I'm
fine. You can
sorry.
just you can just you don't have to apologize. You can just say it's bad. Most people agree with you from what it seems like.
No, but
Yeah,
it is
there
tough
are things I
sometimes when
appreciate about it. There are
yeah.
things it does well. It's just uh, overwhelmingly bad. Anyway,
No,
we don't have to talk about Veilguard because it came out last year.
yeah.
Yay!
We don't have to go down that road. And other than that, I didn't play anything that I disliked this year. It was mostly a year of things I liked. And in the remaining time, we should talk about the things that surprised us this year.
Yeah.
What were your gaming surprises?
I was surprised that I actually like city builders.
Yeah, that's a
like
pleasant surprise.
like playing Town to City, like after I played it, I was just like, I actually really, really like this. I was genuinely surprised how well I liked it. And so I asked for some recommendations. And one of the recommendations I got was Against the Storm, which is like
Oh
a
yeah,
roguelike city builder.
Is that the one where
And
you're
you
on the
should
back
go
of a
talk to
turtle?
Bloomed Wings about that.
no, no,
They
no.
love it.
I think they were actually the one that recommended it. Either
Oh, okay, yeah,
them or Cedric the Owl. One of them two
yeah. Shout out to
recommended it.
Cedric the Owl and Bloomed
Shout
Wings,
out.
friends of the
Yeah,
podcast.
friends of the
They have
pod.
great taste in games.
Yes, and I bought it and I played it, and I have. Let's see, when did I get this? I bought this a month ago, and I have 29 hours logged into it. It is it is a difficult game, but it is easily the kind of game that I would have looked at a year ago and just been like, no, 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 this isn't for me. I don't think I can do this one. And then I played it and just became obsessed with it for like a month, like where it was all that I played. So that has been my biggest surprise is learning that I turns out I actually like city builders quite a bit. So if you have any other recommendations for me for city builders, like I
Have
am
you
open to those.
have you played The Wandering Village?
I have not. South has, and they love
Yeah.
it. I've watched them play it. I don't quite know if it's for me, but the other surprise that I had this year was that I forgot that Steam Family exists. So we recently merged our game library. So I do
Yeah.
have it now. So I'll probably be trying that at some point. But yeah.
All right, Kappa, what surprised you this year?
Everything Microsoft did for the most part. Kind of like
Oh boy.
ending the console war, just like we're done with it.
How about just
Um,
opting out?
yeah, just fuck it, whatever. Yeah, because I'm trying to think like I've always heard that consoles were kind of like loss leaders, right? Like you can't make a ton of money on a console, but the idea is that they're going to buy a shitload of games from you, right? Um, but RAM right now is like $10 million a stick, right? So I feel like they're kind of getting ahead of it because it feels like the I mean, the future's not AI. It's AI is garbage, but everybody's dumping so much money into it right now that it kind of makes sense to say, you know what, we're just going to put this shit on the cloud instead of having physical boxes you
Mhm.
got to pay a ton of money for. But I like their handheld a lot. But it was interesting just to kind of be like, yeah, we're fuck it, like kind of surrender. I guess the console war. I think a lot of people took it that way.
It
But
Mm.
feels
I don't
almost
know.
like the weird thing about this is that it feels like, and I've said this before about Microsoft. It feels like one of the companies kind of fucking over the other.
Yeah,
Like there's one are the company that's like fueling the AI bubble and like sending the price of RAM skyrocketing and making it essentially impossible for Microsoft to build new Xboxes.
right.
Mm.
Um,
Yeah.
And they keep trying to create a case for this stupid ass AI, but I don't really I don't want it. I don't need it. It actively annoys me. Like I hate when I search something. I'm like, oh, it's giving me the bullshit AI results. I would rather it just kind of go away. But until it does, I don't know. I mean, Microsoft clearly lost this generation. I think for a lot of reasons, right? But I think the biggest one is that originally like the idea behind Game Pass I think was just sell people the service, right? Who cares about the
Mhm.
console? And I just don't think it caught on enough people that like there's PC games on there. Like I don't know if it's like an advertising thing or like a marketing thing, But like so many people are confused about what Game Pass is. They're like, yeah, I don't have an Xbox. I'm like, you don't need a fucking Xbox. That's
Yeah,
what
you just need a
I,
computer.
yeah, and
Well,
I'm not going to fight Microsoft's battle for them anymore. Trust me. If they don't understand it, then that's their problem. But the number of people who were just like, I don't know, I don't need this because I don't have an Xbox. I'm like, oh, you drive me crazy. Um, but yeah, I think the longer Microsoft goes down that road, um, I think there's a potential that they end up coming back around again on the way of being right, and that I don't know that people are always going to want a console if they're as expensive as they are. Maybe they do, maybe they don't. I don't know, but I get the feeling that maybe that's going to be the thing that changes: is do people want an actual box in their house, or do they want to just be able to play the games that the box lets you play?
I mean, I think
I
it
don't know.
is
Ask the
mostly the
Steam
latter.
machine.
I think it
Yeah,
is mostly the latter, but also every gamble that Microsoft has made over the past like 15 years of gaming, they've either been woefully ahead of their time or just plain wrong about.
yeah,
And I don't know, like, if RAM had not skyrocketed in price, I don't think they would be making these moves right now.
yeah,
These are moves born out of necessity. And
yeah.
also, like, the reporting has come out about it. Like, okay, I'm going to say something that kind of pisses me off. Um,
Mhm.
Lots of people with inside information, like Jesse Norris of Xbox Era, I think Tom Henderson of Insider Gaming, a couple of other reporters, were all kind of explaining about like the squeeze that was being put on Microsoft Gaming um, early this year. And then the Schreier report comes out, and nobody
Hmm.
believes these guys. Everyone's like, okay, Jesse Norris, Xbox shill, even though he's really not.
Mhm.
And then the Jason Schreier story comes out in Bloomberg, which you know, lends credence to everything that these people have been saying for a long time about the squeeze being put on Microsoft Gaming, how they're expected to have these margins that are extremely unrealistic, and that explains all the crazy, not all the crazy stupid moves, a lot of the crazy stupid moves they've made over the past few years. And everyone's like, oh, this explains it now. Well, people have been telling you this for a while. They theorized correctly about what was happening. And it's not like this couldn't have been imagined, right?
Right.
Um, and so like we talked about this on a previous episode this year. This is nothing to do with being a fan of Microsoft or like excusing some of the horrific things they've been involved in, including um, providing software for the Israeli forces to surveil the Gazan population.
Mm.
Um, It's nothing to do with an opinion on that, but like the question of the business moves they've been making and why they've been making those business moves and whether or not they're even profitable, which they are. Not super profitable, but that's part of the problem, but they are profitable. Um, these questions are like by apparently very serious people and very respected pundits are just not being answered correctly and they're spreading misinformation. And so the way we like you people have to be able to separate their feelings on a company, and I do not have warm feelings about Microsoft at all. Windows 11 is a sack of garbage.
Mhm.
From the reality of what that company is doing and why they're doing it. And part of what has frustrated me so much about this gaming discourse this year is people who are very respected or the ear of a lot of people, um, like progressive minded people who otherwise are on the right side of history are just fucking children who cannot face reality. And yeah, um, that just does bother me the whole time when we're just talking about uh, gaming in general this year. Bunch of
Mm.
fucking children whom I'm supposed to take seriously.
I mean, I get it.
Yeah.
It's one of those things where like I guess my surprise is I didn't expect them to kind of just give it up, maybe just kind of like walk
Yeah.
away, like, yeah, we're done with this, you know. And I don't think they're really framing it like that, but it does kind of feel like they're just kind of done
Yeah.
with it, right? Like,
They're done
Like
with
they're
it
just kind of
because
like, you know what?
this is a game they cannot win.
Just opting
yeah,
out.
And they will never be able to make double-digit margins by being in the console business. That is just not how that business works.
yeah,
Why do you think let's say PlayStation's looking for all these other revenue streams? Um, because they want they're not going to make double-digit margins selling traditional console games. Why do you think
right,
Nintendo's gone big into transmedia? Because they'll make a whole fuck ton more money of licensing out Mario for films and selling Mario and Pikachu merchandise.
right.
Like all these moves are made to make money. Um and to make more money than could be made by just selling consoles and video games. It is not a high margin business. And the expectation that Microsoft could somehow magically become a high margin business and that if it weren't for stupid Phil Spencer who's making all these terrible business decisions, then Microsoft would be making money hand over fist. Like that is not how it works, man. No one could make money like that. And this is again not excusing anything Phil Spencer's done, including laying off workers or closing down studios or shutting down development of Perfect Dark or anything like that. Just no one would fucking make that amount of money in his position.
Yeah.
Um, it's just not feasible. So yeah, that's where I'm at with this. I'm surprised they made these moves, but yeah, um, I I get where they're going, and it's if you understand what their margins are, how they're operating, it makes sense. This is what they have to do in order to meet the insane demands from Satya Nadella and the Microsoft C-suite.
So I just wonder if eventually Sony's gonna have to make that same decision, you know?
Ooh,
Because
Maybe they'll
yeah,
maybe.
still make a PS6, that's for sure.
yeah,
But
I feel like I remember there was this one Steam sale that I saw like a month ago, a couple months ago, where it was just it literally just said PlayStation hits, and I was like, ooh
uh,
boy, uh-oh.
yeah,
Like
yeah,
I would not be surprised if the PS6 is the last console they make, or
yeah.
at least for a while. Like
'Cause
because
I
that's not something I thought I would ever
I
see.
kind of agree, honestly. I mean, it just doesn't seem like you want to keep throwing money down the hole if you're not getting a return on it. Because
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, I they're making a PS6 for sure, but
Yeah.
um, I don't know like how much it. I think it makes sense for Nintendo. I think people will buy Mario and Donkey Kong and Zelda until they're a million years old, and the
Yeah,
kids are
because
like,
that's
yeah, they're
because they're the only place they can get Mario,
yeah,
Donkey Kong, and
exactly,
Zelda from.
exactly.
It's like, where you gonna get Pikachu anywhere else? No, buy our shit. No, it's
Right.
not going on sale. Fuck you.
So if PlayStation is willing to already port to PC, right?
hmm
I mean, how much longer until they're like, well, fuck, why are we releasing all this other stuff? You know, or
I
what's the point of having a console
I
if
saw something where like I guess the the CEO Jim Ryan of Sony, like some like a report came out where it turned out that during his he's not there anymore, but during his tenure he actively neglected the Japanese region for Sony, and that's part of the reason for the PS5's failure over there and why
Mhm.
most people just have PS4s.
Yeah, just stick with
And
four.
something I saw was that choice may have actively contributed to the shuttering of several studios in Japan, because a lot of, at least as far as I understand it, a lot of studios in Japan, they develop console first, and that console had always been PlayStation or Nintendo, and when that wasn't happening, a lot of them switched to Nintendo or switched to PC, and like
Yeah,
now that that's out of the bottle, I don't see them being able to cork that, like, because all of these companies have moved to doing PC ports, and presumably they've done just as well on PC that they would on a console. So and with the Steam machine coming out, like, I don't really see any reason for them to go back at
yeah.
this
I
point.
like
I I don't either.
one
I think
thing that
Go ahead.
has been like kind of like this. It's kind of been under discussed in like game dev. Like Japan being such a huge like nexus of game development has been Japanese studios figuring out how to develop for PC. Like console is still kind of king there,
Mhm.
but
Koei Tecmo does dog shit ports. Dog shit ports. Oh my god.
like the PC scene is growing. Like there is Steam in Japan now. It's quite popular.
Yep.
PCs aren't just now in Japan for people who play competitive shooters and MMOs. They are growing as a like way for
Another
people to
option.
experience
Yeah.
video games. It's another option now.
Yeah.
And on top of that, now as Japanese developers have become more comfortable developing for PC, now people who want to play games from there no longer feel it necessary to have a console to play those games on. Like I don't own a PS5. Aside from PlayStation exclusives, I'm not missing anything. They're just
Yeah.
all on
Yeah.
Steam.
And there
And
aren't even
ports
that
are
many
generally pretty
PlayStation
good.
exclusives. Like
Right.
the
Right.
only one I can think of that comes to mind is Astrobot, and that's it.
Yeah.
And
Because all
Like
the
I
other
know
ones
that
are
Ghost
like
of Yote will
timed.
be on PC in 2 years. I love Tsushima.
Yeah.
I'm willing to wait for 2 years to play Yote.
and also
Yeah,
get it like the
exactly.
Game of the Year edition, and also get it on a Steam sale. Like
Yeah,
Yeah. Get
exactly.
all
And
the DLC.
get it for $40 as
Yep.
opposed to the 70. Yeah, exactly.
So I mean, because I don't know. I think it's like a weird mindset for gamers of our age to be in, but like I could see Netflix of gaming coming down the line. It sounded crazy to me. Like, what do you mean people aren't going to own a DVD player? Of course they're gonna.
Yeah, that's
You
a
know.
good point. Yeah.
Um, and then I don't know a person with a DVD player now, and it's not even been that long. But
Or
um,
Blu-ray player for that matter.
yeah, it's one of those things like you kind of
I have a
like
Blu-ray drive in my PC. Am I crazy?
No, no,
I
no,
have
you're
like a
not.
portable one, but only like to load ancient games that I only have on CD. But I don't know. I don't know where the next couple steps of that are, but I think either Microsoft got way, way, way ahead of the game, or they blew up their console division for no fucking reason. It's one of those two.
Yeah.
I don't know
And
which
we
one it
know
is
why
yet.
well, they blew it up because of the financial pressures that would have resulted in not blowing it up.
Yeah,
That's
Yeah.
really what it boils
I could
down to
see
at the
that.
end of the day.
And then
Um,
I gotta imagine that Sony, yes, they make a lot more consumer electronics than Microsoft, but Microsoft is about what 100 times bigger of as a company.
Yeah.
Um, so I don't
Sony
know what.
is absolutely massive. I mean, it's nowhere near as large as Microsoft, but they're absolutely massive.
Yeah, I mean
Yeah.
they're very big, but at some point, when the bean counters look at you and you're not you're a number in the red, not a number in black, that's when they start to say, well, what are we doing here?
Or as has been shown with Microsoft, a number in the black, but not a large enough number.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
Yeah.
think about this. Like Sony, what do they make? TVs and stuff. I went
Mm.
to Best Buy during, like kind of the Black Friday time. They're selling like 100-inch TVs for like $1,100 now. Like everything else
Jesus.
seems inflated except for TVs. Like,
Yeah,
how are
TVs
TVs
are
so damn
like
cheap?
yeah, TVs are surprisingly cheap right
And
now.
I don't need a TV every 5 years like I used to. I still have the same TV I bought when I moved into this house 10 years ago.
Yeah.
It's so I mean, consumer electronics have gotten better, but damn man, I don't know. Like,
My TV is more than 15 years old. It is a
yeah.
1080p Sony Bravia dumb TV
Yep.
that I
Oh,
bought off
Sony
my old
Never get rid of that.
Bravia.
Yeah.
That dumb TV
Mm.
is worth its weight in gold. But
Yeah,
you
Yeah.
I
get what
am
I'm saying.
never letting that thing go until the pixels burn out. Because I do not want a fucking smart TV.
Yeah, they're the
My TV
worst.
should not connect to the internet. That is insane. If I have to do a firmware update on my TV, I want to have to like download something a USB stick and then plug it in and then like press 15 buttons on my remote that I've never pressed before, and I have to go to a forum to like ask questions to figure out how to do it.
The
I am
secret
not
code. Yeah.
downloading fucking firmware to my TV from the internet that then fucks up my settings and turns on motion smoothing and then letterboxes the image without my asking. Fuck
Mm.
smart TVs.
I have a Samsung that I couldn't turn the volume up or down on. Do you know why? It was too
Why?
full. The hard drive on the TV was too full, and I
What?
couldn't delete anything because it was all like required install stuff. So I
Holy
was stuck.
shit.
I was stuck with a TV I couldn't turn the volume up and down on.
Oh
My
Stupid
my
shit.
parents have a
god. That's
Samsung smart
crazy.
TV, And when they eventually give up their 2-bedroom, like their not 2-bedroom, 2-floor home, and like move into a bungalow or a condo or a retirement facility, I am trashing that fucking TV, and I will buy them a new TV that isn't a fucking Samsung that resizes the image without you asking, no matter how many times you reset the fucking resolution.
That's kind of where I'm at because like I'm tired of going to my mom's house and like setting up TVs, you know, or like
Yeah,
it's frustrating.
yeah, just getting a call, just like I can't stream this particular thing, or like it won't work, or it won't. It's like, okay, well, how doesn't it work? It's like it just won't work, and it's like that doesn't tell me
Yeah.
anything. Why am I having to do this?
Well, it does feel like, you know, like that millennial age group, like we're the tech supports for our parents and for our kids.
Yeah,
Like it goes like both ways. Like
Yeah.
nobody knows how to
yeah.
do anything, like younger or older than us. So like we end up
Uh,
Like
being
how
like
do
the
how do I open a
so,
PDF? Oh my God.
so I was in India last month visiting my family,
Mm.
and my aunt couldn't get her TV working, and she's like in her late. Actually, she turned 80 while I was there,
Oh God.
and she's like, you know, uh, my nephew, please come fix my TV. Um, so I like go behind her TV, and she's like, she used like the funniest phrase ever, like in Hindi. She said, "Piche ka jadoo," which means like behind magic. She's like go behind there and like work your
Go
magic.
behind the magic.
Yeah, go do your magic from behind, basically.
My
So
nephew,
I'm
who
just
is
like,
also a wizard.
yeah. So then, like, all I had to do, I think, was like plug something into an HDMI port, like move something from one HDMI port to another.
Oh
I
my
don't even
God.
remember what I did.
Yeah, yeah,
But
it's on HDMI 1 instead of HDMI 2.
it was something like that. It was really really simple.
Hmm.
But like these are things that we've thrown a bunch of devices into the world that people like an older generation is understandably not technologically equipped to handle, and
Right.
no one like thought about the consequences of this. Like there's so
Yeah.
many older electronics that older people can work with no problem,
Yeah,
right?
Yeah.
I remember I was setting up my mom's router like a couple like years ago or whatever, and I was like, "How do you not know how to do this?" You know, like general stuff. And she's like, "I didn't go to school like this for like you did." I said, "Do you think they taught us in school how to set up a router? Like, I didn't take a router class. We just had to learn, you
Yeah,
know?"
don't you have a degree in like English lit?
Yeah, I was like, I never took a router class, you know. I told her that I didn't take a printer class. I don't know how to set up a printer. I just learned. Like,
I mean,
I,
I
Yeah,
I took a printer class, but that's because I was in elementary school. We had a computer class, but it's kind of like whenever like you'd be filling out an application, they're like, "How many years of experience do you have with Microsoft Suite?" And it's like, "I've been using it since the third grade."
yeah, yeah. Yeah, I know how to move an image in Word, which I think is the most hardest thing to do. I think you say that, you know what to
Oh
do.
my
So,
God, fucking, it's such a pain in the ass,
no one
though.
knows how to move an image in Word. Like if you put MS Word in front of Satya Nadella and ask him to type up a document, um, he would be lost. I mean, he gets his AI agents to do it now or whatever, apparently,
ugh.
but like, I don't know.
God, I don't know, man.
As for my surprises this year, um, I'll pick two. Obviously, Road to Empress. I did not think I'd be the kind of person who would get into 7th century Chinese palace intrigue, but I fucking love it. The other surprise I'll point out is Many Knights of Whisper, just because I wasn't expecting a new game from Deconstruct Team quite so soon. I thought they would take their time after the Cosmic Wheel Sisterhood, and they put out this little nice snack for me to chew on, I guess. Uh, you chew on a snack and then you swallow it, right? You don't just chew the snack.
Uh,
As I
sure.
understand it, yes.
Right.
So it has been explained
I
to me.
am a human, so yes, that's
Yeah.
what
I'm
I
a
do.
human. I know how
Yes,
to
I'm a human.
consume food.
I eat food and then I go brush all of my teeth.
Just like a regular human being,
Yes.
I use the dental floss.
While
Um,
ignoring the superfluous teeth that don't belong to me.
what?
We were just, me and South were just having that conversation. Like they went to like the bathroom. He's like, they were like, I'm gonna go brush all of my teeth, and I'm like, why the fuck did you say it like that?
All of your
What do you mean? What do you mean all of your teeth? Why did
Like a
you feel the
jar of
need to make
them.
that? Why did you feel the need to make that distinction?
One day you'll find out that there's just like one of their wisdom teeth right in the back. They just have not been brushing for the past 15 years.
It's just, oh
And
god.
then they're like, okay, today's the day. Today's the day I brushed that fucking tooth. That wisdom tooth is getting it today.
Just like impacted to shit. It's like barely poking out. It's grinding against the back molar, like, let me out.
Then they brush it, and then like it sprouts like a plant, and just like
Ugh.
neatly moves its way into place, and is fucking spotless, not a hint of plaque.
It's just perfect.
And the tooth has a little voice. He goes like, "Thank you for brushing me."
Oddly specific tooth voice you've got there, Merve.
It's great. That's the thing
You gotta
about being
go to.
married or like otherwise in a long-term relationship. Like, you just learn that people will just say any old bullshit to you. Like, remember one time we were about to go to bed and we were sitting there looking at our phones, and they go like, "What if people just had one butt?" And I'm like, "What?" He's like, just like one cheek all the way across, like one cheek all the way across. I'm like, all the way across.
So, okay. Okay, we're into the NSFW part of the podcast right now.
Yeah.
So,
That's
like,
because I'm here.
where is the anus in this scenario?
News. I don't know. Breaking news. Who wants to tell us?
Maybe it's like a belly button. Like you get it from your
No,
mom.
shut
and
up.
then, like,
Oh
you
my
gotta-
god. No.
Like your mom is
No.
like a closed system.
No.
They
No.
call it the back navel.
Yeah.
Can you have Audis?
Yeah, I guess. I mean,
Horrid. Horrid.
It's called a prolapse. Sorry. Okay. Oh god. Okay. We just have to shut this down.
Any other surprises?
Any other surprises other than like back belly button prolapse for this episode?
No, no. I do like that they announced the Steam machine and it's just a fucking box.
yeah.
They're just like, here's a box, it has Steam on it, play it or don't.
It looks like an Xbox with a Steam logo on it, which whatever.
No, it's a cube.
Oh yeah,
I
it's Steam
do
Cube.
also like that it's apparently not going to be in the desired $500 price point that everyone was expecting. Like, Linus
I
Tech
don't
Tips did an interview with them, and they
that thing's gonna cost
and he
me
was,
$100 easy.
yeah, he was like, yeah,
800
no, I
US,
think if you could make a really solid price point for this, you know, that you could sell really well. And Valve was like, oh, really? Well, when you
That
say
thing
solid
is
price point, what do you mean? And he's like, $500, and they were like, ooh.
Yeah.
His quote was, the energy in the room wasn't great.
How could you think that was going to cost $500?
I
don't
fucking
know.
know,
I mean,
man. I don't know
yeah.
I don't know how much shit costs.
I just don't think Valve is in the business of selling things at a loss.
No,
They're like
they
Nintendo.
definitely
They just
aren't.
don't want to do that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know, but that.
Yeah, Steam machines. Those happened this year.
Yeah.
And that was kind of surprising. I didn't think they'd, after the failure of the first round of Steam machines and the first like Steam controller, I didn't think they'd go back to that well. But it seems like they're serious about this now, and gaming on Linux is in a much different place than it was like 10 years ago. Now Proton exists. It's pretty good. It's not perfect, but gets the job done. And this is a lot more viable than it was back when they first tried it. So let's see what happens.
Yeah, my question is more for the Steam box, such is more of like, who's the market? You know, are we trying to convert console gamers into PC gamers? It's definitely not PC gamers for the most part. I don't know anybody's looking at it.
My
Like,
understanding is that it's for console players who otherwise cannot really afford to build their own like high-end PC.
but,
They're
I mean,
like, here,
there's,
we
like,
built it for you, because they did say it's basically a PC
yeah,
that
there's
comes with a
lot of, like,
controller.
there's a lot of like market for that, but that's usually where like your iBuy powers and your, you know what I mean? Like there's plenty of companies in that space. I don't know why
Yeah.
Valve thinks they can compete with,
Yeah.
people who are doing this shit probably forever and getting things at cost and stuff. And I mean, if you look at one of those like iBuy Power PCs, I mean, the margin on those cannot be very good because I mean, if you just do
Oh,
the math and add up the stuff that's in it, it's you're
so
basically paying them $100 to put it together,
they cheap out on one
like power
thing that keeps
supplies or
the
yeah,
power
exactly.
supply.
Yeah.
That's what they
Yeah.
cheap out on to keep the price low. I can tell you this because in my current iBuy Power PC, I had to replace the power supply earlier this year.
Hmm.
Um,
But now that you
something
know
I'd
that,
never
I mean,
done
a power
before.
supply costs next to nothing. You know what I mean? Like as far as if you could have any part fail, it'd probably be the power supply, right? So
Yeah.
more than the CPU or the motherboard or
Oh,
the GPU or something.
that was a pain in the ass to replace
Oh
because
yeah,
it
those
is
cords go
like physically
everywhere.
difficult,
Yeah.
and you have to like twist your hand in very like specific and confusing ways. Um, I remember at the time we're getting into probably way too personal territory. Like
We've already talked about the one cheek. It's fine.
we're talking about the one cheek. So at the time, I had just started dating someone, and like I needed to tell her that I was busy one evening because I was replacing my power supply, and I thought, oh my god, we've just started dating. I'm going to ruin this relationship because I'm replacing a power supply in my PC, and I need to set aside time for it.
Mm.
Luckily, she was impressed, and
Yay.
that kept going. I mean, we're no longer together,
Oh,
but like,
I'm sorry. Oh.
it's good that we're no longer together.
Oh, okay.
But like, I just remember thinking to myself, like, I am throwing a relationship away over a fucking power supply, and I don't think it's worth it. I don't need to PC game. I don't want to be single forever.
Yeah, but the computer will never leave you because it
Yeah.
can't.
Look,
computer-
she's gone and the computer's there. Now
Yeah,
who
I
won?
mean, yeah.
For the
like,
record, I was the dumper. I left her.
the dumper is that
The
the
what?
I don't know,
dumper
there's a
and the
dumper and a
dumpy.
dumpy, right? Right? I know dumper also means butt, and apparently
Yes.
there's like a dumper
Yeah, the one
is
butt.
like a apparently dumpers don't come in pairs anymore. But like I don't know, what would you call that if not a dumper and a dumpy?
I don't know.
The initiate? I don't fucking know, man.
It's the opposite of initiating. The closer?
Yeah, sure, the closer. That at least sounds cool.
Yeah, I'm fucking Kara Sedgwicking up in here.
Closer.
Yeah. Eat that reference, Zoomers.
Who definitely listens to the show.
Yeah, like, what do you think is the median age of a GamesCast listener?
38.
38?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a pretty good solid answer.
Yeah. That means there could be like some like 19-year-old who
They're like, Kyra Sedgwick, Kevin Bacon's wife?
Do they even know she's Kevin Bacon's wife? Come
I
on,
don't
be
know.
honest.
have they even
I don't
Do they
watched
even know
an
who
episode
Kevin
of The
Bacon is?
Closer?
Do the children know about Kevin Bacon?
Like,
Do they know,
what
or
is
do they
their
know
six-
what degree they are to Kevin Bacon?
Do
Beat
they
you
do
to
like
it.
6 degrees of Mr. Beast? Like, what do they
Probably, yeah.
I don't
6
know.
degrees of Kai Cenat.
I don't know.
Yeah,
If you're
probably
in
6
if you're in
Tyson is a
Houston,
more
you do 6
respectable
degrees.
person.
Yeah, if you're in Houston, you do Beyonce because like everybody knows somebody who was somehow related to Beyonce.
In North
There you
Carolina,
go.
we do Ric Flair.
Hell yeah, hell yeah, hell yeah.
Every person over 30 has like a Ric Flair story. Like, oh, I was at this bar one time and Ric
Yeah.
Flair showed up.
Yeah,
Like,
no, it's
In
like that
Ottawa,
way in
sometimes you
Houston.
just see politicians at the grocery store.
really?
It's like
We need
federal
that. That's what
MPs
we.
at the
That's what we
grocery
need.
store.
That's what would turn this country around. If we could like see politicians at places other than the airport where they're like going to Cancun because they're fleeing bad weather or something.
Yeah, because for the most part, they're
Ted
like
Cruz.
the prime minister obviously has a security detail, but like if you're a regular MP, you can just walk around for the most part. And like
See them at
or,
the
like, you
checkout
run-
line with their basket full of wine.
Well, that's how you land you a Katy Perry, right? Is that how that works?
Jesus Christ! I keep forgetting that's happening.
Katy Perry is dating
Is dating Justin Trudeau. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a In some ways, it's very puzzling, and in some ways, very not.
Yeah.
I'll leave it at that. And speaking of leaving it at that, wait, you want to just discuss One Cheek more?
No, we're
Yeah, One Cheek and
that'll be the name of the
Straw Hat.
podcast. That's the podcast episode. One cheek. Episode 116. One cheek.
One Cheek and the Straw Hat Farters. If you'd like to keep up to date with the podcast, you can follow us on our website at avocadogamescast.wordpress.com. On that website, we post every episode, and there's also a link dump that fact checks all of our blathering. And I am explicitly using the term blathering
Yes.
that I normally put in the podcast agenda because what else is One Cheek? You can subscribe to us on Apple Podcasts, YouTube Music, or Spotify. All you have to do is search for Avocado Gamescast. And make sure you check out the Avocado at the-avocado.org. It has to be a hyphen, cannot be an N dash, cannot be an M dash, because those don't go in URLs.
No, they do not.
Yeah.
Yeah. It gets replaced by like a percentage sign and then a number and then a capital letter. That's what happens when you put one of those in there. In any case, because this is our final episode of the year, it might come out in early 2026. So we'll be referring to 2025 throughout, and this year. And by this year, we mean 2025, even if you are listening to it in 2026. Regardless, a big thank you to our listeners for sticking with us this year. I know we didn't do as many episodes as we normally do in a year. I'm sorry, there are real life commitments. I went off to a different frickin' country for a month. It made us hard for us to do as many episodes as we would have liked. But, don't worry. We're not winding the podcast down. We're coming back in 2026. It's going to be our 10th anniversary. We have somehow been doing this podcast for 10 years.
Oh, wow.
Somehow.
Mazel tov.
Yeah. I don't know. Like, this started as kind of like, hey, wouldn't it be fun to do a gaming podcast? And I just like messaged some people. This was before I think the Avocado website was even
Yeah,
live.
it was.
on,
It
like,
was
the
still,
Oh, wow.
Discuss channel.
Yeah.
And we were just like, yeah, let's start a gaming podcast. And I remember Sarapen, who no longer like hangs on the website, gave us a bunch of pointers and like taught us how to set it up. And then I followed his guide, and then from there it became a thing that we just did every now and then. And
Yeah.
we've reached over 100 episodes now. And we're just going to keep going because, well, you can't shut us up. So.
We will never shut the fuck
That's
up.
right,
By
Estonia.
my
We're
silence.
right with you.
By my
Oh, yeah.
silence.
Shout out to Estonia, where the country where we are the 30-something most popular gaming podcast.
Wait, really?
Yeah.
So one day I
Shout
get
out
this.
to our Estonia listeners. Oh my god.
One day I get this email in my inbox that with the subject line like the Avocado Gamescast is popular in Estonia or something like that. And then I click on the how you get like marketing ads if you have like an official podcast feed.
Yeah.
And then they'll like email the podcast email that's associated with it. So in my inbox, I get like this message. It's like, congratulations, the Avocado Gamescast is the 37th most popular podcast in category gaming in Estonia.
In Estonia.
And I forget what this email was even trying to get, like, to sell to me.
It's some analytics thing, probably.
Yeah, some like analytics bullshit. Probably because like how do we end up the 37th most popular gaming podcast in Estonia? Probably because 4 Estonians listened to it one day or something. I don't know.
You've got to hear this. We're talking about Estonia.
Yeah. So, I mean, like,
How do you say thank you in Estonian? Hold on. Thank
I
you.
don't know. I don't know a
Tanan-
single word of Estonian.
Tanan paid, according to Google. Tanan paid, Estonian
Literally,
listeners.
I know where Estonia is on a map. I know its capital is Tallinn. I know that Estonia is related to Finnish. That's literally all I know about Estonia. I could
We
not
love
tell
you,
you a
Estonia.
single other fact about that country. I cannot name a second city in Estonia. I don't know what the Estonian currency is called. Who's the Estonian leader? Is it a prime minister? Is it a president?
I think it's
don't
a prime
know.
minister.
I couldn't tell you. All I know, I know Estonia is a democracy. I can tell you that.
Yes, it's a prime minister.
Prime Minister. What's the name of that Prime Minister?
Krista Michal of the Reform Party.
What if the Prime Minister's name was like Merve and they were listening to it because they thought it was like their president talking about video games?
That might happen in Turkey. I mean, that would be a female president, and I don't
Yo,
think
you gotta
Turkey's
hear
had a
this.
female leader.
Merve's going off about Yakuza
About
again.
Despelote.
Jeez.
He hates that game.
The population of Estonia is, just for reference, 1,373,101.
Merv, the Estonian currency is the euro.
Oh, they're in the Eurozone? I didn't know they were in the Eurozone.
Wait, no, hold on. No, the kroon? The kroon.
No,
Kroon?
it's the euro. It is the euro.
No, it is,
They're in
yeah, from...
I'm looking at
yeah.
the website.
Yeah, it's the euro.
I'm looking at Wikipedia right now.
Okay.
I don't know what their previous currency was.
It was the kroon.
Kroon?
That's what I was thinking.
Some variant of crown, like
yes.
kroner in I think Sweden and Denmark for a while. It's the koruna in the Czech Republic. Yeah, there are a lot of European countries that some variant of the word crown as their currency.
Yeah. Let's see.
They have a human development index of 0.905, which is very high. So yeah, go Estonia.
Yeah.
Estonia's majority atheist. 58.4% of the population identifies as having no religion. Shout out to Estonia. All right, enough Wikipedia facts on Estonia. What even is this podcast at this point? So thank you so much for listening to us for 10 years, for nearly 10 years. Stay tuned and happy gaming. And make sure your single butt cheek is closed somehow.